insane. JRE guests. Dems buckle against Trump. Schumer does the worst defense for complicity. Drama slop tubers keep pivoting center right. Going through the last round of insane JRE guests and more. Oh, Trump also in the midst of all of this, Columbia DHS raids. Trump is also doing the American Foreign Enemies Act or whatever, the one that was used in World War II against the Japanese. Isn't that what he said he was gonna do that? Some crazy nonsense. Just great stuff overall, man. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, the Alien Sedition Act, the Alien Enemies Act. And Donald Trump is considering it. The Alien Enemies Act. Great. Yeah, that's where we're at, man. That's where we're at with the American Burger Reich. Every damn day, it's just getting worse and worse. All right. But I'll find some silver linings in it all, okay? I'll find some silver linings in it all. Trust. We'll do it. Columbia DHS raid. Dems buckle against Trump. Schumer does the worst defense for complicity. Drama slop tuber keeps pivoting center right. Going through the last round of insane JRE guests and more. Get in now. What is this? No politics streamer is immune to the bit. Hassan, it's time for another pod collab. Oh, with Charlemagne. Charlemagne is a big fan of my unk, so maybe I'd go on Charlemagne's radio show. But yeah, I know Columbia is going to revoke degrees. We got drama internally in the Democratic Party. I'm going to be talking about all of that and more. Get in now. Let's blast off. Here is the blast off meme. Here is the blast off dream. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting started right now. We're getting in. Locked and loaded, baby. 18 minutes in and I'm already popping off. Already blasting off. Early as hell. My man, return to the Balkans. At least our corruption is not fascist. Come on, dude. How come when you don't outwardly praise and glaze Kamala and Biden, that means you're pro-Trump, voting for Trump, and when the bad man gold glazes Trump, he isn't outwardly pro-Trump? Yeah, because I'm going to be very for real with you guys, okay? Politics is unimaginably inaccessible, especially if you're like a rich YouTuber. You don't really care about politics. It doesn't impact you at all. So you can very comfortably assume positions that are entirely irrelevant to like real material changes, real politics, and basically present yourself as a liberal if you want to, but ultimately position yourself as someone who very clearly is aligning with dudes who are super far right, but it doesn't matter because they're belittling your enemies. And of course, I suspect the reason why you're saying that is because of this tweet that I tweeted out this morning. I said, drama slop tubers have no politics beyond. I don't like this person and you shouldn't either. Political reasoning is purely added on as a way to moralize your own personal distaste. People get mad at me for being too charitable to people I disagree with, but I care about their political takes because that's precisely what it is. That's what I care about. I care about people's politics. I think for a lot of people, politics is just a weapon to wield to just simply do drama against people that you don't like or people that you feel have embarrassed you or something. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And that's precisely why he's over here saying, you know, Asmongold might not be pro-Trump. The reason why is because there's like this weird allegiance, again, united around the distaste that they have against one person.
And he does pretty literal titles.
What about Asmon? Because he's juicing hard on Trump.
Yeah. But he's like pro-Trump, isn't he?
Oh my God, is he?
I wouldn't say he.
I have to imagine, right?
I don't think he's like pro-Trump explicitly, overtly. I know people try to say that. I think he definitely leans more conservative, but I don't think he's as conservative as people try to paint him out to be.
Well, let's see.
Asmon is Trump killed it.
He's Trump coded. That's
no,
a good.
Trump killed.
If I said I'm 99% sure the Holocaust happened, how many episodes would Ethan dedicate to that, you think? Like calling me a Holocaust denier?
Killed it.
What?
Trump killed.
That sounds pretty pro-Trump.
He said Trump what?
Killed it.
Oh, killed it.
Execute the baby.
I think I would say he's Trump coded.
Trump's good at this. ...
Bruh.
I've watched his content. It's not.
That was said sarcastically.
It's not super pro-Trump. He's Trump coded though. Did he vote for Trump? Probably yes.
I like that I'm responsible for Donald Trump winning because I wasn't sufficiently pro Kamala Harris, even though my criticisms about Kamala Harris unironically revolved around trying to get her to do shit that would actually cause her to defeat Donald Trump. And yet nobody listened, of course. Why the fuck would they? I'm a dumbass Twitch streamer. But also, literally people who voted for Trump and are currently actively defending Trump, those people are, you know, not responsible for Trump's victory. Even if Trump directly said their names on their, said their name at his, like, in not even in his inauguration, but his, like, his party after winning, his, like, victory party. Also, I don't even care if someone voted for Trump or not. What I care about is their output. I don't care if someone is, like, literally secretly a Trump voter in their own personal life, okay? If they're content creators. If they're content creators, what I care about is their output. I would rather have a reactionary right-wing guy never talk about their politics and hide their politics than have someone who voted for Kamala Harris and loves Kamala Harris, or voted for the Democrats and loves Democrats, but then simultaneously is watching Donald Trump every day and being like, yeah, he's based, and defending every position of this administration. It is completely unacceptable. I hope people understand where I'm coming from with this. If you're a content creator, you have a platform, you have a position of prominence, you have a position of influence, you have a tremendous amount of influence over your own audience. With great power comes great responsibility. There's a finite amount of things that you can cover and things that you can pay attention to. So I care about what these people choose to pay attention to. I care about what these people choose to cover. I care about what these people spend their time on. And if all that you spend your time on is basically shitting on other progressive content creators while you simultaneously say you're a liberal, then you're probably not a liberal.
Probably.
Probably, yes. But it's not a total glaze fest or anything like that.
It's just wild because this person keeps saying I'm anti-Semitic, you know? This is the person who keeps saying I'm anti-Semitic. Anyway, it's just very obviously just about pure spite, pure resentment, pure crash out, nothing else. Speaking of pure spite, pure resentment, and pure crash out, the oldest trick in the book that centrist nihilists apply is to say, oh, you got emotional, so you lost. And I suspect that there is a new Asmongold video out there in terms of drama slop tubers that are also hitting the center-right pivot or the far-right pivot. Asmongold did a video where I'm 100% correct, and he even conceded on my points on the Mahmoud Khalil shit. And the video itself is just basically saying, Hassan got really emotional, so I won, which is wild. But at the end of the day, as long as Asmongold changes his mind and then actively criticizes the Trump administration for violating First Amendment principles against non-citizens, then it's fine. I don't really give a shit. We don't care about Asmon, I know, but it doesn't matter. Okay, you might not care about it, but he is currently the largest political content creator, and therefore, whether you care about him or not, or whether we care about him in this community or not, doesn't change that reality. He is currently one of the largest political content creators on the internet. He is bigger than the Daily fucking Wire. So, you know, the way I see it at this point is like, it's no different than me covering Ben Shapiro. If Ben Shapiro was constantly popping off and chirping, then obviously I would talk about Ben Shapiro. I get it. It's easy to factor it as though it's just like pure drama because who gives a shit, because it's Asmongold, is easy to say. But the reality of the matter is, I mean, look at this. He can't stop talking about me. 970,000 views. This is going to continue. And it does seem like a lot of centrists are going to lend their support to this person because of their own personal distaste towards me. It is what it is, but I will, yeah, we used to fact check Ben to provide an alternative. Now he is Ben. Exactly. So that's the way I see it. No, anything. No, it does not. What are you talking about?
I don't really.
This is it.
Know exactly how the law works. This is what I've heard.
Then why did you spend 48 hours worth of content saying, oh my God.
That's it.
And I certainly don't know all of the confines of like, I don't know everything about the fucking immigration law either. Having said that, then why did you spend 48 fucking hours worth of content saying?
Anyway, he spent way more than 48, by the way.
No, it does not. I did. I did spend way more than this because this is, this is an issue that I am knowledgeable on. And this is an issue that I do have a well-established position on. This is an issue that I consider to be completely unconscionable. Also, how does no one in his audience recognize that this is like deliberately cut this way? Is it you reacting to Asma reacting to you? No, I'm not going to do that. I just wanted to show you. And not only that, but also the brigades have happened. The brigades have started again. I love that. I love that the LSF mods have finally been able to cull the entire masses who would constantly bring up the fact that Destiny is, a sex criminal. Now we're back. It's just all fronts. You see, this is a Hassan stream now. Yeah, I got a tiny head. That was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. But drama content creators doing Hassan does drama slop and not political content. All this shit. Gee, stop going on the subreddit. Hassan only covers CCs now. Okay. The reason why I'm briefly giving you an introduction into this before I move on to the Democratic Party's incompetence is because all of this plays a role in the minds of a lot of normies who don't actually pay attention to anything, who simply get their notes from the most palatable, drama-infused, drama-focused content creators possible. If you don't understand how this kind of stuff, factors into people's political considerations, I don't know what to tell you. I get it. It's shitty. It sucks. And I don't want to talk about it, but I'm constantly getting egged on in this space. And a lot of you literally will look at an environment where you have apolitical podcasts and go, how the fuck do we develop such a robust network of right-wing commentary everywhere? This is the beginning of the funnel. That's it. That's it. This is the beginning of the funnel. And you're experiencing the beginning of the funnel move dramatically in the right-wing, direction. That's it. The XCC one was funny though. Yes, I do have I know. I have a tiny head. I think interacting with apolitical content creators and Asmongold is better than talking about the other slop tubers. The slop has no value. All right. Anyway, just wanted to give a brief note. What I don't get is why focus on they should just do their own thing and leave you alone. They will never do that. Yeah. My drama is in every single circumstance. The drama that I find myself in is when other people are actively being like, you fucking suck, your opinions are wrong, and then it's usually the least informed person of all time establishing a political position by posturing against me, and that's pretty much it. So it comes across like I'm defending myself, and it's fucking annoying, and I hate doing it, and I don't want to do it, and I'm moving on from it. But just understand that everything is getting more and more right wing. Okay? Everything is getting more and more right wing. There's a reason for it, and it's going to continue happening. And I hope you recognize it. I hope that we can build a counter to all of this. I hope that we can build a counter to all of this in independent media spaces, because the reality of the matter is we're just in the beginning. Things are going to get fucking worse, Things are going to get worse and worse overall as the Trump administration puts the clamps on and continues to ruin the administrative state, continues to implement austerity measures. I think you have to stop admitting you don't know everything. When you are stupid and people you watch act like they know everything, it makes you look vulnerable when you don't need to. Yeah, I'm going to keep being honest. I think that it's insane to act like you know everything. I don't know everything. And I think not knowing everything is what puts me at and admitting that I don't know everything puts me at a higher position in terms of intellect than the average person or the average commentator who acts like they fucking know what the hell they're talking about. I don't know. I'm very stubborn. I'm very stubborn. So I will continue doing what I've been doing. But let's move on from the drama slop tuber shit to the real drama that is taking place currently inside of the halls of Congress within the caucus of the Democratic Party. Because as you guys know, there is a continuing resolution bill that is supposed to fund the federal government. Okay? There's a continuing resolution bill that's supposed to be funding the federal government, and the Republicans have whipped up votes for it and passed through the House, and it actually landed in the Senate. Now, in the Senate, the Republican Party needs 60 votes to have a filibuster-proof majority. But because the Democrats initially had claimed that they were not going to vote for this, and they were not going to vote for cloture, that this bill was not going to be able to avoid a filibuster. It was not going to pass. And then if the bill didn't pass, then there could be a potential shutdown of the federal government. If there was a shutdown of the federal government, obviously the Republican Party would have to come back to the table and negotiate with the Democrats. This is what the minority party does. The minority party, historically, will always use the filibuster and also will always use the continuing resolution and budget bills specifically to stop the Republican Party from, or the majority party, whichever it is, from advancing their dangerous agendas. Okay? They're calling you not washed. Congrats, little bro. Hey, look at that. Yeah, I'm a real gamer, baby. Anyway, let's continue. So this is super basic, bare minimum politics, okay? Super basic, bare minimum politics. The minority party is supposed to use any and every advantage that they have, any and every instance that they have where they have a seat at the table, where they have a voice in the process to stop the most dangerous aspects, the most nefarious aspects of the agenda of the administration. And the Democrats said that they were going to do this in the Senate. The Democrats, as a majority with the exception of one person, the Democrats in the House all voted against this bill. Now, you might say it's because they were powerless, because the House was going to pass, the House of Representatives was going to pass this bill, whether or not any Democrats said yes or no. So many of them could stand courageously and vote against it. But the reality is there are plenty of Democrats, even in Trump districts, that won Trump districts, that have re-elections coming up in the House of Representatives, that also unironically voted against this. The reason why they did so is because they, at least, it seems to me, understood the assignment a little bit better than the likes of Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand and numerous other high-profile Democrats in the Senate who are terrified of a government shutdown and its potential implications for the market. Okay? There's a list of senators out there on the Democratic Party. We still don't know who's going to go which way. Okay? Some of them have come out and spoke on this. We have John Fetterman saying yes on cloture, Schumer saying yes on cloture, likely yes with Kirsten Gillibrand. And there's obviously a bunch in the problem solvers, Blue Dog Democrat caucus, with the likes of even Dick Durbin, Maggie Hassan, Shaheen, and numerous others that are possibly on the yes category, and you have the open nose on cloture. So what they currently need, I think I've described the process so far, right? You guys understand the process, right? You understand what's going on. It's not confusing, I hope. I'm trying to do my very best here to explain to you this process, because this is very boring procedural shit that is happening, okay? This is very boring procedural shit. Yeah, Catherine Cortez Masto from Nevada is a yes. I'm going to repeat this one more time, okay? The continuing resolution bill is a way to fund the federal government, okay? It happens multiple times throughout the administration, and it needs to pass the Senate. It needs to pass the Senate with a 60 vote filibuster-proof majority. Republicans currently do not have 60 votes. So the Democrats could just say, we are going to filibuster. Filibuster is a process in the Senate where you can stop a bill from passing through. And in the past, technically, the way that you were supposed to do it is by actively standing and talking and holding space, basically, in an effort to not allow this bill to continue. But because of our gerontocracy and the fact that everyone is 855 years old, nowadays you just say you're going to filibuster and you say you're not going to vote for a cloture, and therefore it's effectively considered dead in the water. Okay? Back in the day, people used to do it. There's a famous clip of Bernie Sanders trying to do a filibuster where he talks for hours and hours and hours. I think it was Ted Cruz once that read a children's book. Okay? That's how it works. That's what a filibuster is. For those of you who don't know, that's what a filibuster is in the Senate. People have wanted to abolish the filibuster. I was an advocate to abolish the filibuster. Ironically enough, a lot of Democrats said, don't abolish the filibuster because we will use it, except they don't use it. Now Chuck Schumer is saying he doesn't want to use it. The Senate tradition of unlimited debate has allowed for the use of the filibuster, a loosely defined term for action designed to prolong debate and delay or prevent a vote on a bill, resolution, amendment, or other debatable question. That's what a filibuster is. And the only way to stop a filibuster is by voting for a cloture, which is a supermajority vote. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand what's going on now? Is that informative? I hope. Chuck Schumer is the minority leader in the Senate. He's the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate. And he has, after saying that he was going to not push this bill through, he turned around and basically said, actually, we are going to pass this. If you want to vote yes on this, if you want to vote for yes on the cloture, then you can. So there's two different ways here. You can either say you are going to filibuster, you can say that you're just not going to let this pass, and then the bill is dead in the water, and therefore there's no cloture vote, and therefore the bill can't pass, and therefore the government can't actually fund itself, and therefore the government goes into a shutdown, and that is entirely in the hands now of the Republican administration. That's what is supposed to happen. That's what Chuck Schumer said he was going to happen. Okay? Now, the problem here is twofold. If the Democrats pass this supposedly clean continued resolution, a clean continued resolution, for those of you who don't know, is a continuing resolution that basically has the same standard of spending from the previous, the previously ordained, previously assigned expenditure bills, right? This is not a clean one, though, because it actually has a bunch of funding taken out of it, a bunch of funding for federal agencies taken out of this bill. The Republicans are using this as an opportunity to advance their agenda of dismantling the federal government. So ironically enough, the situation here is win-win for the Republicans if they want to destroy the federal government. If the bill goes through, they get to continue undermining the federal government through the to the funding apparatus, and now Congress has basically given them the opportunity to do so. If they actually don't do this and they can't pass the continuing resolution, then if they can't pass it, then the government goes into shutdown, and effectively during that shutdown, they can take advantage of that and only keep certain government offices open. This is the argument that Chuck Schumer tried to falsely present as a damned if you do, damned if you don't, which is why we're voting for it. A lot of people, including unions that are responsible for federal agents and federal government employees, have been demanding that the Democrats actually force a shutdown, because a shutdown would still be in the hands of the Trump administration. It would undermine the Trump administration's agenda, and they would inevitably have to go back to the negotiations process and negotiate with the Democrats, and Democrats can get some assurances in this process. So basically turning around and saying, no, we're going to go forward with this continued resolution, even though we hate it even though we hate this continued resolution, we're going to go forward with this, is only making you look weak and not even allowing you to fight against the awful ways in which the Trump administration is going to make cuts permanent to the federal government. Yesterday, Trump was asked if he was willing to negotiate with the Democrats, and he said yes, and they caved without asking for anything. Yes, today Trump came out and congratulated Chuck Schumer. Democrats, on the other hand, and not just people like myself, not just radical people like myself. I'm talking centrist Democrats are losing their minds right now. Centrist Democratic politicians are losing their minds. Centrist neoliberals who are famously dick riders of the Democratic Party are losing their minds. They're all finally seeing it in the way that I've been seeing it and yelling about for years. Do you understand? Because they recognize the writing on the wall and they know that this is an unacceptable way to allow the Trump administration to continue along with their agenda. The House is almost entirely united on this. The House Democratic Party and the House of Representatives almost entirely united on this. It is a select number of centrist Democratic senators who are not abiding by the Democratic wishes to resist against the Trump administration's nefarious agenda. Okay? It is crazy. The audience, the base of support wants Chuck Schumer to fight back. Most Democrats, politicians want Chuck Schumer to fight back, and they have fought back. And yet, it is currently in the hands of a couple people, because that's all it takes. All it takes is like, what, 7 votes for them to get at least a vote on cloture and then therefore get a majority vote from the Republican Party and basically continue with funding the government and averting a government shutdown. So there's 2 votes here, one for cloture and one for the actual bill. Democrats think that if they vote no on the actual bill but vote yes on cloture, that they can get away with saying, well, we tried to resist, but actually what's happening here is, they still had the votes. What can we do? It is a fucking cowardly procedural way to get out of it. A vote for cloture in this process is basically a yes vote. It does not matter. And everybody, all the losers such as ourselves who follow politics fairly closely, understand that reality. We all understand what the fuck's going on. And to the average person who doesn't pay a lot of attention to what the fuck is going on, they still see the Democrats as basically caving. They don't know about the process between cloture and cloture votes and yay votes or nay votes. They basically see it as the Democrats caving without putting up a single fucking fight against the Trump administration. And those people are right. Okay? Anyone who thinks that there is a reason for this is absolutely out of their minds. Okay? I've talked to the Podjons privately about this. I've talked to other prominent liberals about this. I've read prominent liberals and their opinions on this. There's like 4 people that still think this is adequate. There's 4 people that think that this is the appropriate thing to do. Most people, including centrists, are completely on board with, fighting against the Republican Party. And the only reason why I think they're doing that, the Dems are caving on this, is, I suspect, because they do not want more market volatility. That's what I think. I think they're worried about market volatility at a time when the markets are already deep red. And I think that they're throwing away what remains of their base of support because they just don't want to. They lost Olivia Giuliana. They lost Olivia Giuliana. It's over. It's Jover. When Olivia Giuliana is shitting on Chuck Schumer for not fighting, it's over. When you lose Nate Silver, Olivia Giuliana, Neera Tanden, okay, these are people who literally get paid to defend the Democratic Party, or they will defend the Democratic Party because they demonstrate ideological zealotry towards third-way neoliberalism. The people that, no matter what, will defend. Will Stancil. I saw a funny tweet about this from Adam Kinzinger, who is literally a fucking Republican, okay? A proud rhino, if you will. Felix had a very funny take on this. He was replying to Ed Germentum here, which I thought was pretty funny. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. So Adam Kinzinger, who is a Republican, okay? Adam Kinzinger, who's a Republican, who's constantly urging the Democrats to be more war hawks, more hawkish, a invented television personality that does not represent a real base, a real constituency for the Democrats at all. He is just an invented television personality. That's the only thing he is. And his entire purpose is to basically say the Democrats need to be more conciliatory to the Republicans, and that's how they win the supposed moderates, right? Like, that's his entire fucking goal. And even he's saying, so let me get this straight. Gavin Newsom, desperate to platform MAGA. Chuck Schumer's de facto supporting the continuing resolution. What's the point of an opposition party again? To which Felix replied, any shitty ostensibly left or center party can actively recruit one-time adversaries from their right in an extremely tedious display that moves 0 voters. That's the base. That is the reason as to why Adam Kinzinger is a Democrat, right? But only true masters can misread things so badly that those same conservatives go, can you guys please lib out more? It's official. We're now at a place where the Democratic Party is so uninterested in fighting back against the Republicans that their own rhinos, their own people that are supposed to be the goal that they are supposed to occupy within the Democratic media infrastructure is to tell them that they can't be radical, to tell them that they have to be, more conservative to win over this like fake majority of supposed moderates out there, even though these guys have no constituency whatsoever. Even those guys are like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Be a little bit more radical, please. That is crazy to me. That is crazy. Oh my God. And yeah, there's more. You have the member said that Democrats in Leesburg were so mad that even centrist Democrats were ready to write checks for AOC for Senate, adding that they have never seen people so mad. At this stage, the anger and resentment is not because these people are card-carrying commies. They're certainly not. They want to maintain neoliberalism foolishly and with a lot of naivete, or because it benefits their pockets, right? There are voters, petite bourgeois voters, small business owners, people that work for the State Department, yada, 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 that want to continue to a certain degree, maybe expanding marginally the social safety nets while simultaneously continuing the previous Democratic regime, the neoliberal regime. Even those guys understand what Trump is doing is psychotic, and they want the Dems to fucking fight back. This current situation in front of us and the anger and resentment that people feel towards Chuck Schumer has nothing to do with ideological conviction. Many of these people who are seemingly on our side, speaking like me, okay? Think about it. I've never heard Will Stancil or Neera Tanden or any number of these different liberal commentators. I've never heard them talk the way I talk about the Democratic Party. They're basically about to do the classic Hassan whisper rant post DNC last night of the DNC, where I was like, you want to fuck the Republicans, you want to be Republicans, you want to suck the Republicans. Like they're literally one step removed from fucking doing the classic bit of just like, you love the Republicans, Democrats love Republicans, what the hell's going on? That is where we're at right now. That is where we're at. And the reason why that is where we're at is because these guys do not want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. I think that there's a select few Democrats at the tippy top that basically got their notes from Wall Street, who was just like, don't fucking do this, because if you push and refuse to vote on the cloture and this bill goes through and the government is or the bill doesn't go through and the government is not funded and there's a government shutdown, there's going to be too much instability and the market will dip dramatically. You have to protect the market. You don't care about protecting the people. We don't care about protecting the people. We are Wall Street. We care about protecting the market. We care about protecting corporate interests and corporate profits. You have to do what is right. And I think that is precisely what happened here. And that's the reason why Chuck Schumer and all these other people are making the worst excuses I have ever heard in my entire life. Yesterday, we reacted to it live where Chuck Schumer talked to Chris Hayes. And I want to go back to that video and rewatch it because it was unacceptable. Oh, it was insane. It was some of the worst defenses I've ever seen. Okay. Jeff Stein from WAPO says, putting aside for a second whether the shutdown is correct or incorrect call for Dems, just worth noting that Trump will get more legal power over the federal budget under the CR, at least per numerous appropriators/appropriations experts I've interviewed. Senator Pat Murray from Washington published a list of dozens of examples of programs that the House-passed measure could allow Trump to change without Congress. For instance, Trump would have near absolute authority over specific Army Corps of Engineers projects, more authority to pick which healthcare or mental health programs to implement, broad discretion over Centers for Disease Control and Prevention programs per Murray's office. Congress is supposed to maintain the power of the purse, and this is a handoff from Congress to the Trump administration, the administration that has already been doing a de facto government shutdown for the past 2 months that it's been in power. Understand something. Chuck Schumer claims that the Trump administration would love a government shutdown. They've been doing it already. This is your opportunity to try and claw back some of their fucking power, some of their encroachment, and you are not using it. It is completely unacceptable. This man is basically consolidating all of the power directly in the hands of the executive, and you are allowing it to happen. It is over, okay? It is so fucking over. What good are these institutions if you can't use them to create institutional hurdles, okay? I'd probably oppose a continuing resolution if, for some extremely misguided reason, you appointed me to be a Democrat senator. Both sides would get blamed for a shutdown, but it would put Trump in the awkward position of having to defend government services he's trying to dismantle. Also, voters might notice that there's still an increasing amount of chaos even when the government opens back up. Trump probably gets blamed for that both by low info voters, because people usually blame the POTUS, by high info ones because they're correct on the merits. Exactly. Nate Silver is right. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Nate Silver is 100% correct. This is exactly what I've been saying. An unimaginably rare Nate Silver W here. You're making a big mess and doing many things that are completely unacceptable. It just seems like Occam's razor here too. We're the party of responsible government doesn't really work if it requires you to endorse irresponsible things. There is always two sides to the negotiation, whether we're talking about labor disputes and a work stoppage, a strike, or whether we're talking about the government shutdown. There's two sides to the story. It's not just going to be people shifting the finger of blame at the Democrats entirely. Also, even if they did, you can't be lower. You're in the mud already. Part of the reason why they could most likely successfully blame the Democratic Party for this, if the shutdown were to go through, is because the Democrats haven't been actively talking about the dangerous agenda of Donald Trump in terms of dismantling the administrative state. They have had 2 months of refusing to directly address some of the most consequential aspects of Trump's defunding. Not just USAID, mind you, okay? USAID funding is not the most significant aspect of Trump's executive orders and his agenda, okay? It's not. It's the mass layoffs of federal administrative workers. That is effectively a government shutdown. That is a permanent government shutdown. He's basically moving the needle in the direction of a permanent government shutdown by slowly but surely tuning up the dials. And if your entire role here is to basically sit around, and expect people to come up with the real villains on their own, you're delusional. Okay? You are delusional. You're fucking wrong. People need to understand who's at fault here. Asked about Schumer's decision to vote for the Republican bill, Democratic Congressman Jarrett Moskowitz told Axios, Amy Schumer was great in the movie Trainwreck, lol. I hate these people, man. I hate them so much. They suck so fucking bad. They suck so much dick and ass, dude. Holy shit, they are so awful. Like, this is such a callous... Anyway, he's probably... You know what? Maybe I'm being too fucking hard on him. I wish he would perhaps come out and boldly declare if he truly believes that what Chuck Schumer is doing is wrong. I hope that he would come out and say it instead of just like taking this weird attitude. Amy Schumer was great in the movie Trainwreck is basically, I think what he's trying to say is like, oh, this is a real train wreck. Maybe that's what he's trying to say. I think the reason why he takes this cowardly fucking stance as a joke is because he doesn't want to actively be like, yeah, Chuck Schumer, what the fuck are you doing? It's just cowardly. Yeah. I'm a veteran. You don't give a fuck about me. Anger at Doge and the GOP is boiling over. Representative Chuck Edwards just got scorched at his own town hall for his support over massive cuts. Yes. People are angry. People are angry. Okay? Democratic politicians are not responsive to the anger that people are exhibiting, the anger that people are experiencing, the righteous anger coming from everyone who's like, don't let the fucking government get cut by these assholes. I don't want to lose my fucking government job permanently. I'm scared that planes are going to keep falling out of the fucking sky. We can't, in this moment of crisis, we can't let a autistic billionaire dipshit with no fucking knowledge of how the government is supposed to run go in there and put his dick through every regulatory agency at a time when fucking planes are falling out of the goddamn sky. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? There's a fucking avian flu that's ripping through the poultry stock that exists, that's made egg prices impossible to fucking purchase. It's hard to find eggs to begin with. Planes are falling out of the goddamn sky. And these guys are basically doing everything in their power to just make things worse. They're firing people at NOAA and the NWS. Are you fucking joking? They're talking about no longer funding education. They wanted to abolish the Department of Education. They're pulling grants away from institutes of higher learning. Publicly funded NIH grants are the only effective way that America can maintain a competitive placement in the global marketplace in terms of finding new cures, and these guys are cutting it. Why? Because it's woke and gay. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? They are like picking apart the government like a bunch of vultures, okay? The carcass of the government like a bunch of vultures. They're just like taking away the scraps. What remains of these institutions that are supposed to offer you some semblance of stability as things worsen day in and day out. Oh, it's over. Chuck Schumer is done. He should never recover from this. His political career should be done going forward. Schumer broke two prime rules of politics for leaders. First, don't defy our own troops. More importantly, when you have the votes, as Schumer did, don't capitulate without getting something in return. It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, Weimar Andy is right. You are a collaborator at this point, okay? You are a collaborator. For 3 days, Senate Democrats privately debated whether to support a House-passed continuing resolution, keeping the government funded through September 30th, or block it with a filibuster, thus letting the government temporarily shut down. At midweek, it looked as if Chuck Schumer had devised a deaf plan, propose an alternative resolution to keep the government open for 30 days, and send that back to the Republican House. That's what he was supposed to do. That way, if the House did not go along, the shutdown would be on the Republicans. On Wednesday, Schumer emerged from 2 days of meetings to declare that the caucus was unified against the Republicans' 6-month resolution and supporting the 30-day plan instead. But it turned out that he was simply floating the idea to keep Senate progressives happy. He was confident that the more centrist Democrats would reject the idea and vote cloture to end a filibuster and end the 6-month continuing resolution to President Trump. In a more sinister maneuver, he would allow Republicans to end debate in exchange for a vote on the 30-day resolution, a vote that would fail, leaving Republicans to pass their bill by majority vote. Hold on. Okay. Oh, has the vote happened? It's about to. Anyway, let's continue. I just want to do an up close and personal shot on this one. I do have to move here though, in order for the camera to be centered here. So why did Chuck Schumer sabotage his own plan? This is on the American Prospect. Taking him at his word, always risky, he was worried that one way or another, the Democrats would take most of the blame for the shutdown. He was also worried that any shutdown would give Trump even more power to decide which government departments to keep in permanent shutdown once the government reopened, as if that's not already happening. It is already happening. I also want to show you the Chris Hayes interview that Chuck Schumer gave last night. We watched it live. We watched it in real time. I could not comprehend how Chuck Schumer would behave in such a ridiculous manner. He launched one of the worst defenses that I have ever seen from a professional politician.
Democrats are split over how they will vote on the Republican plan to keep the government funded, though on Elon Musk and Donald Trump's terms. Trump's budget director, and this is key, is already reportedly preparing to ignore the spending appropriated in the bill. Some Democrats have said they will not support the plan, even if it means a government shutdown. But Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York says he will support the vote basically to get the bill in a position to pass and to keep the government open.
That's what the vote for cloture is. It's a cowardly way to vote yes without actively voting yes. That's what Chuck Schumer is going for, which is weird because who is this for at that point? Like, if you're getting a yes vote on the cloture to pass it through and a no vote on the bill itself, you're doing that to say, well, we stood proudly against this bill, even though we stood idly by and allowed it to pass, right? But that is for process nerds. And process nerds obviously look at the situation and go, what the fuck do you mean? You're voting yes. If you vote for cloture, you're voting yes. It doesn't matter if you end up voting no at the end. You're allowing it to pass through because there's enough votes. Incredible. So it's basically for no one. Like, there is not a single person here that is on board with this idea, with the ways in which Chuck Schumer is trying to go through with this. Like, there's no defense of what he's doing.
For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option. It is not a clean CR. It is deeply partisan. It doesn't address far too many of this country's needs. But I believe allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option.
And Senator Chuck Schumer joins me now. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is the worst bill of all time. And that's why we are going to not do anything. We're just going to let it pass. Now, Chuck Schumer's responses that you're going to hear here to Chris Hayes are so laughable, so ridiculous that even Chris Hayes is like directly laughing in his face. Okay.
Let's just start on this. I think there are a lot of people watching this right now who are confused about this decision.
Okay.
Or upset by it. So just give me your logic, particularly on this sort of on the one hand, on the other. What is the cost you see to the constitutional order of a shutdown that isn't already being done now?
It's a dramatic cost. Here's why, Chris. Under a shutdown, it is the executive branch, in this case Trump, Musk, DOJ, and Vogt, who's head of the OMB, who we all know are authoritarians, vicious, nasty, who would have sole control over what is funded and what isn't.
He's doing the meme. He's like, these guys are Nazis, and that's why we're just going to lay on the train tracks and allow them to roll us over. These guys are real authoritarian fascists, and that's why we're going to give them everything that they want, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it. It's like, what are you doing? You're undermining your own position. You have a position here. The position is these guys are horrifying monsters that want to destroy the administrative state. Why are you letting it happen? You are letting it happen.
They get to determine what is a, quote, essential service. And they will just cut to smithereens, far greater than in the CR bill, which is a lousy bill, far greater than that, what could be funded and what couldn't. And there's no recourse. You can't go to court.
Is he wrong, though, about them taking advantage during a shutdown? No, but it doesn't matter because the bill, once passed, is giving legal authority to Trump to do permanent shutdowns. Because what is a shutdown? When a government shuts down, they go on furlough, okay? So they have to cut back on payments for certain administrative agency employees, okay? The bill itself directly refuses to fund some of these agencies and gives Trump awesome power over the administrative state. Now it's congressional power that has been handed off to him. Do you understand? So technically, if you don't fight against this CR, then you're giving him a permanent shutdown capability. It's ridiculous. It's completely unacceptable. A shutdown, at least while causing some harm in the interim, would force the Republicans to concede on all of the things that the Democrats want them to not do, because they would end up owning the shutdown. The administration always will own the shutdown. Okay? This is a perfect opportunity for the Democrats to say, hey, you don't like the shutdown? This is what we were trying to avert. This is the crisis that we wanted to stop. This is, if left to their own devices, this is the future that the Republican Party is envisioning. Okay? It's not a lose-lose situation. It's a lose everything while you hand it off to them versus lose some in the interim and eventually use this as an opportunity to showcase how damaging furloughing federal government agencies look like to every single person in America. So no, it's not a lose-lose situation. It's a which situation do you lose less moment here. And Chuck Schumer is choosing to hand off this W without a fight. It is completely unacceptable. You're not recognizing what he's saying. If the shutdown happens, the executive takes the power of the purse. Do you think I don't know what he's trying to say? One codifies the power of the purse by way of the CR. The other is a short-term power of the purse for the executive agency, where Americans immediately blame the Republican Party for these failures, and you can draw out those failures and remind people that this is precisely what their agenda looks like. What are you saying? Are you guys not listening to a single thing that's coming out of my mouth here? What is happening? Republicans can blame Democrats no matter what, and they will always blame Democrats no matter what, but it does not matter because in this circumstance, a competent opposition party is supposed to say, hey, this furlough, this shutdown is entirely in the hands of the Republican administration. And guess what? All they need to do is come to the table with us and bargain with us. All they need to do is protect the federal government. That's all we wanted out of this, because if passed, this bill is going to codify permanent cuts to the federal government, which is in effect a permanent shutdown that is now legal. Okay? Permanent furlough that is now legal. That's the goal for the Republican Party.
This is a decision totally in the executive branch. And so it would be devastating. Why is it that Elon Musk and Donald Trump want a government shutdown? So they can take control of the government and do their vicious, horrible things. They could cut half the government.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Oh, the Republicans really want the shutdown. That is a terrible argument. You want to know why that's a terrible argument? Because Donald Trump has actively said that he is going to primary Thomas Massie for voting against it. Donald Trump has also said he's open to talking to the Democrats in order to avert a shutdown. Donald Trump has also openly said that anyone that doesn't vote for this CR bill that they wrote is directly at odds with the American public. He wants this bill to go through. Why would he not want the bill to go through? What are you talking about? The notion that the Trump administration actually actively is in support of a continuing resolution to not go through is idiotic. Okay? It is idiotic. You're just, it doesn't make any sense. It's not correct. And it's also incorrect in the most laughable ways possible, because anyone with 3 brain cells can recognize that, yes, of course the Trump admin wants this CR to go through, so they don't have to actually fight at all.
They could tell employees you're not essential and never bring them back, permanently firing them. It's a disaster. And in a few weeks, if there was a shutdown, everyone would be complaining and howling. Why did they eliminate SNAP? Why did they cut so much of Medicaid? But they could do all that on their own. That's the problem. There is no check on them with a shutdown. That's not.
Yeah. Trump definitely doesn't want the bill to pass so they can force a shutdown. That's why this morning he congratulated Chuck Schumer for being a ginormous coward. It's real 5D chess from Donald Trump. It's not even, you don't even have to be brilliant, because these guys constantly, every step of the way, are desperate to lose to the dumbest people you've ever seen, the most incompetent people you've ever seen. They have no smoke. They have no interest whatsoever in fighting back. And therefore, they allow some of the dumbest people you have ever encountered in your whole fucking life to ruin the skeleton of what remains of the federal government, dude. They're tanking it. They're tanking it. They're just throwing. It's crazy.
To say this CR bill is a good bill, it isn't. It didn't have any safeguards in it. But it would be much, much worse to have a shutdown. And my job, Chris, as leader, is to see things a little bit ahead down the road and see how horrible this would be and alert people to it.
So I want to sort of present two arguments on the other side. One of them is that it was quite, and I hear you on this. This is not an easy call. I want to be clear. I mean, I don't think it is, but you know, the AFG union, which is the large.
Back to remind you that Hassan is a loser and benefits from political conflict. Yes, dude. You're right. Not your favorite content creators who don't know anything and will never, not your favorite content creators who don't know what a fucking cloture vote is or how process works. Yes, I'm benefiting tremendously from, instead of doing the same fucking drama slop over and over again, talking about annoying procedural hurdles that the Democrats have placed upon themselves or their lack of interest in utilizing the fucking annoying procedural hurdles against the administration that is desperately trying to claw all semblance of political power away from the federal regulatory agencies and directly consolidate them in the hands of the executive and undermine the administrative state piece by fucking piece. This is some real political conflict that's real fun for the average fucking person. It's just not the shit that gets clipped out. Stupid.
Union representing federal workers. They won a big victory today in federal court about those probationary employees who were fired.
Yeah, the union representing federal workers wants the Democrats to fight back. Here's what the issue is. Are you ready? Chuck Schumer foolishly thought that the centrist Democrats would vote for the cloture quietly, and he miscalculated because he is the worst leader of all time. Nancy Pelosi, whom I have tremendous amounts of disagreements with, was a vicious whip, okay? She knew every aspect of her caucus. She knew how to whip votes. Chuck Schumer is a horribly incompetent dumbass and miscalculated. And when the centrist Democrats in the Senate that he thought would quietly abide and quietly vote for the cloture said, no, we're not going to do that, him and Kirsten Gillibrand lost their fucking minds. Okay? Nancy Pelosi has also come out against Chuck Schumer. Nancy Pelosi urges senators to oppose key spending bill, risking shutdown. Okay? Understand something here. This is yet another like Joe Biden has to drop out moment where basically the old hat centrist Democrats, establishment Democrats, the likes of David Dayen, myself, Sam Cedar, AOC, and like centrist Democrats all around the country and the entirety of the base are aligned against like a handful of Democrats who just want to keep things going. It is crazy. It does not make any sense. It is yet another moment for people to recognize that the goal here is to cave, concede, capitulate, allow the Republicans to do whatever they want, okay? With the hopes that there will be some semblance of stability in the short term and then inevitable collapse in the long term that will be seen as the Republican Party's incompetence, and that will allow the Democrats to not really do much and still win a marginal victory over the Republicans. It is incredibly short term. This thinking is unimaginably short term.
So on social media, you've been urging people to.
Is short term thinking is
so
foolish,
on social media,
it's
you've been
stupid.
urging people.
It is going to cause so much harm, especially when the Republicans will just not go away. They're just not going to go away. There's no assurances that Trump is just not going to run again. You know what I mean? Like even simple shit like that. And why should they? If this is the leader of the opposition on the Democratic Party side, why should they? Anyway, I'm going to get back to the Democrats being stupid in a second, but Donald Trump is now speaking live at the Department of Justice.
Representative guy, Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think. And State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
By the way, in this meeting before Donald Trump, there was a DOJ person that spoke and said that they would be trying student protesters as terrorists, okay? That was, I repeat, I'm not joking. They straight up said that they would be examining, the U.S. Department of Justice is examining whether student protests at Columbia University over the genocide in Gaza violated federal terrorism laws. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said today. Blanche's department previously said the investigation is also looking into civil rights violations stemming from the administration's expanded definition of anti-Semitism to include criticisms of Israel. Holy shit.
Very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women have brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash and all of the people I introduced and far more, big numbers, and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected, and I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve, a lot of problems to solve. But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier, and I believe that's going to happen. I'm so proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said, as an example, that Hunter Biden's laptop from hell came from Russia.
Oh, God.
When they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the President of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others, but these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. And that's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. What they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts of records. They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They really did record numbers. I would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really after the Catholics, so I don't know. They were after a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back.
More consolidation of power, utilizing the Department of Justice for his own personal goals, for his own personal agenda.
So now, as the chief law enforcement officer,
straightforward fascism, folks. That's what this is.
I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people thought possible. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts, 2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we won it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist. Red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communists, but it didn't work out that way. The American people have given us a mandate and really a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country. And that's why on day one, I signed an executive order banning all government censorship and directing the removal of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they found with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and therefore he's let him go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam, I think, than that. That was not good. I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing. There was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said that's going to be, and you know what?
Dude, we're running back. We're running back the hits from the first one.
Because
the first admin.
Things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact, really bad things. He was a terrible person, did terrible things, and persecuted people. And all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new DOJ task force and anti-Christian bias. And under Director Patel, we're getting the FBI agents out of the headquarters in Washington, D.C., and back on the streets in pursuit of dangerous criminals where they belong and where they want to be. And, you know, you have that big FBI building, and it's a very big building, and they were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it. Not going to let that happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is, which would have been the right place because the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. You can't that's one thing I did learn from this persecution. The FBI and the DOJ work together. Now, in my case, they work together for bad purposes, but they do. They were always together. So how can you have one that's 3 hours away? But one thing I said to Cash, well, we're going to get a great building built. It's going to be a magnificent building. He said, sir, we don't need that kind of room. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just going to take a old Department of Commerce building that's about 25% the size, and that's what I need. We're going to have the best staff that you've ever seen, and that's what I need. It's in a nice location, but I don't need that big building. Why don't you just sell the site to somebody, and we're going to be very happy. And they want to have far fewer people, but we also want to have them in D.C., and if for no other reason, we like having law enforcement walking the streets of our capital, because when the bad guys are out there and they see there's an FBI agent, that's the ultimate in law enforcement, and they're not going to be acting so bad. We're cleaning up our city. We're cleaning up this great capital, and we're not going to have crime, and we're not going to stand for crime, and we're going to take the graffiti down, and we're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration, and if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the administration is going to be able. So far, they've been doing very well. The mayor's been doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite.
Chat, shut the fuck up. This is not just Trump yapping, okay? This is important to understand where he's going to take it. I know Bernie's on the Senate floor right now. Shut up. Go watch it on your own if you want to. We have to listen to the current president literally at the Department of Justice talk about how he is going to weaponize the Department of Justice. I know you don't want to hear it. I know it sounds shitty. He's rambling on about the same old things over and over again. But in there is nuggets of things that he's going to do next. And we have to fucking address it.
I didn't want to have him see graffiti. I didn't want to have him see broken barriers and potholes in the roads. And we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city. And we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was, and it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place with these violent, vicious lawyers that we have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd scream and scream at the ref. He'd scream. I watched it. By the way, I love Bobby Knight because he endorsed me, and having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016, and I was doing great. But a friend came up and said, "You know Bobby Knight?" I said, "No, I don't, but I hear he was a tough cookie." He said, not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine. It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, "Sir, I'd like to endorse you." I said, "Is this really Bobby Knight?" I said, "It's me." I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. He was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip on his shoulder. But he loved Trump, and he came in, and he said, "I'd love to endorse you." He said, "If you ever run, please call me." So he said, "You know Bobby Knight?" I said, "Well, I don't know him," but he called me a couple of years ago. It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number, and on each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, I wrote his number down, and I put it here 2 years ago. And I said, let me see if I can find it. It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened, too. My ear is still throbbing. That was a miracle. That was a miracle also, wasn't it? It was a miracle also.
Is this a policy speech? Yes and no. Trump never actually has a pure policy speech, but it doesn't matter because this is where he will tell you what he's going to do next.
That was a miracle. Anyway, okay, that's very nice. Thank you. But so he said, Bobby Knight. So I said, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted up. There would have to be 2,000-3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up, the first one, had no idea. And there was his name on a little card, Bobby Knight with his number. It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him, dialed the number. He said, I've been waiting for you to call. And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually a little far, if you remember, he made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly.
Andrew just landed a $642 million Pentagon contract. Awesome.
He walks back onto the stage. I said, uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back? He was a big guy, too. Why is he coming back? He said, may I say a few more words?
Great.
I said, yeah, go ahead, Bobby. Say a few more words. A little different. And he said, and let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy. And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam. That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great. And it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place is more amazing. I think it's more consequential. And if we do the job, one of the big media outlet said what we did was the most consequential election in the last 129 years. Well, if we do the job that we're all capable of doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some. And that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at making this country so great, so great. What happened to our country was so sad. What they've done in 4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation, was never going to happen with Ukraine. Allowing October 7th to happen would have never happened because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke is doing a good job. Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. All things that we wanted to do, because then everything else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign trail, those last 90 perfect, beautiful days. We just hit it. And I want to thank Susie. You have done a great job. Susie Wiles. Great job, Susie. Big Magazine just named her the most powerful woman in the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful woman. You think about it, John, right? The most powerful woman in the world. But she's great. And we had a great 90 days. It was a perfect 90 days, and it was a great result. But we want to put that result to good use by doing a phenomenal job. And
the saddest part about him just being like, prices are going to come down, they're coming down already, is that there is enough people in his audience that unironically believe it, where they're like, they go to the grocery store, they don't experience it, but they still believe it, where they're like, hell yeah, well, my president said so, so it must be the case. It's insane.
But I did appoint her federal judge, and these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might as well go out and just shout it in a courthouse. They were saying she was slow, she wasn't smart, she was totally biased, she loved Trump. I didn't know her, other than I saw her the couple of days that I was in court, and I thought her decorum was amazing. Anything bad they could say, though, they were saying about her, it was whatever they could say bad about a human being, all made up. Because actually she was brilliant. She moved quickly. She was the absolute model of what a judge should be. She was strong and tough. And how do you get them to stop if you're a judge? How do you get them to stop with the playing the ref? Bobby Knight would play the ref. That's why I brought up the Bobby Knight story. He would play the ref. He'd scream at the ref. He'd scream so hard. Oh, boy, it was terrible, actually. And the
eggs are down, but that's because we're importing 10 million eggs from Turkey and now begging Denmark and Sweden for eggs too. We're literally importing hundreds of millions of eggs from Europe. It's not a legitimate price decrease. His manufacturer is going to shoot back up when people stop subsidizing us.
I don't care.
Turkey will always subsidize the U.S. Are you kidding me?
He chair. He starts going crazy. And he said, no, he's not going to change this time, but he's going to change for the next play. And sure as hell he did. You know, Bobby, by the way, had the last undefeated team in basketball. And relatively speaking, you know, he had a team. He always had a team. He never had that. Well, he had a couple of great players, obviously, some top NBA players, but very few relatively. He had a team, but he won the national championship 3 times. But he had the last undefeated team in basketball. And he would play the ref, and he would scream at him. He knew exactly what he was doing. They're doing the same thing.
Ironic how you can talk about eggs so much, he refused to go vegan. Cognitive dissonance is crazy. Take a day off,
vegan.
They
wanted to scare the hell out of the judges, and they do it. And how do you stop it if you're a judge? Because you want to go home, you have a family, you have children, and the New York Times will write whatever these people say, and the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and MSDNC, and the fake news CNN, and ABC, and CBS, and NBC, and they'll write whatever they say. And what do you do to get rid of it? You convict Trump. All you have to do is be really tough on him and ultimately convict him, and they leave you alone. It's totally illegal what they do. I just hope you can all watch for it, but it's totally illegal. And it was so unfair what they were doing to her. But they do it all the time with judges. But in her case, she was very courageous, and it only made her angry. Wouldn't you say? It just made her angry. She didn't like it. A lot of them say, oh, please don't say that about me. My family, what's my husband going to say? What's my wife going to say, or my kids? Please don't say that. And it had absolutely no impact on her in the case against me, which was a case, I will not use a bad word. I promised my wife I would never use a bad word, so just a little bad. The case against me was bullshit, and she correctly dismissed it. She correctly. Look at Emil, he's looking, he said, that's interesting. But these two guys were warriors. You got a warrior here. You got two warriors, I can tell you that. You got a whole bunch of them. But, and they wouldn't quit. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They just wouldn't quit. These two people right up here, and some others that are involved with it indirectly. And what the lawyers do is they're doing it to the Supreme Court justices, hoping that they'll be overcome by the horrible things they say about them. They say things about Supreme Court justices and judges that are just horrible. They're playing the ref. Remember the way they treated Justice Thomas and Justice Alito and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. Chief Justice Roberts get treated unbelievably badly, and they're hoping that they can sway them to go along because, again, what do? They're humans. You know, like it would be wonderful if everybody was just a perfect computer machine, but they're not. They're humans, and they don't want to be accused of many, many things, including gross incompetence. They don't like it, and they don't want it. There's not much they can do about it. You know, they're in a position they can't really fight back really very well. And so what they do is sometimes
going to replace SCOTUS with Grok.
I would say a majority, maybe, of the time.
He would never do that because SCOTUS works for him.
Judge Cannon in Florida. How
the moment that it doesn't, though, is a wrap.
It actually made her more resolute than anything I've seen. I mean, it was amazing because they were hitting her so hard. It was so sad to watch this. But it's sad what they do to other judges. It's very sad what they do to the Supreme Court. And a lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse in the New York Times and the Washington Post, all of the different networks. They take such abuse. And honestly, very simply, they're afraid of bad publicity. They don't want bad publicity. And it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form. There's no difference than speaking to a judge or shouting to a judge or doing whatever you have to do in a courthouse. They're doing it behind the back. They're usually doing it anonymously. They're saying anonymously, off the record, the judge is no good, but everybody knows where it's coming from. And it's totally coordinated. It's a campaign, and it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman, deranged Jack Smith. There's a guy named Norm Eisen. I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years. Now, Crew is a charitable organization. And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this. But these are bad people. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he looks like.
He's like, I'm coming after him. Charitable organizations, it's time for you to go to jail. Coming after me is illegal.
That's a political thing.
That's what's happening, yeah. If you come after the president and you're a part of a charitable organization, I will revoke your 501c3 status and I will jail you.
Probably had pretty good success over the years.
That's terrorism too.
But with me,
well, fuck it. Why not? Why not? Why not?
Because I'm president.
Coming after the president is terrorism. How dare you? I'm the president.
Tremendous abuse, like these wonderful guys. They're not legitimate people. They're horrible people. They're scum, and you have to know that. And you're going to have these cases where you can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other side has. these people are going to go after me. And I said it during the other night, during the big speech on Tuesday night. I said about Democrats, and I don't like that. I have great respect, by the way, for what Schumer did today. He went out and he said that I'm going to have to vote with the Republicans because it's the right thing to do. I couldn't believe what I heard. But, you know, I think he's going to get some credit for it. I think. Let's see what happens tonight with the big vote as it comes. But these networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other. And everything we do, we're restoring law, restoring order, and restoring public safety in America. That's what we want to do. And we're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back to the highest levels of the FBI, DOJ, and throughout our government. We're bringing our country back faster than anyone ever thought possible. We're working so hard at doing it, and we want fairness in the courts. The courts are a big factor. The elections, which were totally rigged, are a big factor. We have to have honest elections. We have to have borders, and we have to have courts and law that's fair. Well, we're not going to have a country. Crooked Joe Biden got us into a real mess with Russia and everything else he did, frankly, but he didn't know about it, and he, generally speaking, signed it with AutoPen. So how would he know? That AutoPen is a big deal. I don't know. You know, they're having who's doing this? So when my people come up, Will and all of the people, Steve.
Gotta say, he's gonna go after the press, but honestly, I don't know who we would go after in mainstream media, because most of mainstream media is like fairly compliant with the demands that Trump is making. In terms of like who he would go after, it'd be people like in independent media, people like myself, most likely, because there's not much real like motion. Like Rachel Maddow is angry at Trump, but not in a way that actually harms him. You know what I mean?
We've already started. They say that we had the most successful first month of presidency. Not a long time.
Because those guys are not gonna come out and boldly declare Israel to be a genocidal apartheid state or whatever. Because it's clear that that is the weapon that they're wielding. The pre-existing like anti-Semitism, the pre-existing anti-Semitism statutes that they've greatly expanded on, and decided that like criticism of Israel is now anti-Semitism is what they're going with. That's the weapon they're wielding. MSNBC is never going to say something that comes across as even remotely anti-Zionist. So I think in the short term, the people that they will go after, the administration will go after in the press or in media or, you know, student activists are all going to be anti-Zionist. That will open up the floodgates to expanding on terrorism charges. The utilization of the vague definition of terrorism will be all-encompassing and will move further and further into different territories, like maybe, you know, vandalizing a Tesla, maybe operating a NGO or operating a 501c3 that criticizes Donald Trump.
They're from nowhere close to here, but they're young people.
That's where we're at.
Human beings, and they have parents. They have sisters and brothers, the mothers and fathers, the friends and the families and the towns where they grew up. And they're losing, on average, 2,000, even 2,500 a week. And I want to get it stopped. And we've had some very good calls today with Russia and with Ukraine. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia. And it's not easy. It's a tough one. But I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years, and millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed. And he said it was a great honor. Without me, it would just keep going on. We're looking for the ceasefire now with Russia.
Yeah, foreign press that reports stuff he doesn't like will self-censor before they get deported, so it's kind of getting what he wants anyway. True, that too.
I can tell you that there was a case where there would have been no war if I were president, and it's just 100% would not have happened, would never have happened. I used to speak to President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you what he said. But if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship, and we had a professional relationship, and his respect for this country, and I think we've had some very good results. So, you know, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers, as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now, you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened. A thing like that would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened.
Oh, my God.
Iran had no money. They were totally broke. Think of it. They had no money to give to anybody.
So why is it happening now? It's happening still. Why haven't you put an end to it? This makes no sense.
In China and everybody else that
this
wasn't
makes no
buying
sense.
oil from Iran was
You're
buying
president
it at
right
levels
now.
that they never spent before. And
Ukraine very much is still happening.
It was a sad thing. And if you look at Afghanistan, that was probably what got Putin started, because when he looked at how horribly we looked, I think the most embarrassing day, not that we got out because we were getting out. I would have been out faster than them. I was the one that got it down to the right level. But we would have kept Bagram, the big Air Force base. We would have kept it. Right now, China occupies Bagram. And the reason we would have kept it is because they were 1 hour away from where China has and builds its nuclear missiles and weapons. And they gave that up. At the dark of night, they left the lights on, and they left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what about all the dogs? They had a lot of dogs, and they left the dogs behind. And what a shame. What a shame. The way we got out, I think it was the most humiliating time in the history of our country. The way it happened, not that we were getting out, because we wanted to get out, but we would have gotten out with dignity and strength. And what a difference a rigged and crooked election had on our country when you think about it. And the people who did this to us should go to jail. They should go to jail. So I just want to say God bless America, because we have to say God bless. We're lucky we're still here, frankly. And this whole thing could lead, I think we have it. I think we have it. But this could lead to World War III very easily. Could very easily lead to World War III, but I think we're in pretty good shape, a lot better than we were before we got involved, that I can tell you. That was heading into World War III territory, and that would have been a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that people you don't even want to know about. But as many of you do know, well, we're focused on persecuting, and these people were really focused on persecuting Republicans. The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades. We had levels of violence and crime, and a lot of it had to do with the illegal immigrants that came in. Remember when I used to complain about it? Because I knew how tough they were, how mean they were. And they said, no, people that come into our country are all wonderful people. No, they're not wonderful. These are stone-cold killers. These are killers they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of. These are rough people. These are rough killer people, and they allow them in by the millions. In major cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, mothers can't walk their children to the park without fear of being shot or killed or raped or anything. Women can't ride the subway without worrying that a hoodlum will shove them onto the train tracks. In New York, it's happened twice in the last couple of weeks. They're standing there, a perfect Wall Street gentleman in one case, and another person who was a worker, good worker, electrician, gets pushed into a train going 45 miles an hour just prior to the train, not stopping, going to go through that. So I know the stations very well. I used to take the subway. I used to feel safe when I was young. I'd go to my parents would drop me off at the subway. I'd take the subway to my school. Can you believe it? Today, they wouldn't be doing that. And we want to get a country back maybe where you can do that again, Pam. But it's so sad to see what's taking place under the Biden regime. Average monthly homicides increased by 14%. Property crime rose tremendously. Violent crime went up at least 37% that they know of. Rape soared by 42%. Car theft rose by 48%. And robberies surged to 63 to 100%. They don't even know what the number is. And I have no higher mission as President of the United States than to end this killing and stop this law-breaking and to making America safe again. And that's what you're all about in this room. We want to protect Americans, and we protect everybody that's in our country, American or not American. We want to have a safe and proud country. We're joined today by dozens of police officers, sheriffs and sheriff's deputies from all across the country. My message to these law enforcement heroes is simple. With me in the White House, you once again have a president who will always have your back, will always have your back.
Yeah, no, they're definitely doing a great job. That's why they're coming after student protesters and calling them terrorists.
Thank you.
That's Trump's crime and punishment.
That's a lot of good-looking people, I will tell you.
Trump's crime and punishment attitude is criminalizing dissent.
It's a lot of great people. On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty.
Robbery went up 100%, like every single person is getting robbed. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be every single person getting robbed, but he's lying about all of that, of course.
And last month, I fired all the radical left pro-crime U.S. attorneys appointed by Joe Biden.
It's kind of funny to also fucking do this at the Department of Justice after pardoning every single January 6th insurrectionist. Half of them have been killed by now, by the way. Not half of them, but like a weird number of January 6th insurrectionists have been shot by cops at traffic stops. Okay? Some of them have gone back to prison because they were pedophiles. And this guy pardoned all of them, gave a blanket pardon to all of them. And now he's over here being like, I love my cops. I love my cops, my law enforcement. Okay? It's insane.
And I remember Obama wouldn't.
It's very clear. It's just like, you are not in violation of the law if you do anything for me. If you do something for me, it doesn't matter. I will protect you. If you do something against me, I will punish you with the long dick of the law.
I want to do it with Biden. And Biden didn't know why. I didn't, if they would have asked him, he wouldn't have been able to answer the question. He could never answer a question. They said my press conference yesterday was longer than all of Biden's press conferences put together for the last 4 years. And I don't know if that's true, but it was close. And perhaps most importantly, we're securing our border and repelling the invasion of America. We have, you see the numbers have come down. So, and Tom Homan and Christie have been incredible. Christie Noem. Secretary, she's done great, and Tom Homan is, I don't know if Tom Homan's here.
She's been, not a dog is safe around Christie.
People out of our country.
She keeps going on these raids to kill all of the dogs.
But he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brave guy. Over the past 4 years, other countries emptied out their prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums, and sent the killers, drug smugglers, and bloodthirsty inmates from the filthiest dungeons of the world straight into the USA. And open border. We had an open border policy. Anybody could come in, no matter what you were, no matter where you came from, no matter what you looked like, no matter what you were doing, no matter what you did, no matter how many people you murdered, you could come right into our country. We have murderers right now walking the streets. We're joined today by Tammy Nobles, whose 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was attacked in her home 3 years ago, horrifically assaulted and strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 monster set loose into our country under the open border Biden regime. Kayla was one of countless American victims ripped away from their families by the open border policies of that administration. And we're also joined by Kayla's stepfather, Jeremiah, and several other courageous angel families here today. And I'd love you to all just stand up and take a bow, because you are incredible people. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I want you to know that we are working every day to
Take a
expel
bow.
these savages from our country and ensure that what happened to your
Take a
loved
bow
ones
because
will
I'm
never
talking
happen
about
again.
how
So their legacy is going to be a great
your
one. Thank
your
you all
relatives
very
were
much.
ruthlessly
Appreciate it.
murdered.
On
Come
day
on, take
one
a
of
bow.
my administration, I declared a national emergency on our southern border. In our first full month in office, we achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings ever recorded. Okay, even lower than
We're going to talk
4
about the
years
definitions
ago.
that of anti-Semitism under the Trump DOJ that they will
For
use to
years,
prosecute
Democrats
Americans.
and the media kept saying that we needed new legislation. We had to have new legislation. We needed it immediately. And I never had legislation. I had the best border in the history of our country for almost 4 years. And by the time I got out, we had the lowest numbers ever. My favorite chart of all time was brought down that day. And on that chart said we had the lowest numbers ever. But it turned out that we really didn't need new legislation. All you needed was a new president. And I said that the other night. That's all you needed was a new president saying, close the borders, because the Border Patrol is unbelievable, ICE is unbelievable, and all of our law enforcement is just incredible. All of you guys are amazing, and the people of our country respect you and they love you, and a lot of times you don't hear that because you have to listen to the fake news back there, but they have great respect for you, so I just want you to know that. And you know, that includes our fire departments too. They don't get spoken about enough. You know, they go into some of the areas I read where they're shooting them off ladders. Can you believe it? They go up to put out a fire, Leo, and they go and they shoot them off a ladder. It's just unbelievable. These firemen and women are incredible. So I want to put them in the same category because they're just incredible. I also like that the fact they voted for me like at 94%. So I have to mention them. I have no choice, right? But the truth is they're phenomenal people. The law enforcement, fire, everybody, they're phenomenal. Basically first responders, because that's what they are. They're first responders. And we're ending the migrant occupation of America. And what we're doing now is we're liberating our cities and our suburbs and our towns. And you see a big difference. I'm getting calls all the time from even leaders of other countries saying, sir, the whole world feels liberated now. It feels like there's a light over America, but there's a light over the whole world. I hear that so much. It's so nice to hear, too. And I feel it. I mean, I feel it. I look at it. I see the polls. I don't know if the polls are right, but they're certainly very good. I'll take them right now. It's amazing what's taken place in such a short period of time, really 6 weeks, but it's longer than that. It's really November 5th. I think that hopefully will go down, if you do your job great, it'll go down as the most important day, one of them at least in the history of our country. You know, July 4th was pretty, 1776, it was pretty important too. But let's see if we can top it. Can we top it? I don't know. That's a tough one, but we're going to try. But it will be one of the most important days in the history of our country. So I think, and I think everybody in this room wants that to happen. Last month, we officially designated MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a big deal. Nobody wanted to do that in the past. And by the way, we've caught hundreds of them, the Venezuelan gang, which is as bad as it gets, and you'll be reading a lot of stories tomorrow about what we've done with them. And you'll be very impressed, and you'll feel a lot safer, too, because they are a vicious group.
He's filibustering until the Senate debates are over. I don't think he cares.
Areas of Colorado. They sort of were like me. They
it's
were
already
in the
a given, it
business,
seems,
but they
right?
didn't
He's
go
already
out
got
and
them
get
all.
financing. They just took over a building and kept it. And they said to the tenants, get the hell out of here. One man called the police, and they cut off his fingers. And they say, you call again, your other fingers, and you call a third time, and you're dead. These are tough people and bad people, and we're getting them out of our country. And some are so bad, we don't want to get them out. We have to put them in jail because we don't want to even take a chance that they can come back. Thanks to our efforts, Mexico recently handed over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders, including the depraved kingpin charged with the 1985 murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena. And that was a big deal, if you know. They've been looking for this person for years, many years.
I'm not going to watch the roll call vote. Once we know what the final vote is, then we'll watch the final vote. You know what? Fuck it. All right. Yeah. All right. We'll watch it. Why not? Let's see. Let's see where they go.
In terms of playing the long game, thinking about how Democrats need to position themselves to meaningfully combat the Trump administration moving forward, this would not be the winning fight. And I certainly understand the progressive anger. I certainly understand House Democrats who feel like they walked out on a plank and took a tough vote.
Former
That
White
you
House
can certainly understand
spokesperson
back and forth. But I do
defending
think for the long-term,
like 8 people in the Democratic Party right now against the entire base and against the rest of the establishment Democrats.
And think about in the Senate,
all of the centrists are against this.
States, and that's going to be a tough. I think.
Who is this for?
To think about that too.
As a House Republican, those that instigate the shutdown eat it on the back end. So don't do it.
Great.
Don't do it.
So you have on CNN a Republican who doesn't want the Democrats to vote against the continuing resolution. You have a former White House spokesperson also criticizing Democrats. Where is like a representative for the voters, like normal voters?
Younger Democrats are chafing at and increasingly complaining about what they see as the feebleness of the old guard's efforts to push back.
It's not just young Democrats, Chad. It's not. Nancy Pelosi is not a young Democrat. Nancy Pelosi is the oldest Democrat. She might be one of the oldest people around.
Town square. How does this potentially, this emerging dynamic,
this as though this is a battle between establishment Democrats and progressives. This, in my opinion, would only force Americans to recognize that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is correct, and these guys are completely delusional.
They need to actually have an internal fight. It's benefited the Republicans, I would argue. You know, there's always been this, the old conventional wisdom was a divided party is the one that gets hurt. But in sometimes it actually, you show life. This, you know, going ahead and having this debate, having this fight, sort of where should the party be? Now, both things can be true in what the Times said, in that I think Schumer tactically is looking at the land, realized he had no, there was no end game here. If you shut down the government, how are you going to reopen it? And it was only going to put them in a worse position. But I did wonder why Schumer is still there. Like, I was surprised after that, meaning, and I say this, this is nothing to do, it's sort of like, after you have a loss like the Democrats had, it's sort of like, it's time to sort of, hey, bring in a new set of leaders all over the map. You know, I am surprised that the Senate Democrats aren't led by a Michael Bennet or an Amy Klobuchar right now, in that it is probably time for that generational handover. It happened on the Republican side, right, from McConnell to Thune. So, like, both things could be true here, although I do believe Schumer took one for his team in a way that was probably really necessary for the party in this moment.
Well, maybe it lets him, as someone who perhaps understands that
I'd be shocked if he's running again
forever.
And I do. I broadly agree with this, and I think you know, Schumer obviously remains in place, but you do see Democrats. You see Jeanne Shaheen stepping down. You see Tina Smith stepping down. I do think you see a recognition across the leadership of the Democratic Party that it's time for some fresh blood.
All right, we're going to keep watching this critical vote in the Senate. We're going to talk shortly with Senator Chris Coons. He'll be live in the.
What is this?
Price on human life. And so I feel like I can speak for the entire fentanyl fighting community when I say thank you to President Trump, and thank you.
Thank you for the tariffs, President Trump. You're really doing a great job combating the fentanyl crisis.
God bless America.
He brought out another prop to be like, this is a person who was victimized by fentanyl. I assume one of her family members OD'd. Okay. To say, like, this is why we're doing the tariffs. 0 people think this is why they're doing the tariffs. No one believes this.
Thank you, Ann, very much. Weston is, I just said to Ann, Weston is up in heaven watching his mom, and he's so proud of you. He's so proud of you. Thank you. We're also joined today by a number of other American families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl, and I'd love you to just stand up for a second, and we want to acknowledge you. And also, your sons, they're looking down on you, and they're loving you like crazy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. This department will not rest until we have ended the fentanyl epidemic in America once and for all. In less than 2 months since I took office, the DEA and FBI have seized nearly 1 million deadly doses of fentanyl, and that's just the beginning. At my direction and working with Pam and everybody else, we've launched an all-out war on fentanyl traffickers, and it's a war that we're going to win. We're going to win this war. I spoke with the president of Mexico, very nice woman, very fine woman, and I said, let me ask you, you're sending a lot of drugs into our country. We're not liking it at all. Can't do that. But I said, is Mexico, does it have much of a drug? She said, no, we're not a consuming nation. I thought it was an interesting term. And I said, why?
In pure form,
And which I've heard also, by the way, they're not a consuming nation. They distribute, but they don't consume. But I said, why are you not a consumer? Well, we're very close with family. I said, so we're very close with family, too. I mean, our families are being devastated. And
I listened to the New York Times podcast with the journalist that claimed that fentanyl labs in Mexico were shutting down because Donald Trump was terrifying Mexico. Yeah, I know. I talked about how the New York Times was also manufacturing consent for Trump's policies. The notion that Mexico is applying additional, like the notion that like the Mexican government is like doing additional crackdowns more than they have already is ridiculous. They've been actively combating this stuff. And Claudia Sheinbaum basically said as much. They were like, we've been actively combating it. Look, line goes down. And Trump was like, okay, there it is. They're listening to us. He's just looking for a victory. That's all he's looking for here. So he'll take whatever he can.
Campaign that's, I think, really incredible. More than anything else, it's terrible.
Fentanyl is trafficked into the United States by American citizens. Fentanyl is trafficked and purchased by American citizens, is sold by American citizens. Every step of this process is led by Americans, okay? Yes, the production of the chemical compounds necessary to make fentanyl is done by the cartels, but every single aspect of fentanyl is for Americans and by Americans, okay? You cannot, I repeat, you cannot try to target the drug trade by thinking that you can just like stop, thinking that you can do additional enforcement. The only way to stop the drug trade is by focusing on rehabilitation. As a matter of fact, the Biden administration successfully lowered the number of overdoses due to opiates for the first time in decades. And the reason for why they did that was because that happened was because they actually targeted, they did mass Narcan distribution, and they had a more progressive approach to dealing with people who were addicted. Now, it wasn't the best approach. It certainly wasn't the greatest approach of all time. But yeah, deadliest phase of the fentanyl crisis eases. All states see recovery. The peak was 2022 to 2023. The drug overdose deaths have lowered for the first time in decades due to Biden's safe use locations and all the stuff that the Republicans constantly chirped at him over. Many of those programs are still in action. That is the only way that you can actually curb back on the overdoses by treating addiction not as a crime, but instead as an illness, because that's what addiction is. It is an illness. If you criminalize addiction, you will just have more addiction. You will never be able to deal with this problem. But it ultimately doesn't matter because it's not like the tariffs are for dealing with the fentanyl crisis. I mean, really? Canada? Really? A tremendous amount of fentanyl is crossing the border from Canada? People say, oh, well, 1 gram can kill 7 gorillion people. You don't understand. It's like, okay, dude. That's the reason why we're putting tariffs on Canada. That's the reason why we're putting tariffs on China. That's the reason why we're putting tariffs on EU because of fentanyl. No, it's just the only enforcement mechanism that he has, because it's like declare it a national security and then use that as a justification for why you want to do tariffs. I don't know why he wants to do tariffs. I still don't fully comprehend the reasoning behind it and why he keeps scaling it back and then saying we're going to do it again and then pulling it back again. Having said that, I do think it is completely ridiculous to like believe Trump when he says, "Oh, I'm tariffing every country that is in the sphere of American influence. I'm tariffing every country in the sphere of American influence because of fentanyl." Like Mexico is the only country where that would somewhat work if that was a successful method. It's not. It doesn't make sense for all the other countries that are getting tariffs.
Mandate that we receive, but you can't go after your political opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually, and hopefully they won't see anything like it.
Check logs.
But
Trump
now
said
with
they
the
captured
return-
1 million lethal doses. Yes, that means they captured a bag, okay? please. Fentanyl is an incredibly potent and incredibly deadly drug. That's it. They get one bag, they get a couple grams, and they're like, this kills 7 gorillion people. Everything about fentanyl, it's so ironic. It's like everything about fentanyl, the way people talk about it in the media is just completely, it's lies. You can get a contact high. Cops are dying or overdosing on fentanyl by just like being in the presence of fentanyl. Like, it's all lies, okay? Liberal media has played into these lies as well. Just straight up. There's no other way to describe it. It's just a lie, okay? If that was the case, EMTs and if that was the case, if fentanyl could kill you with a contact high or whatever, EMTs and doctors and nurses would be falling apart, okay? Fentanyl is still used in a medical setting all the time. You have fent patches for pain reduction. Like, it's so stupid. Yeah, 2 milligrams of fentanyl is considered the lethal dose. So when he talks about like apprehending 1 million lethal doses, they're talking about not that much fentanyl, okay? It's just a baggie.
The toughest people I know, and they're going to do an incredible job. And it's an honor for me to have won this election so that I can appoint these people to do their job, and they're going to do it like you have never seen. So I just want to wish all of you good luck. It's going to be an interesting journey. Not going to be easy, but you're going to win. You're going to win, 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 and fight, fight, fight. And it's going to end up being a tremendous result for this country.
So far,
so thank you all very much. God
Schatz
bless
and
America.
Durbin have
God
voted
bless
yes
you
on
all. Thank you.
cloture, which is crazy. The fact that Durbin voted yes on cloture is insane. Okay? I can't believe he's doing like a straight up campaign rally. He's playing YMCA at the DOJ.
Fund the government. I mean,
Dick Durbin
that is hard.
voting yes on cloture is so stupid.
Johnson, the Republican leadership team, putting that together.
One thing I want to kind of bring into this conversation, just because it's kind of related to, you mentioned Elon Musk and how it might show if there were a shutdown, employees in the government. There is a lot of anger out there in the country that we've seen on display in town halls. And there was this moment with Chuck Edwards in North Carolina. I just want to play it and kind of talk about it as we think about the big picture of where the country's going. Watch.
This is scale. To be clear, I was proud to vote recently for the House budget resolution, which provides the framework. And you wonder why folks don't want to do these town halls.
Chuck, I would like you to weigh in, but Congressman, you just told me as we were listening to this that you used to represent.
Yeah, it's Buncombe County. Buncombe County, and I had the honor.
The blue dot of Western Carolina, right?
I had the honor of getting in the city of Asheville about 15 to 17% of the vote every election cycle. And so Chuck may do that here. But the idea of actually going into the belly of the beast and having a town hall is a statement of purpose in and of itself. But, House Republicans are saying, well, maybe we shouldn't do in-person town hall meetings. Yes, you've got to go take these licks, go make your arguments, make sure you have a good message. Don't be afraid of it. Do not be afraid of it. Go carry out the message on why these cuts matter and how they're going to affect the economy to the constituents' benefit.
Yeah, you're right, dude. You're right. The guy wearing the bow tie is so totally right. Republicans should go and defend the budget cuts to their constituents so the constituents will, rise up with literal pitchforks.
But I give him credit for doing it. He invited this onto himself, but the people's house should be talking to the people. So in theory, this is exactly what you would hope you would see. But I wanted to step back and just throw one thing that I think sort of explains sort of senatorial behavior a little bit here, and I think sort of is a problem for the Democratic Party right now is its biggest donors and its strategists are to the left of their own voters. Kramer, on the Republican side, its donors and its strategists are to the left of their base voters. Well, on the Republican
so the only solution is a moderate center. Pick up the Republican donors somehow, which they're not.
I think the Democratic Party has a problem.
Every part of this is false. Its supporters are to the left of the Democratic Party. This is true. Their donors are not. The donors are the ones that are forcing Chuck Schumer to, in my opinion, push for a vote on the cloture so they can get this done, so they can pack this up.
It's a weird dynamic, and it is fascinating to me. Literally, the Republican strategist community is to the left of their voters, and the Democratic strategist community is to the left of their voters. That overall ends up benefiting the person that's closer to the swing voter.
Yeah, really interesting. All right, we're going to continue to keep our eye here on the Senate floor, where the votes are still coming in on this key.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, guys, you don't understand. True centrism hasn't been tried yet. Eventually, we're going to get true centrism. We just simply haven't tried it yet. We've tried fake centrism. Real centrism is coming any day now, okay? The real moderate voters are going to wake up to the reality and vote for the Democrats, even though they keep doing more and more centrism, and it just simply doesn't work. Anyway, it looks like it's going to come down to Peters, Shaheen, and Hassan. Maggie Hassan, 100p will vote for the cloture. I would be shocked if that doesn't happen. Ajiv, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, or 10 community gifted subs. Okay. We're going to get back to me ripping on the Democratic minority leader, Chuck Schumer, in a second. But before I do that, I do want to briefly mention we were just talking about the DOJ and what Trump is seeking to criminalize. According to the DOJ, they're going to go after people by using the expanded anti-Semitism statute. Yeah, Cuck Schumer. Before we get back to Cuck Schumer and the Senate battle, I do want to briefly mention this. The Trump admin, or Trump and his Department of Justice, came out and said that they are going to consider anyone. They're going to consider all of the student protesters anti-Semitic terrorists. Okay. And they're going to prosecute people on civil rights statutes. Here are some of the examples under the definition of Trump's DOJ that the Trump DOJ will use to prosecute Americans. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Denying Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Oh, Maggie Hassan voted yes. Yeah, there you go. Yes to the cloture, as I called it. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna pass. It's gonna pass, I think. I hope it doesn't, but please ban me so I never have to see this terrorist lover again. We're not gonna ban you, brother, but you can have some. Wait, you just followed me 16 minutes ago just to say please ban me so I never have to see this terrorist lover again. You can still watch even if you get banned, right? Why don't you just stop watching? I don't understand. I do have a question for people like Stone Gorilla and many others that come in here to say you're a terrorist lover. Does it not strike you as odd that like you and the Trump administration are entirely aligned on the terrorism statute that the Trump admin is looking to prosecute people over? Like, does that not strike you as odd? Maybe you're a Trump supporter. I don't know. Please ban me. I don't want you on my page. Oh my God, dude. I'm not banning you. And I don't want the mods to ban you either. I think it's pretty funny that you're like really desperate. You'll never reach me, bro. Just ban me. I won't stop trying, chatter. One day there will come a day where there's something that you care about that all the people that you think cared about you will not defend. I will be there by your side defending your rights. And that's when you will understand that perhaps you were a little misguided. Even if you come in here with the false notion, that you think I'm pro-terror, okay, I think even on accident, you might learn a thing or two. So no, I won't be banning you unless you violate the rules in the chat by saying something heinous and racist or whatever. But if you had a heart and cared, you would ban me? No. Yup, you're the good guy. We get it. Anyway. Let's continue. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g., by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. This is an objectively true fact. So now, this is anti-Semitic. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Using the symbol. Well, I don't think it's a double standard to expect Israel to not be fascist. This is my standard for America as well. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, e.g. claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel to characterize Israel or Israelis. This is also funny because this is like mostly done by Trump supporters. Like Trump supporting anti-Semites would be falling under this definition quite frequently. Drawing comparisons to contemporary Israeli policy, that of the Nazis, that's literally what the Israeli government itself is doing. I think that looking at historical comparisons is quite appropriate. I would say, okay, I am hitting the terrorism statute, not here, I wouldn't say, but Jake Tapper would be getting hit with this because he does dual loyalty, but wokely. This definitely makes me an anti-Semite, an anti-Semitic terrorist, denying Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. It's true. Applying double standards by requiring, this would make me also an anti-Semitic terrorist supporter as well, because I'm not applying double standards, but I certainly am expecting Israel to behave as a normal democratic state, even though it's an apartheid. And of course, I suspect that that's what their real purpose is here for putting this in here. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, this obviously I do not do. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis is correct. There is definitely an apt comparison there, so I hit that one as well. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel, I do not do that, but I assume that this would also harm a lot of Trump supporters because they definitely do that. Ironically enough, I hit 1, 2, and 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 statutes. I hit 50%. 50%. Yes, these standards would make Albert Einstein an anti-Semitic radical terrorist as well, of course. But, you know. So what are you going to do when they come after you? I don't know. It'll be fine. But thank God. Thank God for hitting free speech. Thank God for finally doing some free speech, baby. Do you hold the people of Israel responsible for the actions of the state of Israel? To the same degree, I hold Americans responsible for the actions of the state of America. This does not mean that, like, every single American is responsible across the board. I am an American. I'm an American citizen who actively tries to change. What? When did we get a lolcow emote? I tried to say racist shit and it auto-filtered my comment. I can't say racist or sexist shit because your chat filters it out. You're fake, bro. That's so funny. Yeah, no, we're keeping you, man. It's pretty good. It's pretty funny. So yeah, that's the situation right now. The examples of anti-Semitism that the Department of Justice is considering a gross expansion on the pre-existing pre-existing anti-Semitism statute.
Watch. We will no longer.
It is directly the IHRA definition, and the guy who came up with that definition said that it should never be used for legislation. That's crazy, and yet. We are still going along with it, just like Germany is going along with it. Wonderful stuff overall. Let's take a look at what the DOJ had to say.
Stand by while universities tolerate and facilitate anti-Semitism and support of terrorism on their campuses. The department's recent actions, which hopefully you've seen at Columbia University.
Yes, the cloture motion will pass. The Democrats have completely caved. Okay, the cloture has passed. It's over. It's done. It's done. Let me finish this DOJ speech and then, or this DOJ erosion of civil liberties, seemingly at the defense of civil liberties, is what they're presenting this as.
Diversity in coordination with our law enforcement agency partners are part of the administration's mission to end anti-Semitism in this country. Just last night, we worked with the Department of Homeland Security to execute search warrants from an investigation into Columbia University for harboring and concealing illegal aliens on its campus. That investigation is ongoing, and we are also looking at whether Columbia's handling of earlier incidents violated civil rights laws and included terrorism crimes. This is long overdue. Let me be clear. Hamas is a terrorist organization. It has the blood of American citizens on its hands.
I mean, you just said that the Nazis basically weren't wrong. I mean, support the people that have been oppressed for more than 100 years, okay, but nuanced, interesting, still smart, and looking to be smart is a non-ending quest. Wait, what? When the fuck did I ever say that? Are you hallucinating? You must be. I've never said that. What? Get the fuck out of here. Dude wants a clip? Yeah. I guess this is the new meta. It's just like watching the stream on mute and then imagining things that I would never say and have not said. Going after education educators. The U.S. is on their 1933 arc now. Yeah, you do know, Shrooms, that comparison right there is now officially designated as an anti-Semitic hate crime. It quite literally says, according to the DOJ, comparisons literally comparing Israel with like what Israel is doing or what America is doing at the behest of Israel to Nazi Germany is anti-Semitic. Only for Israel, though, if you think that doesn't extend to America and criticisms against America, you are not paying attention, especially because criticizing Israel is criticizing America. When you said that's right, correct about Israel being compared to Nazis, that dumbass probably thought you said Nazis were right. No, I'm saying that a comparison between contemporary Israeli actions against Palestinians versus Nazi Germany's actions against socialists, Jews, trade unionists, communists, disabled, gay people is an apt comparison. Okay, 100% an apt comparison. Saying that this apt comparison actually is deeply anti-Semitic and a prosecutable offense is ridiculous. There is no purpose to learn about history if we cannot apply those lessons that we've learned from history to contemporary society. The entire purpose of learning about the Holocaust is so that we don't repeat those mistakes again. We understand how that moral rot sets in to a society that can look the other way as mass atrocities are ongoing. That's the entire reason. These guys obviously don't care about historical perspectives, historical analysis. It's just, it is what it is. Yes, the Senate officially passed 60. They're going. The continued resolution is going to pass through Congress.
Innocent victims, many of whom are citizens of this country, have died because of Hamas's actions. Any person engaging in material support of terror.
Yeah, we also have a Madagascar plan, Hitler style. AP exclusive. U.S. and Israel look to Africa for moving Palestinians uprooted from Gaza. Israel's doing its own Madagascar plan, which is, again, a Nazi plan. Nazi Germany's plan on what to do with the Jews initially was this, okay? It is quite literally a one-to-one comparison. Saying this is not anti-Semitic. Israel is a Nazi country. That's it. Zionism is a fascist ideology and very similar to Nazi ideology. It's just that the victims and the perpetrators are different. That's the only major difference here. How many people get locked up before casuals get aware? I don't think casuals are ever going to get aware of it. I think that they're going to be oblivious to these realities. Also, the family of Mahmoud Halil released the footage of his arrest if you want to see what it looked like. The horrifying nature of Gestapo kicking in your door, coming into your house, violating your law, violating your constitutionally protected rights. Let's take a look.
But you're going to be under arrest. So turn around.
Okay,
Stop
let's
resisting.
not.
Stop resisting.
Okay, he's not resisting. He's giving me his phone, okay? He's not, I understand, he's not resisting.
Put your arm down. Don't worry about it. You're going to have to come with us. Don't worry. I'm coming with you. Don't worry. No one's resisting. No one's getting worked up.
You guys really don't need to be doing all of that. Okay, they just like, okay. What should I do? I don't know. Nor. Let me ask. Can we get a name, please? Can we get your name? I understand the lawyer is asking for your name. The lawyer's asking for your name. He's saying they don't give their names. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Will be taken to immigration custody at 26 Federal Plaza.
She said they're taking.
Unmarked car, plainclothes officers. This is straightforwardly a Gestapo-style kidnapping. Straight up. When was this clip from, brother? A couple days ago. This is the Khalil family has released the kidnapping of Mahmoud
To 26 Federal Plaza. Can you please specify what agency?
Interesting. Some of the ICE agents are also covering their faces. I thought they didn't want any sort of. I thought they wanted to do a face mask ban. Wonder why they're covering their faces. They should be proud. They're just operating at the behest of the federal government.
is taking him, please. Excuse me. They're not talking to me. I don't know. I don't know. Excuse me. The lawyer would like to speak to somebody. Oh my God, they're literally running away from me.
If there was any justice in the world, those who have perpetrated crimes like this, both in Israel and the United States of America, would be arrested and prosecuted in a Nuremberg-style trial. Members of the media that have also actively defended these sorts of actions would be persecuted and successfully prosecuted in a Nuremberg-style trial. The only thing holding back this from happening is, or the only thing that causes people to be confident that they will never actually see repercussions for these kinds of violations of human rights, is the fact that they think America will always be at the top forever. That's it. Yeah, the guy who arrested him, I think, was Elvin Hernandez, who was at this guy. Documents show the ICE agent who arrested Mahmoud Khalil was a special guest of the President Trump at the State of the Union address. Shiny-headed freak. Yeah. Listen, I'm sure leading up to like 1939, Germans probably thought that Germany was going to stay on top too. Things change. What? I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than to showcase to you the depravity. That's it.
You're going to be under arrest.
Yeah, the final Democratic Party turncoat. 10 Senate Democrats are voting to advance the House GOP 6-month funding bill. It has the votes to go through. Cortez Masto, Dick Durbin, John Fetterman, Kirsten Gillibrand, Maggie Hassan, King, Peters, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen. 10. These guys are going to turn around and vote no, most of them, with the exception of John Fetterman. They're going to vote no on the bill, on the passage of the bill, and act like they actually stood against it the entire time. But voting for cloture in this way is to vote for the bill. Make no mistake. It's a cowardly way to do so, but it is precisely what this is. When are you going to speak out about Nancy Pelosi? What? Nancy Pelosi? I knew it. Hasanabi is a hidden Republican? What? Sorry to ask, but what are the implications of this bill passing? I want to give a summary to my centrist dad. It removes funding from key federal agencies. It gives Trump extra power to command existing federal agencies, and it gives Trump the power to command federal agencies further and direct their funding for future initiatives, whether it be to cut funding or to change like what kind of programs that they're focusing on, things of that nature. It basically is a legal defense of a lot of the DOJ actions. Yeah, it takes $1 billion away from DC's budget because DC is not a state; it's a district. So there's that too. It's just like a petty, vindictive agenda. But also here, what we know about the House GOP government funding bill. The bill will fully fund core federal services and maintain operations without increasing spending, according to the GOP-led House Appropriations Committee. With no poison pills or unrelated riders, the bill is simple. Extend funding and certainty for the nation, Committee Chairman Tom Cole of Oklahoma said in a statement, which is a lie. However, the measure contains some Trump administration requests, including an additional $485 million for immigration and customs enforcement to help boost deportations. The $13 billion decrease in non-defense spending, which Republicans are touting as a $13 billion in savings, would stem from the removal of projects or one-time initiatives funded by lawmakers known as earmarks in fiscal year 2024. According to a House Appropriations Committee spokesperson, the measure would not affect the money directed to those projects in the last fiscal year, but it would not repeat the funding for those same projects. No earmarks are included in the continuing resolution, the spokesperson said. The legislation would also fully fund veterans' health care and services and benefits while enhancing investments in defense, the committee touted in a press release. It noted that the bill includes the largest pay raise for junior enlisted troops in more than 40 years. This is all the Republican push, the Republican sell for what is in the bill. Okay? Democrats are taking issue with the GOP's move to fund the government through the end of the fiscal year with a continuing resolution, arguing that the package does not provide the specific funding directives for many programs and priorities that would be laid out in a negotiated full-year spending bill. This creates slush funds for the Trump administration to reshape spending priorities, eliminate longstanding programs, pick winners and losers, and more. That's what the fact sheet that Senator Patty Murray put forward. She is the ranking Democrat on the Senate Appropriations Committee. I'm going to actually, does anyone have the link to her fact sheet? I'm going to pull that up right now. Hold on. Where is it? Here. Trump and Elon's layoffs jeopardize essential services Americans rely on, threaten critical agency objectives, keeping Americans safe and healthy. I don't think this is the one, is it? This is just about the mass firings. This is about mass layoffs and how it will impact the federal government. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the fact sheet on the the spending bill and where Republicans are cutting from. The lack of these directives would make it harder to challenge the Trump administration's actions in court, Murray and Representative Rosa DeLauro, ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee, said in separate fact sheets. The lawmakers highlighted a variety of spending cuts contained in the continuing resolution, including slicing $185 million for defense, nuclear, non-proliferation programs, and slashing 1.4. Oh yeah, this is the other side of it. Hold on. Where the frick? Okay, $1.4 billion from the Army Corps of Engineers construction funding used for projects to mitigate the impacts of hurricanes and floods. Plus, the legislation would reduce support for the Rural Broadband Community Connect program by $30 million, cut nearly $800 million from Veterans Affairs facility construction, eliminate up to $40 million in election security grant funding, and trim assistance to farmers to improve their lands and participate in conservation activities by $30 million, according to the Democratic appropriations leaders. Also, the package would not provide additional funds for the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Disaster Relief Fund, which would need more money before the end of the fiscal year. But considering that they want to undermine FEMA anyway, this works in their favor, the Republicans' favor. Okay, that's not the right one. I think this is the right one. Okay. Full year continuing resolution would hand vast discretion over spending decisions to President Trump and his administration to zero out programs and redirect funding as they see fit. Okay? Normally, Congress typically provides scores of specific funding directives for key programs and priorities. This would basically consolidate power in the hands of Donald Trump and Elon Musk as well, if they choose to do so. There will be no, this undermines the power of the purse that Congress is supposed to have. All the congressional directives go away, and it's done entirely in the hands, or given, it legitimizes DOJ. It basically makes it legal, right? It undermines all the court cases against DOJ layoffs and DOJ cuts. DOJ is already a legitimate agency, but it's currently doing a bunch of stuff that it's not supposed to. There's numerous legal avenues that many people have taken in an effort to stop some of these layoffs. You can't unjustly lay off, tens of thousands of employees from federal governments, from the federal government by saying you're not doing, your performance is subpar out of nowhere, right? You can't do that. Having said that, they can now cut funding to key agencies in whichever way they see fit, and then they will have to enforce austerity and layoffs. This creates slush funds for Trump administration to reshape the spending priorities, eliminate longstanding programs, pick winners and losers, and more. Failing to provide specific funding directives from Congress means the Trump administration has fewer legal constraints in what it can do. That's what I meant. So, the House Republicans could have addressed this glaring problem, but chose not to. Their year-long CR includes plenty of unnecessary anomalies, but doesn't address this fundamental issue because they prefer slush funds for this administration to cut the programs it wants to in order to fund Trump's priorities instead. Myriad members' priorities are at risk of significant reductions in funding or elimination under the full-year CR. Under the CR, the Trump administration could, for example, decide not to spend funding previously allocated for combating fentanyl, the Support Act, or other substance abuse and mental health programs, or specific NIH priorities like Alzheimer's disease and vaccine research. We've already seen this administration obviously behave in this manner. We've already seen this administration decide not to continue with NIH funding for one reason or another. The latest round of NIH funding cuts and grant cuts came against the Columbia University because they said that they weren't combating anti-Semitism sufficiently. Okay. Instead of steer funding to other priorities of his choosing, he could also pick and choose which military construction, Army Corps, or transit improvement and expansion projects to fund without direction from Congress, leaving Democratic states and priorities in the lurch. This is particularly risky for Democratic cities and states that may have to beg for their priorities to be funded from an administration that has already cut off vast swaths of funding and threatened retaliation. It's like giving a drunk person the keys to the car. Yes. After the drunk person has already crashed the car before and says he's going to do it again. The slush fund, CR, also reneges on funding levels agreed to as part of the Fiscal Responsibility Act agreement, shortchanging defense and non-defense priorities alike. This will not be like the last time full CRs for some funding bills were in effect after a bipartisan process. President Trump has endorsed this full year CR because he understands what it's in for him. More power over federal spending to pick winners and losers and devastate Democratic states and priorities. The appropriations committees have been extremely close on a top-line agreement, and Democrats remain ready to get subcommittees to work to finalize and pass full-year funding bills. The Republicans have said they don't care, that they're not going to do it, and the Democrats basically, instead of pushing for a normal bipartisan spending bill to go through because it is necessary, have caved and decided that they can pass this with a simple majority with the with the Republican votes necessary in the Senate. That's the beautiful thing that Chuck Schumer delivered to the Republican Party today. K through 12 education, higher education, grants the administration broad discretion such that it could eliminate or significantly cut funding for federal work study and supplemental educational opportunity programs that provide funding to thousands of institutions of higher education to award need-based financial aid to students. They could significantly cut or eliminate funding for programs supporting HBCUs, other minority-serving institutions, and tribal colleges. Is this 6 months or a full year? No, this pushes it back to September. As of today, the government can fund itself until September. From this point on, until September 30th, the Republicans have been able to successfully get this without a single battle, without any pushback whatsoever. This is the lightest version of events, by the way, being told by a, relatively centrist Democrat, like a somewhat centrist Washington Democrat. It's not like this person is aggressive. The bill also limits the District of Columbia spending to its fiscal year 2024 level for the rest of the year, obviously. So there's that aspect of it as well. So it basically slashes $1.1 billion of its approved budget from Washington, D.C., which Trump obviously hates. Separately, the package would extend community health centers funding the pandemic-era authorization, expanding in the use of telehealth and Medicare through September 30th. The legislation also would reduce some funding for the Department of Health and Human Services divisions that run community health centers and other programs that help people with mental health and substance abuse issues, said Bobby Kogan, Senior Director of the Federal Budget Policy at the left-leaning Center for American Progress. Also, money could be cut from children and family service programs as well as for aging and disability services programs. And here we are.
Pass the funding measure that the House passed earlier this week, despite growing pressure from the rest of the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party's base to block that bill. I'm back with my panel. Let's go back. We'll talk more about the government funding bill later in the show, but I have a legal panel here, so let's stick with this. Sochi, I want you to take a listen to this from President Trump.
We must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people.
Now, you don't have to be, I know you disagree, you're shaking your head, you're going to get the mic in the sack. You don't have to be a member of MAGA to say, you know what, those Peter Strzok, Lisa Page texts were awful. There was FISA abuse. There was that weird thing with Carter Page. I don't know about that Alvin Bragg case where he basically invented a felony. You don't have to be a member of MAGA to look and say, you know what? He does have some legitimate grievances.
Oh.
Here is what I...
Oh. Dude, throated. My throat goat, Jake Tapper. More like Jake Yapper. Holy fuck, am I watching Fox News right now? What the hell?
What I'll say, even further, there is a jury in both Florida and D.C. that believe that there is enough evidence for Donald Trump to be indicted.
I mean a grand jury.
A grand jury on 44 counts. And this isn't just some conspiracy theory. There was no weaponization. Donald Trump, the federal government believes that Donald Trump committed crimes. And Jack Smith said in his report that if he...
Dude, I don't know what else to say, man. I don't, bro. We're so cooked. We're so cooked. It's just like we're full-blown uniparty, man. What the hell? This is why I said I don't think they're gonna come after. I don't think they're going to come after mainstream media. Like, why would they? Look at this.
I was talking about the Russiagate investigation and the Alvin Bragg case, and you deftly switched it to the Jack Smith investigations.
I was not involved in the
You were
Alvin
not
Bragg
involved in the
or
other
the
ones,
Russian
but I'm just saying, just for people at home, I was taking issue with some other ones, but go ahead.
Look, I was at DOJ for 17 years. I was a chief of the organized crime and gang section. I got to see a lot of the major decisions being made under like 5 different attorney generals. To sit there and pretend that this was apolitical, that everything was by the book, is absurd. 4 days after the Mar-a-Lago raid, her friend, the Attorney General, stood up and did an unprecedented press conference to talk about the subject of the raid. That's not something.
It was unsealed.
That's not something.
After it was unsealed.
Let me finish. It is unethical for any prosecutor to have a press conference to talk about the fruits of a raid when the person hasn't even been charged, which was the case then. Now, Merrick
Garland,
that guy, made that decision to go on air thinking, I just need to explain what we're doing.
No, unless it's
and then
we're coming right back to
he hid behind Jack Smith, but Jack Smith answered to the Attorney General every step of the way. Now, let me just say, grand jury, let's talk about the grand jury where the grand jurors they asked questions of Tim Parlatore 43 times.
You're talking about in Florida?
In D.C. 43 times designed to get him to invoke attorney-client privilege, which he did. He was even telling the prosecutor, this is unethical. You can't keep asking questions knowing I'm going to invoke, and she kept doing that.
Okay, Sachi, and then?
I mean, Merrick Garland is the most apolitical person, Attorney General there, and he has been criticized.
I'm worried about lightning
actually
striking.
by both parties, and he follows the facts and the law. He's a career Justice Department official. I can tell you there was no politicization in that investigation whatsoever. The White House was never updated about it. It was Jack Smith made the decisions, would update the Attorney General, and when it came to every decision, it was Jack Smith's decision.
Tom, let me just come to you quickly. On the point I made, if I may, invoke anchor privilege, the point I made about somebody in middle America saying, well, I don't know about this Jack Smith stuff, but there's other stuff that's fishy with the Russiagate investigation. I don't know about that Alvin Bragg case. What do you say to them?
Look, I would say to them, I think when Trump says that there was fishy things going on at the Justice Department, I think he has a point. There was.
What's
now,
your proof?
people
of that?
can.
I'm sorry.
People,
what is your
well,
evidence
for example,
of that?
you had people
In the
admitting
Jack
to
Smith.
false statements on the FISA warrant. Jack Smith, when you said the case would still be going, it wasn't. It was dismissed. The document
It was dismissed, but it was under
dismissed.
appeal but it was
And the
dismissed.
fact-
It was dismissed on a technicality, which was
And
that Jack Smith was appointed incorrectly, not on the facts.
Let's just let Tom finish here.
That's more than a technicality. But I would say that, look, I think Merrick Garland is going to go down in history as someone who, like Jim Comey, unites Republicans and Democrats in strongly disapproving of his performance. Republicans think he was too political. Democrats wonder why he waited so darn long to bring the charges against Trump.
And he canceled out that noise and did his job.
All right. Thanks, one and all. I don't think we're going to resolve any of this in this show, but thanks, one and all, for being here and for your passionate views. Appreciate it. Fighting inside the Democratic Party in full public view as the party's lawmakers fight over their strategy, if there is one, for taking on Republicans. I'm going to talk to a House Democrat if they have any solutions next. Stay with us.
By the way, Twitch CEO briefly talked about your ban on Vox Media Pod. Yeah, we'll look at it later. This is just pure insanity. Hold on. Did you see this? Right-wingers are going crazy in the replies. I'm begging someone to do it. Either one, I don't care. I'm not picky. What are you talking about? I don't understand why you're showing me this. And yes, I already watched the video of Mahmoud's arrest. I did. Oh, they're tagging FBI. They think he means people in power. Yeah, I got it. I understand. I mean, I'm not going to cover every time someone hyperventilates about a person who, you know, is a leftist or progressive or whatever, tweets something out. And then Republicans are losing their minds over it. It's just, it is what it is. Bernie Sanders complained about, you know, Elon Musk and went on all in with Chris Hayes. I don't really care about that much. Let's watch the backlash that the Republicans are receiving at their town halls.
Begin this hour with Americans speaking up very loudly and very clearly at town hall events across the nation. Republicans in Congress are taking the brunt of it over President Trump and Elon Musk, deep cuts to federal jobs and programs, and the uncertainty over the economy. A lot of people worried. A lot of GOP lawmakers have now canceled events amid all kinds of very tough questions from their constituents. Nicole Killian reports on.
Actually, I want to get right to, I want to cut to the meat of it, okay? The meat. No bones, just meat. Because there is definitely something here that I want you to see. We got a veteran who is at a town hall, angry over DOJ. Let's watch that. And then I'm going to show you another voice memo that Tom Tillis received.
I'm a veteran and you don't give a fuck about me. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't get the fuck to do this to us. You don't get to take away our rights. Get off of me. You do this to us. Fuck you.
I was at this town hall. It was full of conservatives. Yeah, I think that older conservatives are going to get angrier. That's going to also piss off a lot of Americans as well, conservatives as well. This is what I mean when I say, like, Americans are relatively servile people, but that's because they're relatively comfortable people, okay? And the government making decisions like this in the short term might not be seen by many Americans, but I think, or might not get broad reception from, CNN or maybe other outlets or whatever. But I do think that this is going to piss off people. Like, the example I will give you is like Colombia, right? Mahmoud Khalil, Arab name, scary guy. They're saying he's a terrorist. A lot of Americans can turn the other cheek at that. They'll go, oh, it's probably good. He's probably scary. I'm conditioned to feel like this is a bad guy. But this is not going to stop there. Inevitably, the government is going to nab someone who will have a higher media profile. There will be a Luigi Mangione situation. Not Luigi Mangione in the sense that, like, someone will allegedly assassinate a CEO, a healthcare CEO. I mean, like, Luigi Mangione got broad positive reception, not simply because everybody understood why he did what he did, allegedly, but also because his background, the way he looks, the way he carried himself, the way his friends talked about him. These are the types of optics that Americans respond to and will very quickly turn into a folk hero. The unfortunate reality is that Americans broadly don't think about Muslims as humans and think about them as scary terrorists. But this will, the stress will increase. We will, of course, continue applying pressure. But having said that, inevitably that pressure will cause the dam to break. Because when there's more pressure, there's going to be more countermeasures, more prosecutions, more arrests, scarier enforcement tactics, and eventually you're going to arrest someone that is even more of a perfect victim in the eyes of Americans. Not saying that Mahmoud wasn't. Not saying that you even have to be a perfect victim, right? I hope people understand. And when that happens, or as things continue to worsen, people will absolutely put more teeth in their resistance, especially if material conditions continue to worsen for the average American. Like, I'll give you an example. Republicans are currently discussing inside of their party to no longer have in-person town halls. This was reported by the New York Times. Republican House members told to stop holding in-person town halls. Okay. Let's say you don't do that. People still want to respond to you, though. Okay? Your constituents are going to want to respond to you. So if you don't hold in-person town halls, they'll respond to you in public. You just won't like it, because in-person town halls are certainly a more managed way to address the public. Because if you don't do town halls, people are inevitably going to find out where you are because you're going to do a fucking, a book tour, or you're going to go to an event where you're fundraising. They're going to be outside of that event. They're going to fuck your day up. You don't want that. They'll go out to your houses. You don't want that. So Hassan, stop right there, Holy. I'm not saying that this is what I want people to do, dumbasses. I'm saying that there needs to be a pressure valve. That is what the town halls are supposed to do. The pressure valve is the town halls. If you don't do it at a town hall, people are going to address their concerns to you directly wherever you go. This is just a descriptive statement. It's not a prescriptive one. I'm not saying this is what people should do. I'm just telling you that this is most likely what is going to happen. Okay? This is what has happened throughout American history and throughout history in general. Yeah, remember what people did with Kyrsten Sinema as the Democratic Party actively tried to protect her after she played the role of a spoiler. This is the appropriate way to vent and to at least maintain the optics of a democratic process, as though you care about what your constituents have to say, right? If they shut off the appropriate venues, people will find inappropriate venues. That's all I'm stating. Now, we watched this video.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
For example, folks at the National Weather Service.
Stop conceding that Luigi is guilty of the crime. Public perception is important. I said allegedly. What are you talking about? Every single time I mentioned it, I said allegedly. Dude, chatters, please lock in, dude. I don't know why chatters have a tendency to focus on dumb shit. Okay, here. Now that I gave you the potatoes, let me show you the meat, okay? Here is Senator Tom Tillis, who released an audio of death threats directed at him, his staff, and his family. I disavow this. I disavow. I disavow. I disavow. I'm going to say this over and over again. But when you listen to who is making these threats, you will probably quickly recognize that this is not like a Hasanabi head by any measure. Let's take a look.
Good afternoon, Senator Tillis.
That's how Northern war vets think about you Southern white trash. That's what the ones who won the Civil War think about you. Do you understand that inferior bad genes, inbred stupid, you and all your people?
Yeah, Tom Tillis, afraid of death threats. Then get the out of office.
I would like to talk to Tom Tillis and ask him why he thinks it's okay for him to take money from this nation and it over. Why does he think that he can tell his employers to go themselves every goddamn day, all day long, and sell his goddamn nation out and his employers over? Don't he know that his employers can take a axe handle and cave his head in?
God damn! Let me tell you something, okay? I don't think that guy is in the DSA. I don't think that's a Hasanabi head. I think that dude is probably a voter. That's the average. I would say that's the average Republican voter, as a matter of fact. Okay?
And I suggest, well, you're going to have to be very careful about going out in public or talking to anybody that's real, that's an actual American, because we hate you.
If I didn't have a broken back in Southern California, I would spend the rest of my life in federal prison for a chance to cut your throat.
That's insane. Oh, that is North Carolina's very own Republican Tom Tillis. Those are his constituents. People are fucking mad, dude. I disavow. I disavow. I disavow. Of course, I disavow. Make no mistake, I disavow. All right? Having said that, I can disavow till the cows come home. You can't stop 75-year-old boomers from making these death threats. You're fucking cooked. Do you understand? Like, you're cooked. Yeah, these are dudes who are using a landline to make a death threat to a congressperson. I saw a funny reaction to this, which was like someone reacting to Edinger Mentum's post, which was like, yeah, Zoomers, hee. I think it'd be funny if something a little bad happened to this politician. In Minecraft, though, haha, boomers using their full names and address, I am going to kill you. Like, boomers do not fuck around, dude. I'm not saying they're going to actually follow through on these promises, but I'm just simply stating that, like, if you got boomers saying shit like this, yeah, you got to change the trajectory. You know, you got to change course. Dark woke sweeping the nation. I don't think these guys are woke, man. I think they're aware of where the funding cuts are happening and what kind of repercussions that might have on them. So in an opportunity moment like this, in quite the opportune moment like this, how are the Democrats not actively trying to drive a wedge between the constituencies and the party when the party's actions are deliberately implementing austerity measures that are harmful to their base of support, to the Republican Party's base of support? How in the ever-loving fuck are you not screaming from the rooftops every single day about how this is going to cause a boomer side? You've voluntarily gave up that position by voting for the cloture. You're volunteering to say we can't even use this as a political messaging tool against the party that is going to set these deep cuts. I don't believe that every single card-carrying Democratic politician is this oblivious or this awful. And I don't know where we go from here, but I do see anger and resentment.
One gathering in North Carolina that did go ahead, and it got, how shall we say, very heated.
Yeah, Ro Khanna, when the Senate minority leader sells you out, the only option is to take back the party and country with grassroots activists in blue and red districts to stand up for the Constitution and our democracy. It's interesting to see Ro Khanna say this while he's, in between tweeting about how Elon Musk is a great American entrepreneur who should be defended at all costs. That's the Ro Khanna cycle, baby. For every 3 things that he does that you're like, what are you doing with the limited amount of time and space that you have to speak about issues? How did you choose to do this? And then the next day he'll be like, the American revolutionary sentiment is ripe. Rise up, proletarians. He's like, America is ripe for revolution. We must seize the means of production away from the parasitic capital owners and deliver it back to the working class now. Also, I love Elon Musk. Yeah, Dick Durbin also, who is the whip for Chucky Schumer, also voted for the cloture. Just so you know, just so you understand, it's a ridiculous fucking state of affairs when you got the minority leader and his second in command both voting for the cloture.
At Thursday's town hall in Asheville, the lines began early, snaking outside the building with some who oppose President Trump.
America has never been like this. We've had disputes, we've had disagreements, we've had protests, but I've never seen it this angry before.
And others who support him.
The government has to cut because it is in trouble. And Elon Musk is not voted in, I get it, but neither was Anthony Fauci.
As the event got underway, frustrations towards the administration bubbled over. Attendees sounded off and shouted down GOP Congressman Chuck Edwards, who represents Asheville, a blue city in an otherwise red district. At least one man was hauled out by police.
Yeah, Trump's base already kept trying to kill him during the election because they were bored. Imagine what they would do when they're pissed at him and Musk is a really funny question to ask. They literally did do that, by the way. That was the first, hey, Anthony Fantano, the needle dropped. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We are, instead of watching Playboi Carti, instead of reacting to Playboi Carti's new album, we are reacting to the collapse of the administrative state and the collapse of American empire. But, of course, the collapse of American empire will not happen quietly. It will happen with disaster after disaster. Oh, did you clarify if the anti-Semitic terrorism policies are a component of the spending bill? No. The anti-Semitic terrorism policies, the new policies that the DOJ said it intends to use are completely, it's just a totally separate thing. It's completely removed from the spending bill. That's not a part of that at all. Pete the Artist, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I will be reacting to the new Carti album later.
It follows a series of similar town halls nationwide where members of Congress have faced off with angry constituents. Edwards received a steady stream of questions about Elon Musk, tariffs, the Ukraine-Russia war, and massive cuts to the federal government, from the VA to the Department of Education. Many in the room are still recovering from Hurricane Helene. Crowds surrounded Edwards as he left.
Bro, you can't but trans people your way out of this, by the way. That's the other side of it. Like, when you impact people materially in a tangible way that they can immediately recognize, if you impact people in their lives in a meaningful way, okay, and they can feel that impact, you can't just cast a dispersion cloud or whatever. You can't just throw a smoke grenade and just escape by saying, but what about trans people? DEI. You can't do that. They're going to be like, I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't care who's processing my paperwork as long as I still got health care, as long as I still got Social Security. That's it. These guys think that they could just deploy the trans grenade over and over again to be like, but we're doing these cuts because they're going to trans people, when you got a 78-year-old veteran being like, I ain't trans. You're stealing my money, damn it. I'm the least trans person on the planet. How dare you? When their fragile lives are legitimately threatened, I don't think they will, I don't think they'll awaken to the contradictions and instantly develop class consciousness, especially because a lot of the boomers themselves have some kind of nest egg. So they do have a capacity for capital accumulation, right? So they are not aligned with younger workers that are just entering the marketplace at all. They have homes and shit, right? Their material conditions are very different. The average age of the home buyer a new home buyer in this country is 50 years old, okay? 50. A lot of people who have homes are very old. That's important. That means they have assets. That means they have capital. They have a means of capital accumulation. So for their material conditions to worsen, you have to really, really, you have to really do some messed up shit. Even then, I don't believe that they will rise up with revolutionary fervor. Don't misunderstand me. But this anger can be channeled into more appropriate vectors, because this anger is justifiable. This anger is understandable. Why wouldn't you be angry? Those people are more honest and more aware of who's hurting them than the damn near entirety of the Democratic Party's leadership that refuses to basically say, this is austerity, this is happening, Trump is doing this to you. They're recognizing it on their own. They're recognizing it on their own without the Democratic Party steering them in this direction. What exactly are they angry about? They're angry about layoffs. They're angry about the federal government layoffs. Some of them are federal government agency workers, or some of them are related to federal government workers. Some of them are angry at the fact that Social Security and Medicaid spending is slated to be cut. That's understandable that they would be upset at that. Some of them are veterans, and VA's getting cut. Veterans are getting fired. I saw a stat that it was this administration has fired more veterans than any administration prior, something insane like that.
But the GOP lawmaker has vowed to keep holding in-person town hall.
Folks certainly have the right to protest and share their concerns. That's part of the process with democracy.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Nicole Killian in Asheville, North Carolina.
Yep.
To President Trump and Elon Musk's drive to slash the federal workforce. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, has the latest on that story and the anger over the cuts. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And these sweeping cuts by the Trump administration and mass firings not only prompting legal pushback in the courts, but also from voters across the country, too, who are now confronting their Republican representatives at town halls.
Is this good? Is this good? I can't tell. Are we winning yet, guys? Are we winning so much that we will say, Mr. President, please let us not win any longer. We have won far too much. We are winning more than we have ever won. It feels like it don't feel too good. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we're winning a lot.
Overnight, a heated town hall in Asheville, North Carolina.
I feel like this is not productive with everybody yelling at me. I mean, if you want to hear, yeah.
Republican Congressman Chuck Edwards confronted by constituents about the sweeping cuts across the government by President Trump and Elon Musk.
How do you justify cuts?
It's not as bad as you're making it. Were these 2 months hard? Sure, but only 46 more to go. Amazing. I can't wait. The past 2 months were awful. Every day there was a new controversy. Every day there was a new chaotic circumstance that caused the market to plunge. And fantastic that we have, like, think about it. Think about the stuff that's happened in the past 2 months, okay? And we have 46 more to go. Amazing. That's definitely going to be great. I can't wait, especially because, like, in like around 12 months, you're going to start seeing the impact. This is happening in the interim. This is like the immediate impact. That is the lightest version, okay? This is the lowest amount of impact that you will ever experience. Every single day, it will get worse. It will snowball, which is why I think people are going to get much angrier.
Cuts to staff of the VA helping veterans, especially those with long-term care needs.
So first of all, there have been no cuts to the staff.
Edwards repeatedly booed.
Yeah, wait, also, we're not even factoring in, like, commonplace issues that are that didn't used to be so common, like anthropogenic climate change related unimaginable climate disaster, like catastrophic events that used to happen like once every decade or once every 100 years are now happening multiple times a year. Pair that up with underfunding FEMA, gutting FEMA, underfunding the National Weather Service and NOAA, measles outbreaks and things of that nature. Are you kidding me, dude? It is going to be insanity. We're going to be out with our dicks out in the wind, pissing directly against the wind.
As he took questions for 90 minutes.
Like him or not, Elon Musk has brought a lot of really smart people to DOJ.
One interaction turning so contentious, this man had to be escorted out. The Trump administration is pushing forward with those cuts. Thousands of workers have already been fired across the federal workforce. In the middle of tax season, sources say the IRS is now expected to cut 18,000 jobs by May 15th. And the U.S. Postal Service announcing it will trim its workforce by 10,000 with voluntary buyouts after striking an agreement with the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk this week splitting with the White House, suggesting entitlement programs like Medicare and Social Security could be next.
The wage support in entitlement spending, which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. So that's like the big one to eliminate.
Those words leaving some voters concerned.
What are you doing to ensure the protection of our Social Security benefits?
Yeah, good question. I'm not going to vote to dissolve your Social Security. I'm not looking to disrupt Social Security at all.
And overnight, a federal judge ordering 18 agencies to hire back 20,000 federal workers the administration fired. The judge saying the mass firings didn't follow certain rules or give advance notice, causing the impacted states irreparable harm by having to assist thousands of unemployed workers. And when it comes to the administration's argument that federal employees were fired for poor performance, the judge writes, this isn't true. There were no individualized assessments of employees. They were all just fired collectively.
So hours earlier, a different federal judge issued a very similar ruling. The White House responding to that, calling it absurd, saying they will be fighting back, George.
Rich, it looks like no government shutdown?
Yeah, it's always down to the wire, George, but it does look like Congress will avert this. Senate Democrats reversing course. They were trying to block a Republican proposal in protest of President Trump, Elon Musk, and those sweeping cuts. But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he will now vote to keep the government open, insisting that while these policies are bad, a government shutdown is worse, he says. George.
Okay, Rich.
Is this good? I can't tell. It seems like they're celebrating him, right? Is that what is going on? Yeah, they're saying, Bo Earns, you're going to be winning so much that you're going to say, Mr. President, please, sir, we're winning too much. We're winning too much, Mr. President. That's what they're going to say. You're going to say, never again, Mr. President. It's because they're booing because they're tired of the victories. I think that's what it is. They're tired of too much winning. That's why they're booing him. That's what Trump meant when he said, we're going to win so much. You're going to say, please, we're winning too much, sir. This is the we're winning too much, sir moment. That's what it is. That's why they're booing him. They're like, please, sir. We're tired. We're tired of constantly pumping our fists in celebration of all the wonderful things that you've done so far. Please make the winning stop. And it's funny because, like, while all of this anger and animosity is being directed at some of the public-facing figures of this administration, Republicans can't contend with that hatred and resentment that they're experiencing. So they keep talking about how, the left is getting radical. The left is getting violent. The left is lighting Teslas on fire. When will it stop? When will it stop? That's what they keep saying. Great. I'm glad that Trump is, instead of addressing the anger and resentment that he's receiving, the backlash that he's receiving in the form of feedback from a very angry public, he has chosen the other path, which is to try and prosecute it. The Israel method. That's cool. The Israel method, which is the Israel method in America, which is, is there too much backlash? Well, get the federal government to engage in censorious actions. That'll surely put an end to it.
What? You're going to be under arrest. So turn around.
Okay,
Stop
let's
resisting.
not.
Stop resisting.
Okay, he's not resisting.
We watched the video. Like, we watched most of this video. It just came out, but ACLU has released a full video.
Got some breaking news. We're going to start off here with in the arrest of
looks like for Khalil Mohammed,
Columbia activist Mahmoud Khalil, and we've just gotten video into the newsroom of him being taken into custody by ICE agents.
Yes, the video was actually taken by his wife, and her name is Noor Abdallah. And you hear in this video that we're going to play for you. She is 8 months pregnant, and the arrest happened Saturday night at their on-campus home. If we can take a look at that video here, this is her videotaping the arrest of her husband. Now, Abdallah says that this was the most terrifying moment of her life.
8 months pregnant,
and
by
of
the
course,
way.
as we get some more information and background on this video, we'll continue to update the story. But once again, video of Mahmoud Khalil being arrested by ICE agents. That video taken by his wife, who is now 8 months pregnant.
And today we've learned a second person who participated in pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University has been arrested.
And this comes as we get some more details about the Department of Homeland Security agents searching residents on campus. Tonight, students are not backing down from making their voices heard with demonstrations on campus and also throughout the city. Masa Saidi is live outside the campus there with more. Masa.
Hi there, KJ and Alan. That's right. Overnight, federal agents executed search warrants here on campus, searching the residence of 2 students. The university's president says that no one was detained in that search overnight, but we have learned arrests are happening.
Tonight, new video shows an international Columbia University student at LaGuardia Airport Tuesday. The video released on X by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Noem says the PhD student from India self-deported after her visa was revoked for allegedly supporting Hamas. On Friday, multiple rallies for Mahmoud Khalil, a student leader in last year's pro-Palestinian demonstrations on campus.
Fuck this country,
The
dog.
Trump administration claims he led activities aligned with Hamas. Tonight, he remains in ICE custody in Louisiana as his attorneys provide an update.
Even though he's the first one who has been picked up by ICE, he's genuinely fearful that what's happened to him will happen to others.
Students called the attempted deportation unprecedented. What are you scared of?
Scared of retaliation. Not just the threat of suspension, the threat of expulsion, the threat of doxing by our fellow students, also the threat of being falsely accused by other students of either being supportive of, for example, Netanyahu's government or being supportive of Hamas.
I'm here today because Grant isn't just my president,
He was also my teacher.
Meantime, the Student Workers of Columbia Union outraged after they say the university expelled and fired the president of UAW Local 2710 on the eve of contract negotiations. Students feel this too was a crackdown on free speech.
The administration can claim all it likes that it did not cooperate with the authorities, but every day they allow members of our community to dox, stalk, and report Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students to shadowy government agencies.
Tonight, the Trump administration demanding big changes at Columbia before potentially restoring federal funding. In a letter to the school's interim president yesterday, the administration outlined immediate next steps, including, quote, enforce existing disciplinary policies, institute a mask ban, and formalize a definition of anti-Semitism. The school has 1 week to comply.
And KJ Allen, we did attempt to reach out to the woman whose video we showed at the top, the woman who allegedly self-deported. We have not been successful in reaching her. Meantime, Columbia says that it does not comment on individual students. We're going to have more at 6 on that video that just came into our newsroom, the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil. For now, that's the very latest in Morningside Heights. I'm Masa Saidi, CBS News, New York.
All right, Masa, thank you for that update.
Meanwhile, lawyers of Mahmoud Khalil are calling for their client's immediate release, saying he faces severe harm by possibly missing the birth of his child. The pro-Palestinian activist and Columbia student was arrested by ICE agents in connection to protests on the university campus last year. Now, Khalil is a legal U.S. resident with a green card. He's of Palestinian descent, and in New York, nearly 100 protesters were arrested after a sit-in at Trump Tower. A group called Jewish Voice for Peace led the demonstration. The Trump administration calls Khalil a Hamas sympathizer, even accusing him of handing out Hamas propaganda. The government is basing their attempt to deport him on the Immigration and Nationality Act, which allows the Secretary of State to deport someone they believe could harm U.S. foreign policy interests.
This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with. No one has a right to a student visa. No one has a right to a green card, by the way. So when you apply for a student visa, or any visa to enter the United States, we have a right to deny you for virtually any reason. But I think being a supporter of Hamas and coming into our universities and turning them upside down and being complicit in what are clearly crimes of vandalization, complicit in shutting down learning institutions. If you told us that's what you intended to do when you came to America, we would have...
You guys understand that this is like the scary legal precedent that they're trying to set here is basically to expand on denial of entry restrictions and retroactively treat you as a legal permanent resident as though you are simply entering the country. There are obviously, understandably, and sometimes stupidly, higher restrictions when you are applying for a visa as opposed to once you are in the States. If they can do that and revoke someone's legal permanent residency, by trying to apply retroactively visa application restrictions standards, they can revoke your citizenship and denaturalize you as well under that exact same principle. There's nothing stopping them from revoking citizenship and denaturalizing people.
Never let you in. And if you do it once you get in, we're going to revoke it and kick you out.
All right, let's get right to CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano. She's outside Columbia University. Lilia, what's the scene like there now? Are there more protesters?
There are a few hundred protesters who you can't really see right behind me because they're over there further down the street. There's a lot of police presence. They're barricaded within the sidewalk with a great deal of NYPD officers all around. We heard them chanting earlier. There's really only one counter-protester who I can see from here. We are awaiting, this protest was scheduled for about 1:30, so, I mean, East Coast time. So it's really kind of the beginning of it. So we expect that it will continue and it might grow in the coming hours. There's also a 3 p.m. press conference from Khalil's attorneys who we're hoping that they will update us on the latest in that case that they're presenting, where they're alleging that it was unconstitutional, the arrest at first, and fighting back against this notion that Mahmoud Khalil was a supporter of Hamas. They have challenged the government to provide any evidence that he in any way supported Hamas. They're saying that he's being punished for speaking out and for protesting, for pro-Palestinian protests that happened here and that we covered last year. They're also asking for him to be brought to New York. What the government is saying is they're trying to move the case, the jurisdiction of the case, to either New Jersey or Louisiana. So we're waiting to hear what's the latest on those developments. But here on campus, we are feeling the tensions rising from faculty members that I've talked to, students that I've talked to, because last night DHS federal agents came into student housing looking for students to arrest. What we learned this morning was that one student self-deported, according to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, using an app from CPB. And another one was arrested. It's a student who is a Palestinian and a student who they're saying, according to the government, was part of the protest, and they're saying that in a similar way of the accusations against Khalil, that she also supported Hamas. But
self-deporting is not a real term. That just means that like that person left the country. Okay, that's it. And I guess like informed the government that they were leaving the country on their own volition. That's what it is. And they revoked her visa in the process, which is another part of the campaign. Like that is the goal here. The goal is to scare people shitless into not coming here or leaving here on their own. Either you leave here on your own. Well, the major goal here is to just like get people to shut the fuck up. But the goal here is to basically get you to shut the fuck up. And if you don't shut the fuck up, just leave. Or if you don't leave, we're going to put you in jail. We're going to violently come in and apprehend you in the middle of the night. We're going to say you're a terrorist. I mean, we're going to say you're a terrorist even if you leave on your own volition. But it's just, I think people are so callous and so careless with their indifference to an incredible violation of the First Amendment here.
this is a student very different from Khalil, and Khalil's
Department of Homeland Security announced a Colombia student from India had her visa revoked and self-deported. That ICE arrested another Palestinian student who participated in the protest. Alleges both supported Hamas or terrorism without evidence.
case, he is a green card holder, a permanent legal resident of the United States, married to an American citizen. In this case, what DHS is saying and the information that they're releasing about this other student is that this is a student who overstayed, who had an expired visa. So this is something where it seems that the government, has already had perhaps the authority to remove this student. We're still, of course, waiting on more details and hoping to hear about any other developments that happen in terms of what the government is doing here in Colombia. Another thing that happened last night, another thing that we learned is that the government is trying to pressure the university to abide.
That's also insane. Like, she's in college, brother. What are you, sister? Government? What are you talking about? She's literally in college. Oh, wow. Her visa actually expired is crazy. So that's like normally what they would do. That's what normally they used to do. Specifically going after Palestinian protesters of Palestinian descent, and also protesters who are anti-Israel. But specifically, protesters of a Palestinian background would get this treatment in the past, as we covered before, historically, which is to find like some kind of paperwork related reason to unjustifiably deport someone for the crime of saying Israel is bad. And that is what they used to normally do. But Mahmoud Khalil is like is a new erosion of pre-existing rights that American citizens and non-citizens alike have or are supposed to have. Do you understand? Like, this other student is also being falsely deported, and they're being, like, their deportation process is being processed only because they spoke out against Israel, right? But under normal circumstances, at least historically, that's precisely how the American government used to operate. Mahmoud Khalil's situation is new.
By a list of demands before the government decides to enter into negotiations to restore those $400 million in federal funding that they had suspended from the university. Those include banning masks. They include giving the Office of the President of Columbia University basically the sole authority over disciplining students, over expelling
Bro,
students.
this is
or
literally the ADL checklist. That's crazy.
That the university, quote unquote, implement their discipline against the students who participated either in the occupation of Hamilton Hall or even in the encampments, according to the documents. We do know that yesterday, the university announced that they had expelled or suspended for a long period of time the students who had occupied Haskell Hall. And if you can listen, it seems like now, once again, the protest chants are starting behind us. I don't know if you can see some of it, but they're happening right here. We're seeing a Palestinian flag, and we are seeing that the students, just like it happened last year, they're barricaded within a very limited area, a few hundred of them, of that sidewalk here in Columbia, in front of Columbia University.
We can't see them.
Continue reporting as more information comes out.
Yeah, we can't see them, but we can certainly
hear them.
Yes. Well, I know you're going to keep an eye on it for us. Thank you so much, Celia, outside Columbia University. But let's get to CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson. Jessica, Khalil's lawyers say he may miss the birth of his own child. Does the justice system consider personal milestones like that when determining pretrial release?
So to the extent that this is about pretrial release and it's about a question of whether or not he's a flight risk, for instance, or a potential harm to the community, then yes, you can consider a life event like whether or not he would be likely to leave and miss the birth of his child.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to leave.
Now, we also know that when it comes to scheduling in general, when it comes to scheduling trials, while the justice system does need to continue and it can't pause for everything, we know that judges certainly consider major life events as well. So this isn't just about sympathy.
So we're also learning, Jessica, the Department of Homeland Security searched 2 students' rooms last night on Columbia's campus, on their actual university campus. Any legal issues around that, given that it may be different because these rooms were on a university campus? It wasn't a private residence, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's a flight risk, considering that he is detained. Like, there is no flight risk. And I don't think he is an immediate danger to himself or others, considering that he is not being held for any real crime whatsoever. What's he going to do? Say Israel is a fucking apartheid state again in public? Oh, no.
Right. So the main legal question here would be whether or not there was a proper search warrant. And I haven't seen any indication that there wasn't. In order for the Department of Homeland Security to be able to do what they did, they would need a search warrant. It would have to be executed by a federal magistrate. They would have to come to that federal magistrate and say, we have probable cause. That's why we get to go in and search this particular place. I think you asked a really good question about the difference between basically a dorm room and a private residence. And what I would say is if the probable cause is there, I'm being very general, but if the probable cause is there, then the Department of Homeland Security can come in. In many ways, a dorm room is, at least while school is in session, considered at least a quasi-private residence.
So would the university then, because it's a quasi-private residence, have to give...
Flight risk doesn't mean can he fly away from this prison? Lol, Hassan, you're smarter than that. Hey, moron. The reason why I'm making a joke about him not being a flight risk is because this is a deportation proceeding. I don't think he's trying to run away and escape the country, considering that the ultimate goal for the American state, if they carry out this fucking court case, would be to literally turn him into a flight risk, as in get him to leave the country. Anyway.
Give permission to the Department of Homeland Security?
I don't think that they would, given that it's just like if you think about a landlord, if a tenant, for instance, is in a situation where the Department of Homeland Security or law enforcement can get a warrant because there's probable cause, you don't need to first ask the landlord.
I want to get to this too.
Stop making fun of the chatter. I feel bad that I called him moron. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
A congressional committee is asking Columbia to hand over disciplinary records of some of its students. A group of students, including Mahmoud Khalil, are suing to prevent this. How's this going to play out?
Well, we know that what the students will likely argue is that there's something called FERPA violation. So FERPA is an acronym of a federal law. It deals with students' privacy. And it's something that I deal with. For instance, I don't leave my seating chart out because there's some privacy when it comes to who's in my class and where they sit, and particularly when it comes to student records. So legally, how will this play out? I think the students will claim that there is, again, a violation of this federal statute dealing with their privacy rights. I think that they could claim that there isn't the congressional power to do this, that there's a congressional authorization issue, and maybe also some due process concerns as well.
You know, so much at the core of this is the right to free speech. Could the outcome of this case impact what free speech is in the U.S.?
So, that's such a good question in the sense of, will this be a precedent-setting case? And I'm going to give the honest answer, which is this very early in the case, and it really depends. Obviously, what Khalil is arguing is he's being targeted based on lawful conduct, which is what he is saying. And we know if the First Amendment protects anything, we don't want to punish people based on either the subject matter of the speech or their viewpoint. Having said that, there is this statute that is still on the books. It's a very old immigration statute. It's not typically used in this situation, and it gives the Secretary of State broad power.
Again, it gives the Secretary of State broad power, but that doesn't mean that you can de facto apply said broad power without real justification. And if the justification is his lawful speech, then yes, it is a direct violation of free speech. That's the problem here. I don't know, man. I don't have any confidence in the current Supreme Court, but I feel like even this Supreme Court wouldn't go that far, but who knows? I really do think that this is the most glaringly obvious instance of a clear-cut definitional violation of the First Amendment. Yeah, ideas are not illegal, and there's no controversial speech exception to the First Amendment. Our right to free speech includes advocacy for Palestine. We will not be intimidated. We will not be stopped. We will fight until Mahmoud Khalil is free. We will fight until Palestine is free. The other adverse effect of the admin, my high school won the famous Supreme Court case for free speech in schools because of our Vietnam War protests. Oh, yeah. The other adverse effect of the Trump administration greatly expanding on the cruelty that it subjects more and more Americans, citizens and non-citizens alike, to, is that under different circumstances, we should be fighting battles on how crazy it is that, like, they're denying people entry into the country for saying stuff about Israel. You know what I mean? But we're so far removed from that because they jumped 11 steps into the future. Like, they ramped up the cruelty metrics so hard. If this sets a precedent, could we deport Nazis? If you think that this will ever be utilized against Nazis, you are the funniest clown of all time. Nazis currently run the government. It's Nazis that are doing this. It's like in 1939 being like, well, one day when we win power, on your way to the fucking concentration camps as a trade unionist, you're thinking to yourself, well, one day when we democratically win back power, we'll use this to deport the Nazis or we'll put them in concentration camps. Yeah, no, it's not happening. All right. Yeah. You can protest as a Nazi freely on the streets of the United States of America, and the local law enforcement, the ones that aren't protesting by your side because they're actually on duty that day, they will protect you. Defeatist? This is not defeatist. It's realistic. What are you talking about? Pure fantasy to make it seem as though there is like some silver lining to this way of revoking citizenship to a person over free speech, because you think in your fantasy that there might be you might be able to use that against Nazis in the future. You won't. You're stupid for thinking that. I'm sorry. It is quite literally Nazis. Some of them have been naturalized citizens of the United States that are not even originally from here, like Elon. Elon is not even from here. He's from fucking South Africa. When are we deporting his bitch ass? It's not happening.
To say you present, I'm paraphrasing here, essentially a national security problem. So In terms of will this create new First Amendment precedent, I think it depends on how this case proceeds and which framing a judge adopts when it comes to First Amendment or national security.
So many issues with this case. Thank you so much, Jessica, for helping us break it all down.
This was one of Gaza's main fertility clinics, but 2 years ago it was struck in an Israeli attack. 4,000 embryos along with 1,000 sperm samples and unfertilized eggs were destroyed. One of several examples of what the UN calls Israel's systematic destruction of sexual and reproductive health care in Gaza, which has also targeted maternity hospitals. Experts say this could point to a strategy aimed at preventing birth.
That's literally what it was. Yeah. 49-page report came out detailing the harrowing nature of sexual violence that Israel has systematically deployed towards Palestinian civilians. 49 pages. No real evidence, no hard evidence has come out about sexual violence happening on October 7, let alone being directed by Hamas with mass rapes occurring. How much has mainstream media talked about that? How much? For months and months and months on end. Now there's real hardline evidence from an independent probe from the United Nations Office of Humanitarian Rights from the Palestinian territories, occupied Palestinian territories, and there is very little coverage on this. I haven't heard a single goddamn person who is a liberal Zionist or a Zionist or even just like a liberal who claims to care about fucking Palestine. I haven't heard them speak on this at all. And also, while mainstream media actively was like screams without words, this is like mass rapes occurred. Hamas did mass rapes over and over and over again, including the mass rape atrocity propaganda that Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook put together, where she literally interviewed Zakah workers who unironically were more responsible for justice never being served for victims of October 7 because they fucked up the bodies in an effort to try to promote their own goddamn corrupt ass charity. And Sheryl Sandberg interviewed Zakat officials who literally lied to her. And that fucking documentary still gets play to this day. Ethan used a piece of the faulty testimony from that fucking documentary in his content puke. Think about that. Ethan literally used a piece of that Sheryl Sandberg documentary in air quotes, as a testament, as proof that the rapes had definitely taken place, mass rapes had taken place, directed by Hamas. Now it's come out that Sheryl Sandberg is actually a sexual predator herself. That's the other side. Anyway, now you have hardline evidence. Okay? Hardline evidence, 49 pages worth. Independent probe. And the way they cover it is UN reports accuses Israel of sexual violence, genocidal acts in Gaza. Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, quickly condemned the report's findings as baseless. UN report accuses Israel of sexual violence against Palestinians. Netanyahu claims anti-Israel bias. UN report accuses Israel forces of genocidal acts, sexual violence in Gaza and the West Bank. Yeah. When Israel claims something, it's 100% correct. It's definitely correct. If you actually question it, you are Hamas, you are a rapist yourself, you're a rape denialist, all this shit. When Israel is probed by an independent commission, by the United fucking Nations, and there's 49 pages worth of real evidence, nothing. Ethan also cited the UN report from UN Victims Advocacy Group claiming that the UN confirmed the mass rape hoax. The report didn't. Zakah was involved in steering that report. I know. The UN report only featured one instance of firsthand testimony of sexual violence occurring to a victim, and it didn't happen on October 7. It happened to one of the hostages. That was it. The UN report itself never actually said, we have found a complete assessment going through forensics data of all of the victims or that rape had taken place on October 7, mass rape had taken place on October 7, Hamas-led mass rape had taken place on October 7. Those are three separate claims. And the UN report that I read on the stream that none of my fucking interlocutors who keep saying I'm a rape denier or whatever the fuck have ever read, because they don't know how to read. They're not literate or really care about it, because why should you? You could just fucking lie about something, and as long as it goes along with like mainstream narratives, then people won't check you on it. Okay? You're a joke, dude. Get fucked. Don't ban that person. I want to know what he means by this. Like, I want to understand like why he's so upset about this. What did the documentary maker do? She's a predator? Yes, Sheryl Sandberg, who made that the atrocity propaganda flick with very little, with no like hardline evidence. Hi Hassan, I wasn't familiar with you until recently. I watched your debate with Asmin, and you as a white guy from Alabama, you brought a lot of points I'd never considered and actually changed my mind a lot. Wait, why'd you get timed out? What the fuck? Oh, you wrote something too. Oh, maybe because you wrote Asmin Gold, and Asmin's name is auto-modded probably. All right, you're untimed out now. Yeah. In order for us to not get sucked into drama, because I always have a capacity to eat debate, I usually will just set up an auto mod. I don't know how you do it, man. All this evidence that proves you right over and over again. There's a sizable population of people who are just unreachable. It's mind-blowing to me. Yeah, it is what it is. There's not really much you can do. You just got to keep fucking saying the truth. And eventually, people will come to their own conclusions, okay? Eventually. But yeah, this is the summarization of it. More than a human can bear, Israel's systematic use of sexual, reproductive, and other forms of gender-based violence since October 2023. This is actually systematic, by the way. Not a fucking claim of systematic violence. But there's sufficient evidence in here to showcase both the moral depravity of the Israeli occupying forces, but also how much they've utilized sexual violence as a vehicle of war, okay? I hope you understand that. There is nowhere near this level of evidence from any report on October 7 from an independent party or even Israelis themselves. There isn't. And I say this as someone who does not offhandedly discount the notion that sexual assault might have taken place on October 7. I've maintained the position that sexual violence in all conflict is commonplace, and therefore the likelihood of sexual violence occurring on October 7 is not zero. Okay? I've never said it is. Having said that, however, there is no evidence as to sexual violence actually taking place on October 7. There has been no evidence whatsoever. The Israeli government has denied independent probes into the United Nations trying to actually go in and do forensic analysis. The most famous cases of secondhand and third-hand testimony was all discounted instantly. All of them. Haaretz has written detailed reports on this. It's like literally... it's literally fucking out there if you want to read on this issue at all. Like, Israeli media has written about it. As recently as a couple months prior, the main prosecutor that's supposed to be looking at like October 7 violence cases, straight up came out and said, we cannot find a single person to come out and say that they've been raped. They're like, we're looking, we want to prosecute these things, but there is no evidence. There's no hard evidence whatsoever. Yeah, Israel itself blocked the fucking investigations immediately after October 7 and blocked the investigations numerous times, by the way. That is the highest degree of disrespect to the fucking victims, mind you. Like, there is nothing more disrespectful than to look at a pile of bodies and be like, we're just going to use this for atrocity propaganda. We don't care about the humanity of these bodies. We don't care about the humanity of these citizens. And we don't care about what their families might want in terms of justice. Like, that is disgusting to me. That is completely morally repugnant behavior. It is utterly depraved. Oh, yeah. Despite several requests, Israel provided no evidence or access to investigate October 7 violations, including sexual violence allegations. Key details. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory in Israel said it made several requests for information and access from government of Israel from October 7 through January 15, 2025, but it received no responses. The commission also did not receive from Israel any further information on violations and abuses committed by the military wing of Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups. The commission further notes that no information about prosecutions of members of Hamas and other armed groups for the crimes committed on October 7 has been shared. I don't know. I think the people who killed them are worse. That's actually a great point. You're not wrong about this. You're not wrong. Of course, if you have been fucking murdered, then yeah, your murderer is the primary responsible party. But don't you think your government is supposed to protect you and actually figure out who murdered you, how they murdered you, especially in the case of Israel openly admitting to utilizing the Hannibal Directive? The Hannibal Directive is an Israeli military doctrine that dictates that if Israeli citizens, whether they are members of the IDF or just regular civilians, are captured by any sort of Palestinian militancy, it is military doctrine to kill them. Because in the hands of the Palestinians, they are a bargaining chip that Israel does not want to deal with. So they just literally fucking kill the hostages. That is their military doctrine. And it's not just their military doctrine that people speculated was being applied on October 7. Yoav Gallant, the former defense minister of Israel, a war criminal, came out and openly admitted to the utilization of the Hannibal Directive on October 7. There was already plenty of evidence in the aftermath of October 7 that the Israeli tanks actually shelled some of the kibbutzim and caused some of the explosions and the deaths of Israeli civilians that were inside of the kibbutzim. According to firsthand eyewitness testimony from someone who survived the attacks, first by Palestinian militancy and then by the Israeli occupying forces. But having said that, now it is completely official. We don't know what the exact number was in terms of the 1,200, 400 being, what was it? 400 being soldiers and then 800 being civilians. We don't know exactly what number of the civilians that were killed by the Israeli military, whether it be helicopters that were just fucking spraying all of the cars that were trying to escape the Nova Festival, or whether it be the tanks rolling up to the kibbutzim and blowing them up. But I think you and I would both agree that, you know, it is up to the government to honestly make an assessment over who killed who on October 7, specifically so that there can be some kind of restitution, some kind of justice for the victims that were killed on October 7. And I'm not saying that because I believe that like Hamas didn't kill any of the civilians. It was just the military. I don't believe that at all. I don't think that that is the case. I don't believe that that is the case at all. But I think it is important to investigate these issues specifically so you can, specifically so that the victims can finally have some answers. The family members of victims can finally have some answers. So yes, you're not wrong. I think the people who killed them are worse, but the question remains, who killed them and how they were killed? Was sexual violence a thing that occurred? This is important for the families to learn about as well. And that's precisely the reason why many of the victims from October 7 and their family members have sued the Israeli government time and time again. There are victims from the Nova Festival, survivors from the Nova Festival, for example, that have sued the Israeli government because they thought it was fucking insane that the Israeli government, knowing full well ahead of time that there was militancy activity happening at the fucking the barrier in the Gaza envelope, still chose to continue the Nova Festival a third fucking day. Anyway, so you didn't answer any of my questions here, but I hope you, I hope I was able to inform you on what my perspective is. It's also funny because like people that come in here and just go, you're a terrorist, have, I'm sorry, this is one of the issues where I have a lot more knowledge than the average person, okay? I normally wouldn't say this with a high degree of confidence, but you don't want this fucking smoke. There's a reason why none of your favorite content creators want to talk to me about this shit. And that is because they're oblivious, and it's much easier for them to consistently tell their audiences that I'm a bad guy and an Islamist fundamentalist and a terrorist and want to undermine Western civilization or some shit. Okay? Much easier to do that from the shadows than to actually come in here and have a direct conversation with me, because it would be people would very quickly understand who knows what in that situation. It's much easier to hide behind clips that are cut out of context and be like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a terrorist. Anyway, let's continue.
Births within a specific group, one of the legal definitions of genocide.
Our report finds that Israel has increasingly employed sexual, reproductive, and other forms of gender-based violence against Palestinians as part of a broader effort to undermine their right to self-determination.
The Commission documented a range of violations against Palestinian women, men, girls and boys, and it alleges that Israeli security forces have carried out systematic rape and other forms of gender-based violence, including forced public stripping, sexual assaults, and genital violence. According to the UN, these acts were committed under explicit orders from Israel's top military leadership.
That sexual and gender-based violence is increasingly used as a method of war by Israel to destabilize, dominate, oppress, and destroy.
Once again, projection, by the way. Good one, dude. Projection. When Israel's like, Hamas actually had a military directive to rape all the Israeli women or whatever, that's just fucking projection. I have court evidence from the SSA trial that just went into the public. Is there any way I can send it to you so you can read it? They're trying to sue this to keep the information private. I don't know what you're talking about. They accuse you of denying sexual assault when systematic sexual assault is a different accusation with a correspondingly high standard of evidence. It is not some random acts of war crimes that happen in every conflict. Yes, but the standard for evidence for sexual assaults is also high. And they haven't fucking even reached that standard either. Like if your top accusers, like if the only thing that we have here is like eyewitness testimony that immediately gets discounted, immediately gets debunked, then how the fuck can you say it happened? Everything is just, even the UN report that we read quite literally just rehashed. The initial UN report that came out simply just rehashed what the Israeli government was saying. And they openly admitted it. They said, we found only circumstantial at best evidence for sexual assaults happening by looking at the photos that were handed to us by the Israeli government. There's only one claim. There was only one claim, and it wasn't from October 7. It was from a captive that actually was a first-hand account of a sexual assault taking place while one of the Israelis was held hostage. That's it. That was the only one by UN's own definition actually reached the standard of hard evidence. It's very strange to keep litigating this over and over again. There is no reason for me to fucking deny that if rapes definitely happen, there's no reason for me to deny it. Why the fuck would I deny it? I've made my position known. People have actually used that position against me by, again, clipping me out of context where I said, even if sexual violence did take place on October 7, that doesn't justify genocide. I think that's a pretty normal position to have. That is my position. Nothing justifies a genocide. I'll take it one step further. I don't think that a genocide against all Israelis is justifiable because of this report that just came out, okay? That is my real position. That is my moral position. This report that documented 49 fucking pages of Israel engaging in the act of systematic sexual violence against Palestinians, both held captive and across the board in Gaza and in the West Bank, does not justify genociding Israel. It doesn't. Nothing justifies it. Nothing. Like they aren't assaulting Palestinians sexually? Wait, what? No, they are. They are. We know that they are. There is no such thing as defensive genocide, okay? There's no such thing. That is just like the Israeli position right now, but that's not a real thing. Let's continue.
The Palestinian people.
Yeah, there's also the Israeli, as far as the Israelis raping Palestinians to death, it's on camera, chat. They literally did it on fucking CCTV. So there's a dead person who died after being anally raped by the Israeli concentration camp guards. So we know that that actually happened. There's a victim, there's an autopsy report, and they did it on fucking camera. And when the government tried to prosecute them because they were worried that the fucking the ICC was going to come after them for that as well, in an effort to use complementarity as a shield, they tried to prosecute the soldiers, and then Israel did a pro-rape riot. Israel did a pro-rape riot where they successfully got the rapist concentration guards camps out of jail. They released them. And then the Israeli government turned around and became an incredibly famous television figure in Israel. He unmasked himself voluntarily and said, I was the top rapist, and he became a beloved television personality. Think about how fucking insane that is. Think about the moral rot in a society such as that one. This is precisely the reason why I say Israel is a Nazi society. That is just the fucking truth. And I don't know how you engage in the act of rehabilitation, but I can't even think of that at this point. Yeah, Israeli protesters held a rally for the right to rape prisoners. The Israeli Knesset held an emergency meeting. And in the Israeli Knesset, where they held an emergency meeting, a member of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party came out and said, of course, the concentration camp guards have a right to rape Palestinians. Like, they actively had this fight on camera. Now, just because you didn't hear about this doesn't mean it didn't fucking happen. It is on you to, at the very least, not come in here with some kind of fucking energy without any of this information in your mind. Just because your favorite content creator didn't see it does not mean that it didn't happen. They did this live on television. I covered it at the time. Perhaps I know more than you on this issue, and that's why I'm so fucking angry. Perhaps my anger and resentment does not stem from some sort of secret anti-Semitism in the way that all these fucking dipshits claim. Okay? That's it. I hate addressing this over and over again every single day, but like, the dumbest person you've ever encountered will just come out and make a fucking YouTube video basically rehashing like Reddit posts that they've seen with like 12-second clips, and then it becomes my problem. And because I want to constantly educate people who are misguided, I have to sit there and fucking over and over again repeat my points over and over again to people who don't even care about it. Fuck. Anyway, here it is. Sheryl Sandberg, former Facebook COO who directed the documentary Screams Before Silence, alleging mass sexual violence by Hamas on October 7th, without presenting credible evidence or identifying survivors, is now facing accusations of sexual misconduct herself. In a memoir by Sarah Wynne Williams, Sandberg is alleged to have spent $13,000 on lingerie for herself and her assistant during a work trip and engaged in intimate behavior, such as inviting the assistant to come to bed on a private jet. I know a crusty leftist who did the same thing to you recently. Streamer clearly didn't do his research. They're not a competent person. If they hear what I have to say about, especially on this issue, if they hear what I have to say and they're like, well, I disagree with it, then I don't know how much of a fucking real leftist they are, you know? Anyway, there was a Haaretz report on Israel using Palestinians as human shields. That's another thing.
Documented a pattern of sexual violence.
Israel also admitted that as well. Something, dude, that's why I always say, like, if you want to know what the fuck Israel's up to, if you want to be woke, if you want to actually be aware of like what is exactly happening, you can wait for the New York Times to write about it 6 months in the future, or you can be in here right now and learn about it in real time. And there's not always an assurance that the New York Times is going to write about it 6 years or 6 months in the future anyway.
Including cases of rape and other forms of sexual violence, torture and other inhumane acts that amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu lashed out at the Human Rights Council. In a written statement, he calls it a rotten, anti-Semitic, terrorist-supported and
Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. You want to know what Israel's up to? Simply follow their media. I mean, that's what I do. Yes. I'll tell you another thing. I wonder if any of these liberal Zionists or any of these people who are supposedly progressive or masquerade as progressives, did they talk about Mahmoud Khalil? Did they talk about his arrest? Did they talk about his deportation, his possible deportation? The reason why I ask that question is because if they do talk about that, they will perhaps realize that the same slander and same smears that they've used, that the American government has weaponized against him, they most likely have weaponized against me as well, with the hopes that a similar thing might happen to me down the line too. So if they fucking actually have to come out and be like, well, this is a severe violation of the First Amendment, it's going to come across like kind of hypocritical, don't you think?
Relevant body. This UN report is the first in-depth investigation into gender-based violence by Israeli forces since Hamas' October 7th attack, which triggered the war in Gaza.
We turn now to the stock market plunge as President Trump ramps up his tariff threats. The S&P 500 is now down more than 10% from its record high set less than a month ago. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, has the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Hey, Rebecca, good morning. While the president insists the U.S. will ultimately benefit from these tariffs, but Wall Street is clearly not convinced, as we are seeing new signs this morning that Trump's trade war is taking a real toll on the American economy. This morning, new alarm bells on Wall Street as the president's trade war escalates. The Dow plunging more than 500 points, and for the first time in 2 years, the S&P 500 going into correction territory, down 10% from its high last month. a benchmark that speaks to investor anxiety over Trump's tit-for-tat tariffs. Still, the president says he's not backing down.
We've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all.
In fact, he's vowing to go even further, threatening a 200% tariff on all wine, champagne, and alcohol coming out of France and the European Union, saying it's in response to 50% tariffs on U.S. whiskey that the EU announced in retaliation to Trump's tariffs in the first place. The president insists his new move will be great for the wine and champagne businesses in the U.S., but the French trade minister says Trump is escalating a trade war of his own making and is vowing to retaliate, warning we will not give in to threats and will always protect our sectors. In Louisville, Kentucky, distillery owner Victor Yarbrough is having to rethink his business strategy.
Maybe we need to hold off until the whole tariff thing kind of calms down a bit, and let's pivot to another country, or let's double down domestically.
Economists warn American businesses will foot the bill for Trump's tariffs and pass the costs along to consumers by raising prices. Trump acknowledges American consumers may take a hit, but says other countries like Canada, Mexico, and our European allies need us more than we need them.
Now, there'll be a little disruption, but it won't be very long. But they need us. We really don't need them.
Canadian leaders say that's not the case.
We're your largest customer. There's no one that buys more products off the United States than we do. You're going to be paying a lot more for everything right across the board because you can't get aluminum anywhere else.
In the Oval Office, I pressed the president.
But many American small business owners say they are concerned that these tariffs are going to hurt them. What's your message to them?
They're going to be so much richer than they are right now. And we have many. Yesterday, General Motors was in. They want to invest $60 billion. The people from Facebook were in yesterday.
Was that the mayor who smoked crack? No, that's his brother. He wishes he was as cool.
They're going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Other people are talking about numbers. Apple, as you know, a few days ago announced $500 billion investment. They're going to build their plants in the United States, which, as you know, almost all of their plants are in China. Now they're building in the United States.
But it could take years for these big companies to build new facilities and train workers. And recent polling now shows that a majority.
Yeah. R.I.P. Rob Ford. Gone but not forgotten. R.I.P. Rob Ford. Gone too soon. That was my favorite crackhead. SpaceX and NASA rescue mission is about to launch. Let's go.
Get two degrees away from the vehicle.
See if they fuck this up again.
Up in less than 30 seconds at the T-3 minute mark, the first stage liquid oxygen or LOX load will complete, and we'll continue to check through a couple more fueling milestones.
Trump, they lied to your face. They're not building shit. Brother, you think he cares? He's lying.
Liquid oxygen
he
loading
himself is lying
on
to the American
stage.
government, to the media.
You see all of those white clouds on your screen. Those are clouds of vapor, and they're completely normal, and we'll see them continue to build up as we get closer to launch. This is because liquid oxygen is super chilled, so a little of it will boil off in the warmer Florida air.
Stage 1, LOX load complete.
Great call out there. Stage 1. Putting liquid oxygen onto stage 2, and that'll wrap up here at the T-2 minute mark, just about 20 seconds from now. And once we finish propellant loading, that will mean that 1 million pounds of RP1 and liquid oxygen will be loaded onto Falcon 9 here, just under 10 seconds.
Stage 2, LOX load complete.
We just heard confirmation that the stage 2 liquid oxygen loading is now complete. We are under 2 minutes away from launch. Gas closeout has also begun. So we're now isolating all of the feed lines for the different gas systems from the Falcon 9 rocket. And those gases will then get vented overboard through umbilicals and the strong back. And you just heard that call out that Dragon is an automated aisle. You can hear that venting now. Obviously, rockets are very loud, and the sound can impart pressure loads back on the rocket itself. The ton of water absorbs and prevents the sound from hitting the structure and reverberating back onto the rocket. And that call
He better not fuck this up. There's people in this one.
The flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure the transition to final countdown is smooth, and all the flight computers on board are in sync.
The last launch was a failure, but there was no people in it. Who's being rescued? It's technically, I wouldn't, not a rescue mission, it's an extraction.
And in the final countdown, less than a minute to go. And
I don't think it's appropriate to call it a rescue mission.
Flying 260 statute miles over the west coast of
This is that one, right? They're doing the extraction of the Boeing spaceship,
And great
like the
call out.
astronauts that have been in. Trump keeps saying it's a fucking rescue mission. It's not a rescue mission. They're up in the
Crowd
ISS.
here in front of Mission Control, waiting to watch Crew 10 take off today.
Elon said he's gonna board a manned SpaceX craft. Oh please! Oh my God! Oh my God! That would be so sick. Oh my God! Please do that, Elon. Please, 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 please get on a fucking manned ship. Just by yourself though. It's coming. Look at that penis. No, I don't want it to crash. There's astronauts in it, chat. Calm down. You don't want it to fucking fail. There's like real humans in that thing. No girth, only length. Yeah.
We're now 40 seconds into
No, the astronauts have been stuck on the ISS for a while. Kind of is a rescue mission. It's not a rescue mission. They just didn't want to risk. They didn't want to risk Boeing doing the Boeing returning on the flight. Specifically because it would have destroyed Boeing and the Biden administration at the time. But they're not like stuck up there. They're working.
We're now just over 1 minute and 10 seconds into today's flight, traveling at more than 1,400 miles per hour. And we just heard that call out for Juan Bravo, which means we're in the second and
By the
final
way,
abort mode
SpaceX,
for the
NASA
first
collaboratively
stage,
doing
continuing
this
to get
is
good
quite literally
performance.
just for
The
Elon.
crew already pulling over
Like that's
2
a
Gs.
gimme for
Next
Elon.
up, we'll have a couple of events happening in rapid succession.
That is actually Trump just being like, yeah, I love you, Elon. You can do this.
Cut off where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages will be separating from one another. Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 10 to
They've
orbit
flown a
while
Falcon
the
a ton of
first
times.
stage
This is
begins
very,
its
very,
journey
very
back
unlikely to go wrong. It's the
Now we're
Starship stuff that they have
2 minutes
they
into
keep having.
today's traveling just under 4,000 miles per hour.
We're just about 20 seconds away from those events that Anna just mentioned.
Who else can
The
even
9
do
Merlin
it?
engines
Boeing
will
can
shut
do it.
down here in just about 10
Boeing
seconds.
is how they
for
got
Rico.
up there. They're
Stage
Boeing
separation
astronauts.
And SES-1.
China can obviously do it, but we're talking about American companies. America and China do not cooperate on space science, unfortunately, for the world. China can do tenfold of what America could
Views
do.
there on your left-hand screen. On your left-hand screen, you can see a view from stage 1. Awesome views of that boost back burn on the first stage, as well as the MVAC engine igniting on the second stage. Great views there. Now the booster is in its boost back burn. This is the first of 3 burns as it makes its way back down to Earth.
What
This
now,
will last
flat
about
earthers?
45 seconds.
What now?
And the crew.
What
10
now,
crew is
flat
still
earthers?
on board
Where
command
is
second
your
stage, which you can
God
see there on your
now?
right-hand
Shit
screen.
don't look flat to me,
And we're
brother.
now at 3 minutes and 20 seconds
Is
into
this
today's
fake?
flight. The vehicle is traveling about 6,500 miles per hour. They are on their way to the space station. And
They're
we did have
using
that
a
confirmation,
fisheye lens,
coming up
dumbass.
of the boost back shutdown, and then coming up at the T+6
These
minute
glasses
mark.
keep falling off my fucking face. I gotta go back to these ones.
And there we have our
God damn
first
it.
images of the crew inside the Dragon spacecrafts as they
It's
make
a
their
disc,
way
brother.
into orbit. And the crew
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
continuing to get good call outs.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Stage 2 it continues to be on power with in its firing until we get to that second stage engine
This is
cutoff
a Stanley
around the
Kubrick
9-minute
film, and
mark
you
of
know it. I
flight,
mean,
about
he's
5
he's
minutes
not dead. He's
of
alive.
flight to go before
Stanley
Dragon will
Kubrick
be
is
flying
alive,
free.
and he's still filming this. CGI, brother. CGI technology's gotten so much better.
Some cool views there on your left-hand screen. That's the first stage booster as it's making its way back down to Earth. Ground tracking camera getting these awesome views.
And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that lone Merlin vacuum engine of the second stage. We're
Is
continuing
this
to get good
DEI?
performance
The space?
on the second stage.
Space travel is the most DEI of all, dude. Every single one of Murat's co-workers is a brown man. There's like a handful of white guys, okay?
Now at 5 minutes into today's flight, with a liftoff at 7:03
NASA is
p.m. Pacific,
incredible.
7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. Continuing to get good call-outs as Stage 1 makes its way back to Earth, and Stage 2 continues to fire, propelling Dragon into orbit.
If you're just now joining us, the 4 members of Crew 10 launched from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and they're currently on board Dragon, still attached to Falcon 9's second stage, which you're seeing there on your right-hand screen.
There's a big problem with leaks in the propulsion system, and it will need a
It already
redesign.
completed the first of 3 burns as the boost back
Next
burn.
Boeing launch
and
is in its late
the next event coming up
2026.
for that
China's
vehicle
capability, while
is
still
going to
good, is no match for SpaceX and their Falcon flight schedule. Lol. Yeah, I mean, SpaceX is ripping them over and over again, for sure. What I was talking about is the Chinese space station or whatever they're fucking building.
3 of those 9 Merlin 1D engines to help slow the vehicle down as it makes its way back into the Earth's atmosphere.
We're now just
It's
over
more so
6
to
minutes into
tell you
today's
that the
flight.
American
As we
government
continue
does not,
traveling
American
at
government
over
scientists do not
12,000
cooperate
miles
with
per
the
hour,
Chinese
making
space
their way
scientists.
into orbit and on the way to the International Space Station.
They're building a ghost space station. Yeah, it's empty, brother.
There we just saw on the screen, it was very quick, but we had the entry burn, which we got some cool views of that from the ground, which is awesome.
Yeah, no, the Chinese space station is a ghost space station. There's no one in it, actually. Don't you mean aerospace engineers? Yes. Whatever.
Confirmation there from the crew as they continue to make their way into orbit. Now 7 minutes into today's flight.
Yeah, they made it with
the
tofu
first stage
dregs,
making
the
it
Chinese
Earth, and the
space
second stage
station.
continuing to fire.
This is an awesome view. Let's see if we can see the center engine relight for that landing burn here in a few seconds.
Wait, does this get caught by the
that landing
chopsticks
burn.
too?
Let's watch.
That's sick. That's so fucking sick, dude. That is actually so cool. God, I hate Elon Musk so much, but this is so insanely dope. That is so sick. Yeah. God, I fucking hate Elon. I wish he wasn't associated with this.
And now that the first stage has made its way back to Earth, we're about a minute away from the second engine cutoff, which we're expecting around the 9-minute mark of today's flight.
It's
We're
not like
continuing to get
Elon
good
did it,
call-outs,
but it doesn't
and,
matter. You know what I
Dragon
mean?
and all
Like, he
people are
still gets
performing as
benefits from it.
expected. Just over 8 minutes into today's flight, traveling more than 21,000 miles per hour. Hearing good call outs. We're about 30 seconds away from that second engine cutoff, and then shortly after that, about a minute or so later, we will have orbital insertion.
Luckily, it's all fake and made in Blender. Yeah, it's all CGI, brother.
And that call out there for Shannon, and that is the call out for Shannon, Ireland, which is the final abort.
Why do you
stage
call
for the
Elon a
second
con
stage
artist
off
who
the
was
coast
lucky to
of
make his way to the top? Because he is.
Standing by for a second engine cutoff.
Yeah, this is also, this shadow says, my sister is an aerospace engineer at SpaceX, and I assure you they hate Elon. I know. I also know, you know, I can confirm that as well. Yes. Engineers talk to one another all the time, and they fucking hate Elon Musk. It's usually that they have invested far too much time into the company and have stock options, so they just kind of stay there. From what I understand, they have like good benefits package or good options, so they just kind of stick through it. A lot of them also love what they do, which is why they stay there, but they fucking despise Elon Musk.
Shortly, in about 10-15 seconds is what we're expecting. And we're preparing for stabilizing the second
Why
stage
do they
so
say
that
they
we
hate
can
him?
have
Obviously,
a
there are many
smooth
reasons.
separation.
He is a horrible boss to work for.
And there,
This
you
is
can
the
see
most
on the
consistent
left-hand
thing I've
side,
heard about Elon Musk.
crowd is going wild. There on your screen, you can see that Dragon separation.
The fuck is that?
Second stage making its way, and Dragon is now flying free. 10 minutes into today's flight. That was about a minute after we had that second engine.
Yeah, he bankrolls it and pokes his head in. Typical Elon shit. There's a woman who's the real head of the company and actually runs the operations. Yeah, but when he pokes his head in, he's apparently incredibly fucking annoying, and he'll make like ridiculous demands, and will force people to work incredibly long hours and be like, no, you have to make this happen.
First images of Crew 10.
You know what I
inside
mean?
The Dragon Endurance spacecraft as they're now successfully in orbit.
Dragon, SpaceX Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon and wish you a great mission. Over to LD.
It was an honor flying with you this evening. We wish you well on your journey and give Crew 9 our best. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX Dragon, this is Crew 10 Commander Ann McClain. Thank you to all of the teams from across the world who contributed to the launch today. Spaceflight is tough, but humans are tougher. Days like today are made possible only when people choose to do the harder right over the easier wrong. Build relationships, choose cooperation, and believe in the inherent goodness of all people across the world. To my family and friends, without you, I would not be here. Explore boldly, live gracefully, go Crew 10.
Whoa!
Now over to
Cut it
Pilot
out!
Nicole Ayers.
Cut the feed! Oh my God, they did! Wait, what?
Pilot
I'm Nicole Ayers again. We're not the first humans to get to orbit, and we wouldn't be here without the bravery and hard work of those who have paved the way for human spaceflight. We now get the unique perspective of Earth without borders and get to revel in the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not once again acknowledge those who helped me get here to this wonderful view.
Wait, what is Asmongold's chat saying? Are they saying DI astronaut? I need to see. I need to see what his chat is saying.
Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start, thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
They're just saying "Aya clap." They're saying "W Japan." That was their takeaway from this wonderful statement.
And SpaceX, especially the
you are a sick individual, Hassan.
Successful launch, and we are looking forward to a smooth ride to the International Space Station.
Thanks a lot to NASA and SpaceX for this wonderful ride, and I want to say a couple of words in Russian.
You have to remember, all of these dudes are fucking nerds. All these dudes and ladies are like incredibly well-read, incredibly educated, nerdy ass fucking scientists. It does not matter what country they work for. It doesn't matter what stupid ass boss like Elon Musk they work for. Like, of course, they're just like, yeah, we love this shit, and I'm so glad that we get to actually, you know, pioneer something. Like, we get to push the boundaries of technology. They can still be hogs. I think that the overwhelming majority are not hogs, especially at that level. They can. There are famous examples, but there's a reason why there are famous examples, because they're not the norm at all. Spacetism is universal. It's just like, yeah, in order to be able to get to that situation, like you've done a lot of reading. You've read a lot of books. Anyway, Mark Kelly didn't come down to be a Republican. I mean, Mark Kelly is actually a hog. So I would say Mark Kelly is not a great example. Anyway, it is harder to be a hog with a PhD. Not impossible, but harder for sure. And there are still dudes who are hogs with a PhD.
And such great words from Crew 10, as well as the Corps here in Hawthorne and Mission Control. We also got confirmation that the nose cone deploy is underway. The 6 hooks that hold the nose cone in place during launch,
Someone in
during the launch and ascent portions,
Jewish
have to retract, and then the nose cone will be able to start to swing open and deploy. Now, this uncovers a number of critical systems for the flight up to the space station.
It doesn't represent the majority opinion. They're all saying W space.
And the docking hatch.
Classic, though. That's a classic bit that conspiracy theorists believe.
In case there were going to be any comms.
I often use that as an example that, like, even innocuous conspiracy theories like flat earthers inevitably always arrive at Jews being responsible for it somehow. I use that basically as an example of how every conspiracy theory, no matter how small or how vast, inevitably turns into the Jews did this.
We're just waiting for confirmation that the nose cone has fully deployed with all of the hooks open. But just to recap a little bit, we did have a successful liftoff of Crew 10 about 18 minutes ago at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. And following an approximately 9-minute ride after liftoff, we had that orbital insertion, and Dragon and Crew 10 were flying free and well on their way to the International Space Station. They now have an approximately 28-hour journey before they do reach their destination
the Jews.
of the space station.
Well,
and that docking is targeted for tomorrow, March 15th. For the
space program, it was a little bit of a collaborative project, I would say. Yes, plenty of Jews were responsible for it, but, you know, there were also some fucking Nazis as well that you know, played a big role in the initial technology, you know. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know. It's just
spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years with Dragon. In addition to flying people, SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical.
Yeah, there were some German Jews, for sure. And then there were some Germans who were definitely not Jewish and definitely not too fond of the Jews. You know.
DNA sequencing to 3D printing studies enabled by Dragon and the space station test Dragon and the space station test a variety of technologies.
I guess Elon Musk is kind of continuing that tradition of being a fucking Nazi, engaging in like space travel. So there's that.
Science and research and learnings that help make life both on Earth and in space better. And flights like today's help us continue to lay this foundation for our future among the stars and continue our mission to make life multiplanetary.
Crew 10 does arrive to the International Space Station. They will, of course, partake in some additional science and research. They will have over 200 experiments that they will contribute to during their time aboard the International Space Station. Again, we're just standing by for confirmation that that nose cone has fully deployed, and we may also get some additional look inside the cabin of the crew.
As we patiently wait for those views, we are trying to see if we can get some views. We were seeing some views from the second stage. This looks like it might be a view from the forward.
Dragon SpaceX nominal nose cone opening and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
SpaceX Dragon copies and confirm nominal E-course activation and go for visors.
What a dumb reason to go to space. It would cost infinitely less money to fix all the problems on Earth than it would to make another planet habitable. I disagree with that take. I think it's a.
Again, we're seeing some views inside.
I think it's a wrong take.
Spacecraft with Crew 10
One, space travel is fucking awesome. Okay. 2, space travel inevitably creates new technology that you use down here that is like readily available, accessible, makes your lives easier, like the fucking microwave. So I don't, and also 3, we can do both. It's not one or the other. Like,
And from left to right
so
on
glad
your
you're not
screen,
anti-space. My brother is a literal rocket scientist, chatters. What the fuck? Of course I'm not anti-space.
And then far on the right-hand side of your screen is JAXA astronaut.
That'd be real funny if I was like, I fucking hate the science pro. I hate aerospace and mechanical engineers. I hate them. I hate them so much.
As, their tablets are floating around there. They do have them attached to a little string that helps allow them so that, you know, as they're strapped into their seats, they don't.
Also, I love Cowboy Bebop.
We're now just over 20 minutes into today's flight following that successful liftoff at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. There you're getting an over-the-shoulder view between the commander and
Yeah, I
pilot.
have a very specific smoke for aerospace engineers who turn my garage into a welding shop, but that's it. That doesn't extend to... Yeah, well, you're anti-nuclear, right? Many associate that with anti-progress. I'm not anti-nuclear as much as I am nuclear skeptic or scared of nuclear
If you're just
power.
now joining us, you are watching live Crew 10 out in space in the Dragon vehicle. They lifted off from Space Launch Complex 39A at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time.
But even then, at this point, I don't give a fuck, to be honest. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let it melt down type shit, if you know what I mean. I don't even care anymore. So I'm no longer anti-nukes.
Copy. Thank you, SpaceX. We'd like to introduce the Crew 10 G indicator. He is holding him up. This is a hand-crochet origami crane, Japanese origami, hand-crocheted in the United States, and his name is Drug, which is the Russian name for friend. Origami is the Japanese art of folding paper. This is a nod to the unique and deep cultural traditions from which each of us come. While we're from different parts of the world, we are brought together in this bold endeavor, and we represent all of humanity. The folded paper design was also chosen to represent paper airplanes that we made when we were kids, before we were astronauts, when all we had was a dream. And we looked up at the sky and we wondered, what if? It's a symbol that every big accomplishment starts with a quiet dream, and that dreams do come true when you believe in yourself and you listen only to those who believe in you. Crew 10 believes in all of the dreamers. The flag and the number markings on the crane, there's a number 10 on each of its wings and a flag from each one of our countries on the tail. This is a nod to each of our shared experiences as professional pilots. These patches are arranged to look like an airplane. This is a source of deep pride for our crew, because what pilot doesn't like to talk about the fact that they're a pilot? But this also symbolizes our shared
If you had the
culture
aux
as
cable on
astronauts.
Dragon, what song are you putting
In the years
on?
of training together, we found
I'm
we have
putting
far
on the
more
new
in
Cardi
common than we
album.
differ. Our zero-G indicator was handmade by a small business owner in the United States. This represents all the hands.
You
which
ignore
created
what's
our
happening in
entire
Syria
space
just like
program.
mainstream media.
And
Syrians
this
are probably
rocket
not
and
as
this
important as
capsule that we're flying
Palestinians.
today.
Too bad. I thought you were
It
better.
also represents all of the artists and musicians who inspire people to imagine beyond what they can see. Spaceflight is perhaps the
No.
most complex endeavor of our time, but it was built one step at a time.
I don't think
by one
Syrians
person at a
are
time.
less important than Palestinians.
Finally, the origami crane is the international symbol for peace, hope, and healing. Crew 10 hopes to serve as a beacon of hope, a reminder of what humans can accomplish when we see the goodness in one another.
Cardi is
and we
NPC
choose to
music.
work
Shut
together
up.
toward a common goal. Today, we are united not through common enemy, but through shared optimism and a basic belief in the goodness of humanity. It is far easier to be enemies than it is to be friends. It's easier to break partnerships and relationships than it is to build them.
Call out Elon. You won't.
And success depends on leaders of character who choose the harder right over the easier wrong, and who build programs.
Be like, Elon
partnerships,
is
and
not a
relationships.
good character of decent moral
benefit
fabric,
of all.
decent moral fiber.
If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. Crew 10 chooses to go together in peace because you cannot be great without the greatness of others. Go NASA, go Roscosmos, go JAXA, and go Crew 10.
Wait, the Japanese, that's crazy. The Japanese NASA's called JAPSA? That's crazy. Oh, JAXA. I was like, that's a wild
we really appreciate
name.
that birthday. Thanks for introducing.
Oh, Jesus. It sounds like a slur.
NASA astronaut and the Crew 10 commander, Ann McClain. And again,
No
Crew
mention
10
of X.
comprised
Why
of
the
McClain
fuck would she
along with NASA
mention?
astronaut
Why would
Takuya Onishi,
why would she mention X? They'd be like, thank you to Twitter for making the world in the exact opposite vision. In the exact opposite vision of the world that I have envisioned here. One where there are no borders, no boundaries, and everyone is side by side singing Kumbaya. Thank you to Twitter and thank you to Grok for ruining that vision of a tomorrow. Because
Harmony module. Between now and then, Dragon will perform a series of
SpaceX?
burns to
Oh, you
catch
mean
up with the space
SpaceX.
station, and that first burn will be taking place around 4:52 p.m. Pacific, 7:52 p.m. Eastern today.
yeah, I don't know why.
And those were some great words about the zero-G indicator.
She didn't say SpaceX.
Very incredible. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years with Dragon. In addition to flying people, SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. Now, so far, SpaceX and Dragon have carried over 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit, both to the International Space Station and on our free flight missions. From DNA sequencing to 3D printing.
ADL defense Musk Nazi salute asking for grace and then benefit of the doubt. Not disturbed that Musk says Hitler did not kill Jews. What can you do, you know?
Critical research and learnings that help
Guys,
make
he's
life
pro-Israel. It's fine. He's pro-Israel.
space better. And flights like today's help us continue to lay the foundation for our future among the stars and continue our mission to make life multiplanetary. Now, we'll be signing off from SpaceX for now, so we're going to send it back to NASA. But before we go, we want to thank NASA for entrusting us with today's mission, and thank you all for being here with us today.
And with that, we're going to end our coverage from Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage in about 26 hours at 6:45 p.m. Pacific, 9:45 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Holy
March 15th
fuck,
for
it's
that
gonna take 29 hours for them to get up there and dock? God damn, how fucking far is the space station, dude? Hey, yo!
And welcome back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just watched Crew 10 lift off from Launch Pad 39A. The crew
Space
is
is
now...
big, idiot. Damn, dude. How far away is it? No, it's not that far. It just takes a long time to align the orbit. Oh, that's what the problem is. It's 29 hours away, clearly. No, I think they just kind of go up there and float, and then they sync it up, right, with the trajectory. Isn't that how it goes? I actually don't know, but that's how it works, right? That's the reason why it probably takes so long, because it's not like making maneuvers. It's not like going full tilt with the boosters or some kind of like boosting capability that like takes it all the way to the ISS. I feel like if that was the case, well, one, it would burn a shit ton more. It would probably be a lot heavier to also fly it all the way out there. Just build another lane, it goes faster. Yeah, everything is spinning and in constant motion. Yes, I know. I'm just thinking of like how it is in movies. That's why. And I suspect that other people also assume, even if they know better, and I know better, and I still make that assumption sometimes because of how much I've watched movies and anime and shit. But yeah, you just like, in your mind, it's normal to think that like, oh, it's just like flying up there the entire time and not just like kind of floating in orbit as it like links up. You don't understand because you have zero motion. Oh yeah. The man who U.S. deported, who then helped China into space. Yeah, this is going to happen again. Better to think of it as they are performing an orbital. You know what? Just don't think about it either. You play Kerbal Space Program, or you do rocket science as a hobby, or you soyjack and no thoughts about it. Jock. Did you just use jock as a pejorative? What the fuck's going on in this chat? Goddamn nerds. Oh. Okay. That was Vivek. Oh, I forgot. Charlemagne has some smoke for Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
The party of inaction. The Democrats have failed to protect the interests of the American people. And you know why, Dems suck at messaging? Because they never talking about nothing. And they do nothing. So guess what? To me, they all got to go. Like Dems don't just have a messaging problem. They got a leadership problem. The Chuck Schumers of the world, the Hakeem Jeffries, they should all step down. And any Dem who isn't fighting for the people and standing with the party should be primary. Like, how can...
Damn, we got the Boondocks hoodie on, too. He's popping off, dude.
You say the bill sucks, but you're passing it anyway. Like, you're not going to even try to, present something different. Right. Try to negotiate nothing. It sucks, but we're going to pass it anyway.
Yeah, that's been the commentary. Basically, I think a lot of the world agrees with you on that, because it just seems as though the Democrats can't come together on anything.
Nothing.
So,
ever.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. Nope. So what's the point of voting for them? Literally.
Well,
the party of inaction. The Democrats have failed to protect the interests of the American people. And you know why, Dems suck at messaging? Because they never talking about nothing. And they do nothing. So guess what? To me, they all got to go. Like Dems don't just have a messaging problem. They got a leadership problem. The Chuck Schumers of the world, the Hakeem Jeffries, they should all step down. And any Dem who isn't fighting.
You need Charlemagne on the stream? I need to go on his stream, dude. FBI art theft? What? Oh, there's also infighting. The girls are fighting. Drama. Clandis Owen says, Andrew Clavin says, the problem with arguing with anti-Semites is that they are genuinely stupid as bricks. First, they say, Christ is king and America first. Then make excuses for Iran's government of radical Islam is dedicated to the U.S. destruction. They think Gentiles have tormented and persecuted Jews in one nation after another. So there must be something wrong with Jews. Really, Sherlock? They're not even smart enough to be feckless clowns. Jews are less than 3% of our population and have made amazing contributions in science, industry, finance, and entertainment. And that's not even mentioning the bagels, in parentheses. Oh, the bagels. And while Jews have their evildoers, just like everyone else, the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about Nagasaki and Bolsheviks and Leo Frank are truly the work of semi-literate morons. I know they like to flood social media with ugly garbage. It's all they got. The only way that these monstrous pieces of shit would ever entirely and exclusively address anti-Semitism was if, they were recognizing the real problem of anti-Semitism amongst their ranks. It literally finally got the Republicans to talk about anti-Semitism, because so many of their top content creators now are just like out and about rabid anti-Semites. This is Andrew Clavin who said this from Daily Wire. I didn't even know there was a Jewish Nagasaki conspiracy, but it's actually not shocking to me at all. As I said before, every conspiracy eventually revolves around Jews. It always goes back to Jews, the Jews. I know they like to flood social media with ugly garbage, is all they got, but paying attention to them lowers your IQ more than fluoride and doesn't even help with your teeth. Best to leave them play with themselves. To which Candace Owens, also known as Clandis, jumped in and said, thank you for re-upping this most crucial conversation about Christ is King almost exactly a year later, and once again during the season of Lent. After a year of thoughtfulness, I want you to know that I will never stop declaring it. To which Jordan Peterson came in and also popped off. Clandis Owens, real Candace O, a true pharisaical pretender. She vociferously proclaims her devotion to Christ for no other reason than to elevate her perceived status. She say you're fake Christian, okay? You've desecrated the Eucharist. I don't know. That's like a Christian thing, right? That's like a Catholic thing. I don't know. But basically, he was like, you ain't a real Christian. He said stolen valor. Her outrage is designed not to shout out from the rooftops, build bridges or make peace, but to subvert Christianity itself with its new force to her own purposes. She is literally using God's name in vain. There are few more unforgivable sins. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which appear beautiful on the outside, but inside are full of dead men's bones and every kind of filth. Okay, what is happening? Why is he writing like this? Pharisees. Pharisees? Pharisees? Like a pussy? Pharisee? Yo, let me see your Pharisee. Yo, that Pharisee be looking real nice. What? I don't know what this is. And is Pharisee? That Pharisee got me acting strange. Okay. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside there are full of greed and self-indulgence. Finally, if she wasn't the worst hypocrite, she would forswear the Tate brothers, but they draw attention, and for a pretender, all attention is good attention, even at cost, say, of the pearl of great price. And then he posts a Nick Fuentes quote, I guess, or this. Nick Fuentes says he was the first to use Christ is King in a political context. The purpose of this is to weed out Jews. See the end of the video. Not hate speech, nor should anyone stop saying it, but the motivation is clear, and we were not wrong for pointing it out. The Republicans are infighting over the growth of the overt anti-Semitism, because like Republicans have always harbored anti-Semites in their ranks, like pretty obvious ones, but they usually would just like kind of, you know, keep them on the back burner and they wouldn't pop off so much. But because of all the Israel stuff, obviously like anti-Semites have been really popping off, especially on the Republican side, some of which are anti-Semitic but also pro-Israel, some of which are anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. And it seems like in this day and age, it does unironically feel like the only kind of permissible anti-Israel sentiment is basically going to be coming from overt anti-Semitic people. And the more like institutions like the ADL and like these liberal or sometimes like progressive institutions focus all of their effort on belittling and undermining anti-Zionists who are not anti-Semitic, the more, you know, those people pop off. And it's interesting to think about, and it's something that I've been thinking about quite a bit, especially as Joe Rogan has had like numerous people on his broadcast when he's not talking about, when he doesn't have like a billionaire who, you know, literally drinks the blood of children, like not blood libel. I'm talking straight up billionaires who are doing unironically doing the blood rituals to, I guess, maintain their youthful nature while simultaneously inventing new ways of killing children overseas. He then turns his crosshairs on to he then will have these guys who seemingly are very anti-Semitic. He's had a couple of these hosts, a couple of these guests on his podcast recently, and this guy is apparently getting a lot of attention from normies. Now, it's an interesting guy. What's his name? Daryl something? I forget.
Good.
Joe Rogan platforming Holocaust denier and believing him at his word is the logical conclusion of right-wing conspiratorial thought. He's too stupid to keep it a secret. Yeah, this guy is, wait, I thought you were for free speech, only speech you agree with. I am not. Oh, God. First of all, I think it's very stupid for a lot of you to come in here and talk to someone like myself who is unironically attacked with the purpose of deplatforming on a daily basis. I think in 2025, no one can fucking say that like the people that are prosecuted the most for their speech are pro-Palestinian advocates. Okay, that's always been the case, but it's now become undeniable. That truth is virtually undeniable. As a matter of fact, this is a meta-analysis on what kind of speech is permissible, what kind of anti-Israel speech is even allowed or is very popular in mainstream political discourse. Okay? I am not an advocate for deporting or jailing people for simply just their speech, no matter how fucking insane it is. Although I do understand that there are limitations to free speech, even in the expansive boundaries, the expansive, seemingly no boundary free speech that America has, there are still limitations to that, understandable limitations to that. There's no such thing as free speech absolutism. Okay? Having said that, American free speech protections have historically only protected the right, reactionary right, neo-Nazi sentiment, things of that nature, and have never been as expansive when protecting leftist speech. It's literally still illegal to be a union leader and be a communist at the same time. In this country, we've had 2 Red Scares and we're at the precipice of the 3rd. So, having said all of that, this guy apparently is a historian, but he has some really interesting opinions.
Start going after the Jews.
Daryl Cooper is his name. This is an account that does good noticing, as in noticing Jews. That's what that is, by the way. For those of you who don't know, it's a dog whistle for noticing, how powerful Jews are, or how much Jews control American media and American power, or whatever the fuck. That's what the subtle, or I guess not so subtle way that Nazis try to signal to one another. All right, let's keep going.
You mean in terms of
rhetoric?
So yeah, like if you take him at his word in Mein Kampf, which is, it's a piece of political propaganda, that he wrote as a sort of a politician in Germany in 1924, and so you have to take it with sort of a grain of salt, but it's also one of the few sources we have.
What do you mean? Is he implying that Hitler didn't actually hate the Jews? He was just like doing political speech? He's hitting the New York Times note. Remember that New York Times article from like 1933 or whatever, where they were like, Hitler rising to power is using anti-Semitism, but is he actually an anti-Semite? Probably not. No, he was, man. Like, it's not. What more do you need him to say and do for you to be like, nah, he was legit. Like, he actually hated the Jews. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. Take Mein Kampf with a grain of salt. He wasn't a real one he wasn't a real hater. He wasn't a real hater of the Jews. It's like, the fuck?
Given his audience at the time, he probably didn't have a lot of reason to make this part up. Is that, he had been from like small town Germany, right? And he was from a middle class family. His father was a civil servant, respectable people. And nationalism back then was very much like a middle class ideology, and the middle class people, nationalists, would complain about the work.
Bro said Germany when talking about Austria. He's like, more Germany. Austria, as in Germany too.
And, the proletariat, how they all want to be socialists, and none of them have any national feeling and everything. And Hitler really didn't grow up with any really even knowledge of the Jews. He says his father, he never heard him say the word. And, if they had any in the small town that he lived in, like, they were apparently well assimilated because he didn't know about them. And so then he moves to Vienna when he's a young adult, and there's a lot of Jews in Vienna. And he starts to, he's at the...
Yeah, Vienna, more Germany. At least according to Hitler. famous German... Famous German city.
The bottom of society now. He's literally living in shelters. He's hungry all the time. He's like down with the underclass after having grown up in the middle class. And so he's starting to get a look at what the German people, the German masses, that he's like sort of as a child and a young man is like worked up this deep sense of like nationalistic fervor. He's actually getting an up close look at the underclass in Vienna, and what he sees is not particularly impressive, which is often the case when you can have sympathy for and want to lift up the underclass in any society, but the reason you want to do that is because they're often living degraded lives in degraded circumstances. And so he gets an up close look at this, and he doesn't like what he sees, and he says in Mein Kampf that it really caused him like a moral crisis, and an ideological crisis.
It always weirds me out. Like, look. Nazis and chattel slavery are literally the only 2 things, perhaps because of its closeness to contemporary history. There's the only 2 things that like historians will directly stamp like a moral like not a descriptive, but a moral sentiment that they associate with in a negative way, and for good reason, right? I think it was, pop historian Dan Carlin who once famously said, like, Genghis Khan was a far more violent figure, but because we're so far removed from his impact, we just kind of think of him as a leader of the world that changed the world in a dramatic fashion. He's a pop historian. You might not actually appreciate his perspective or whatever, but I think that he was kind of right on that, where it's like Hitler is too close for people to, for anyone really to associate with as anything but like a truly evil being. Even though you're usually, like, historians usually will rarely ever describe previous events throughout history, no matter how world-changing, world-shattering, no matter how violent it is, with any sort of like moralizing. Like, it's usually just very matter of fact. Obviously, there's a perspective that people have, a perspective people maintain, but it doesn't have that same stink associated with, like, when you talk about Hitler. Now, the reason why I brought all of this up is because it always rubs me the wrong way when I hear someone try to describe the background of Adolf Hitler with like moral ambiguity, or even the growth of the Nazi movement, because it always feels to me, maybe I'm a baby about it, I don't know, but for me, I don't know anything about this dude. Okay, I don't know anything about this dude. But for me, when I hear someone describe Hitler from the perspective of Hitler, it rubs me the wrong way. It almost feels like you are presenting him in a sympathetic manner, almost, where he's like, he's a real guy that got, real fucked over by forces, let's say, maybe not the Jews, but some forces of group of individuals from a ethno-religion that, got together and had full control over our financial institutions and also the labor movement at the same time. It's like when you're going beyond offering context to how Hitler got there, and it kind of feels like you're being a little sympathetic, I don't know. Maybe being fucking woke, I have a higher degree of sensitivity for stuff like this, but it does rub me the wrong way when I hear anyone who claims to be a historian that talks about Adolf Hitler while also simultaneously approaches it from a sympathetic manner.
He's like, are these the German people? Like, really? This is what we're talking about? And then he says,
because like so far, with some exceptions to what he described, what he's describing is something that, you read in history books, as far as the overarching like feelings of humiliation and economic instability that was in Germany post World War I, the high number of veterans that were riddled with shell shock and seemingly had no job prospects, things of that nature. Like, all this stuff definitely played a very important role in the rise of Nazi sentiment and also Hitler's rise to power. Okay, that's correct. It's just the way he's describing Hitler's evolution is strange. That's what I think.
This is the way he relates it. He says it was actually the key that unlocked everything else for him. Is that, he would say he realized, we could say he came to believe that yes, these German masses, they are in a sorry state right now, but the reason for that is that they're being manipulated by the Jews, by the Jewish press, by the Jews who own the theaters and put out the films and whatever else. All of it, they're being manipulated and corrupted by these people. And so for him, it became like, I think, he had a lot of the same explanations and reasons you would hear from any anti-Semite then or now, banking and whatever. Like, all those things were like in there. But I think the thing that gave it emotional valence for him is that his anti-Semitism was what allowed him to love the German people.
What?
Feudal time.
Elon was just on Joe Rogan explaining how he couldn't possibly be a Nazi, and now Joe Rogan is platformed a notorious anti-Semite and Nazi defender. Like, I don't know if people are being hysterical about this guy or if this dude is like a straight up Nazi, but I do feel like he's just kind of covering the story like he might be a straight up Nazi. I don't know. Look, I'm trying to be as open-minded as possible. Now, the reason why I'm trying to be as open-minded as possible to what this guy is saying, okay, is because fucking normies are listening to this dude and approaching me in the real world going, dude, I know you like that Palestine stuff. Have you heard about this guy, Daryl? He has a series called Fear and Loathing in Jerusalem or something like that. Apparently he has like a Israel piece. And that was when I was like, oh no, oh no, no, no. Oh, what the fuck? This is like how normies are learning about the conflict. This is how normies are learning about the history of Israel. Okay. And I'm telling you, like, these are not like straight up fucking fascists. Like, these are normal people. I promise. When I say these are normies, I mean they're fucking normies. Okay. Germans who like to hide their pro-Nazi regards often talk like him in a group. It's very common in certain circles. Yeah. This is the guy who said on the Tucker Carlson interview that Churchill was the main villain in World War II, right? Is that the guy? And I think that how to treat them is sit down and what? If this is W. Churchill hate? No. As someone who does hate Churchill, I would not say that. I think he's Churchill's done a lot of awful shit, okay? Including to my people. I'm just saying. Never forget Gallipoli, okay? But all jokes aside, and the very serious crimes of Churchill, he was definitely not the bad guy during World War II, okay? Objectively so. The Allied forces were not on the wrong side of World War II. That right there, if you say that there were complex figures involved in World War II that also in their domestic policies or in their in their previous acts of foreign policy have made tremendous mistakes or have done a lot of violence, like, that's one thing. But if you're saying Churchill is the main baddie of World War II, I mean, he's not even the top three, okay? We're talking about some real bad dudes, okay? He's not even in the top three. Nowhere near. That's a pretty crazy statement to make. That's all I'm going to say.
You've got the aristocracy, you got the church, and you got the peasantry. And then you have like another group of people who kind of serves a unique function, but kind of a uniform function across Europe in...
How do you explain Hitler materially without being empathetic? Like in the we're all products of our material conditions of banality, evil type way, because I do think that he is. Someone else would have been Hitler if Hitler didn't exist. No, I did explain the rise of animosity in Germany and anti-Semitism's role. I literally just did. When I was talking about how he's talking about it versus how I would talk about it, I would cover it.
In the Jews, they would very often be like, they played a very kind of critical role in feudal Europe, because they were the only ones who had a network that kind of stretched across the whole place. And so a lot of times, like the rulers would have.
I think the funniest question to always ask is like, so if Jews are of one mind, okay, if they are a monolithic force as implied by anti-Semites, why the fuck were they also literally both in positions of incredible importance in finance, while also simultaneously they were the leading revolutionary forces historically? Like, it doesn't fucking make sense. They both, they're a monolithic force, okay? They're a monolithic force, but they also ideologically are both engaging in finance and have doing usury, whatever, but also simultaneously are like revolutionary figures that are communist, socialist, trade unionist. How the fuck does that, or in college, professors and things of that nature? Like, the moment that you look at a banker and a fucking commie and think these guys are operating on the same fucking playing field is a moment where you've become a Nazi. That's it. No, a fucking banker and a fucking labor union leader are not operating with the same mindset. The only way you think that is if you're fucking racist, okay? Is if you're an anti-Semite. That's it. It's that simple. It's ridiculous. And the only way that Jews became monolithic in that process was because their victimhood was identical, because they were destroyed on the basis of being Jewish, not just on what their political ideologies were, okay? It's always the oppressors that actually don't discriminate in their discriminatory practices that actually end up monolithizing a group of victims. Same with fucking black people in America, okay? The reason why there is a black culture in the United States of America is because of chattel slavery. It is a culture that was born out of having your ancestral ties cut off in its entirety. Black people in America, when they were forcibly brought here, stolen from their homes for a lifetime of slavery, were robbed of their identity, robbed of their ethnicities, robbed of their culture, robbed of their language. And of course, they created like not a monolithic culture, but they were treated as a monolith by oppressors. Same with Nazi Germany and Jews. But beyond that, there's no fucking monolithic force there. It's just so stupid. If there was, there wouldn't be so many goddamn anti-Zionist Jews, okay? If that was the case, if Zionism as a force, as a political force, which does try to monolithize Jews to the best of its ability, if that was successful, if there was like some kind of other supernatural force behind all of this, and that Jews truly were a fucking monolith, then there wouldn't be so many anti-Zionist Jews. Okay, then every Jew would automatically be a Zionist. That is not the case, clearly, in spite of Israel's best attempts to do so.
Of Jews working for them who, they were basically like your diplomatic channels, kind of. You needed to like talk to people over there, or if you needed to raise money for something, they had large capital networks that could help you raise money.
Wouldn't the counterpoint be, but there are black cops and black Republicans? Yeah, no shit. That's why I'm saying black people are not a monolith either. What? No, that's my point. Exactly. No group of people are monolithic. It just doesn't work that way. We have the capacity to understand that when we talk about the in-groups like white people, right? Everybody understands that white people come from all different parts of the fucking planet, from different parts of Western Europe, right? And there's different varieties, different sauces to white people. So when a white man does an act when a white man does a heinous crime, yes, people say, oh, all white men are like this or whatever the fuck. But like, there is no real systemic enforcement of that kind of discrimination. And that isn't like real discrimination to begin with, because everybody deep down inside understands that there is diversity amongst the in-group. You can trace your lineage back to whichever country whichever country your parents or your grandparents came from. Does that make sense? Just to be clear, this is not my opinion. Just imagining opposition counterpoints. Damn, chat. Yeah, I have listened to the Fear and Loathing podcast on Israel, and I thought he was critical of Israel, empathetic to the Palestinians. I really need help understanding what in the pod. The only one I listened to is like 3 parts are the dog whistles. I haven't listened to his podcast on it, and maybe there isn't a lot of dog whistles, but some of the stuff I saw here, he's a very interesting. He has some very interesting takes. A lot of Nazis were upset on like the nerdiest historical references that he made to like immigrant exclusionary acts that the American government has engaged in, and they were trying to like correct them. And he's like, no, you don't understand. I hate immigrants. Like he was like, no. The problem is like, I was explaining to Joe Rogan why America had an unlimited faucet of immigrants, but like what the distinction between the first Immigrant Exclusionary Act was versus the second one. And the first one was so that like, we wouldn't let black people in from France. And even though we were letting people in from France, we just didn't want them exporting all of their black and brown people. We didn't even think about the third world in the global south at that time or something like that. That's what he was saying. He's like a fascist apologist academic for sure.
Money for it, things like that. But they weren't serfs or peasants. They weren't the aristocracy. They weren't the church, obviously. They were kind of their separate thing. And most of the time, they were allowed to sort of abide by their own laws, like run their own little societies like how they wanted, But this was at a time when it was just taken for granted that different classes of people had different privileges and different rights.
Whoa. Ew. Yeah, and then this guy posted this and immediately posted Adolf Hitler. Since Rogan brought up Hitler with Daryl and people are talking about him, let's actually watch Hitler since we can see it ourselves. Go to the tapes to see what Hitler and Dr. Joseph Goebbels actually said. Does it sound like today? Lol. Just not so subtle. This guy who really likes Daryl Cooper, not so subtle about what Daryl Cooper is implying here. And then he just, dude, this entire thread is just him reposting Hitler speeches. Insane. Anyway, I want to hear more. I want to hear more from Mr. Noticer, though, because there's more here. Daryl Cooper is legit, just like maybe the Nazis weren't that extreme. Yeah. I remember his conversations that he had with Tucker, where he very obviously is just like minimizing the Holocaust.
How did we end up here?
Yeah.
You know?
I'm glad you brought up the labor movement, because I've...
Like, this is apparently where they're talking about socialism, but it's the conversations that he had with Tucker, if I recall correctly, he was just like straight up minimizing the Holocaust. Like he made inferences to the final solution being like a logical inevitability, while also simultaneously talking about Jewish people, not with the same language that Hitler uses. Like, he wasn't saying that they're parasitic, but he basically was saying in that conversation that like there was a valid security threat. Like he was assuming Hitler's role or like the Nazis' position as though it was the norm, but he was using language in a way where like he was trying to give himself an out, right? He was trying to give himself an out by saying like, oh, I'm just using descriptive language, right? But it was very obvious that he was like, it's very obvious that he was handing it to the Nazis. If that makes sense. It's a more sophisticated version of anti-Semitism. It's not, if you're conditioned into like seeing dog whistles, then you can quickly grasp that this is just a person who is in a very sinister fashion, in a very cynical manner, trying to engage in Nazi apologia or historical Holocaust revisionism in a way that still affords him some semblance of plausible deniability, rather than just like saying the quiet part out loud. But a lot of the people that love his content, I think, understand what he's saying, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like that people that talk about Israel have this kind of background. I'm not particularly appreciative of some of the loudest seemingly pro-Palestinian voices having this kind of attitude, whether sheltered or unmasked, it doesn't matter. And these guys also then talk about Jeffrey Epstein too, which is another issue that I'm fascinated with. I don't like that they talk about that as well, because they most of the time they engage in the same commentary in a similar structure where they'll like talk about Jeffrey Epstein and his Israel connections. And I think that is understandable to point to and talk about, but they kind of massage it in a way where it's like, yeah, he's Jewish and he was working for Mossad only inside of American boundaries. And isn't that strange that Jews were able to operate in American, inside of the United States of America this way? Like, all this shit is very frustrating, especially if someone is capable of not just doing shallow analysis, but if they're capable of like sheltering or feeding you anti-Semitic conclusions with nuggets of truth. I don't like that. But yeah, I want to see. There was another thing that he said. Like, he's like responding to the Joe Rogan quotes from a lot of people. Like, this is someone from NYU Review. Daryl Cooper, Hitler wasn't going around giving anti-Semitic addresses in public. Reality, Hitler addressing the entire Reichstag in 1939, declaring that he will annihilate the Jewish race. Context noted him. Hitler gave multiple anti-Semitic speeches prior to chancellorship. I must not have given them much to work with if this is the best they can come up with. It's not remotely controversial that Hitler modulated his anti-Semitic rhetoric based on his audience. and that he was aware that being aggressive about it was a turnoff to many middle-class city dwellers. He hardly made any public remarks about the Jews at all from 1932 to 1935, for example, and it's a fact that Hitler ordered Goebbels to call off the 1938 pogrom because of the negative effect on German public opinion. It's always a good sign when you force liars to speak their native tongue. What? I mean, he did say Hitler was just faking being anti-Semitic in the Mein Kampf. He inferred that, which is ridiculous. The Nazi Jewish problem was they existed. This was it. Yeah, Hitler tried again, going on the radio broadcast to call for peace directly to the British people. This is what I remember him talking about after the Tucker Carlson interview, and that's when I was like, oh, this guy's a fucking straight up, Holocaust revisionist, because the notion that the Jews are even a problem at all is basically assuming the role of assuming the worldview of Adolf Hitler in 2025. Does that make sense? That's what I was like. That's when I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's an insane thing to state. No, he did. He hated the Jews, man. That's like, he did the Holocaust. I don't know if you know that. Like, it's pretty obvious. He spent a good deal of time hating on Jewish people, actually. Kind of made it his life's work. The fuck? That's the thing he was known for. Anyway, it's just like, I want to listen to his Fear and Loathing in Jerusalem and see if he has more statements like this in it, or if he's just like more honest about the analysis there. But make no mistake, I do think that this man is an anti-Semitic Holocaust revisionist. And I don't think it's wrong to state that he has sympathies for Adolf Hitler. Having said that, that could be a standalone work that he engaged with specifically to open the door to charitability for a lot of other like-minded individuals and Hitler pill them, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think he's a weirdo fascist in general, because he's obsessed with the idea of, seemingly obsessed with the idea of like developing ethno-states. Are you saying anti-Semitic based on the IHRA definition? No, dude, what the fuck?
Afterwards, there were a lot of the same explanations and
Hitler,
reasons
by the
you hear
way?
from any anti-Semite then or now, banking and whatever. Like, all those things were like in there. But I think the thing that gave it emotional valence for him is that his anti-Semitism was what allowed him to love the German people. Like, it was like the only way for him that he could get around the revulsion he was feeling and actually being up close with the German underclass. Is he excused their faults by blaming Jews, and so his sense of love for his people. And I mean,
he felt a sense of revulsion for the German middle class and the German underclass because he was a fucking fascist. But he coped in his mind by saying, no, the Jews made them this way. Got it.
Look, Hitler's one of those guys. I noticed this when I was reading all the Jim Jones books and stuff, which I think I read probably all of. They're not very good. Some of them are interesting, like they're good reads, but you can't help but notice, especially after you've read several of the books, that the authors just cannot help but be like cynical and turn it into a polemic on every page. Like, even the thing Jim Jones or Hitler did as a child, they have like negative editorializing to it and everything. And it's like, it really kind of, it's a lot of them are still.
He's like, I wouldn't go back in a time machine and kill baby Hitler. And I instead hate when people editorialize baby Hitler. I don't even think you should besmirch the name of baby Adolf Hitler, let alone go back in a time machine and kill him. That's amazing. You should not tarnish the good reputation of baby Hitler, dog. What the fuck? He might grow up to be Hitler if you do that.
Good books.
Why is nobody humanizing baby Hitler? He's just a little guy.
You read like the most recent sort of great Hitler biography by Ian Kershaw is a great book. He's a good historian, an excellent writer. And, you have to learn to kind of see through that polemic a little bit, and then you have a good history on your hands.
It's almost like it's an obligation. If you're going to cover a horrific figure, you have to look at things that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's and so I think that like people who knew Hitler before World War I, And we have like memoirs and interviews.
They love the guy. He was a party animal. Okay. Oh God, with a particular taste for methamphetamines. He was so fun to be around.
With people who did know him pretty well. They say pretty much unanimously, like, we never heard him mention the Jews back then. And this is the period in Vienna when Hitler says his anti-Semitism was developing and he was figuring these things out. And what I think was probably going on, like my read of it, at least up to this point, is that his anti-Semitism, just like a lot of people in Europe at the time, was theoretical and abstract. You know what I mean? Like, the Jews had never, you got to remember.
As opposed to what? What? As opposed to what? How can racism exist in any other form other than theoretical and abstract? Like, is he trying to say like he hadn't done the Holocaust yet? Is that what it is? Because yeah, that's just how it develops. That's how all bigotry develops. It's theoretical and abstract. Unless you think that like there is, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying, but unless you think he literally had a valid reason to hate all Jews, then all hatred of that sort is theoretical and abstract. He might just simply be talking about how maybe at that point Hitler was a non-practicing anti-Semite.
Like the Russian Revolution, all of the things that people like Hitler would associate with the Jews, like none of that stuff had happened yet. Like he might not like them, you know, he might think that, whatever, all the stereotypes that go along with him, but it was just sort of an abstract thing that it wasn't dangerous, right? But then the First World War happens.
It wasn't dangerous.
And, you know, it's really impossible for us today to understand the level of...
Reinhard Heydrich, who planned the Holocaust, actually had a friendly rapport with a fellow Jewish student in school, yet... Yeah, it's crazy because like it's crazy to have these, like, I don't have an issue with trying to assess how Hitler's anti-Semitism came to fruition. That is a perfectly valid and perfectly reasonable and very instructive thing to do. Okay, that's important to understand. It's important to recognize. It's important to figure out so, you know, we can stamp it out. Right? You should learn about that. Just like with the Holocaust, you should learn about it. But it's weird to talk about it as though, you know, he was personally wronged. Like if that's where he's going to go with this, where he was like, well, you know, when he went to art school, he was denied entry because of a famous Jewish artist and his like morally degenerate artwork that was seen as cutting edge at the time, and that's what really ticked him off. Like that's, you know, that's an insane reason to do the Holocaust. You know what I mean? That's like, it's like doing comedy at that point. You're making a joke, I think. The one time someone was like, your artwork sucks dick, dog. He was like, I'm gonna fucking come back and show you, okay?
Just trauma and devastation that war had on, I mean, the European countries that were in, or all the countries that were involved. I mean, it was, you know, you're talking about a war where, you know, for several Olympic Games afterwards, there were whole sports that like France and Germany just didn't participate in anymore because they didn't have the people for it. I mean, you're talking about massive chunks of the young male population being killed out there, right? And you take a guy like Hitler who volunteered early, like right away, and he survived the whole 4 years of the war. And you think about him as just an example of this generation of people who spent like their most formative young adult years in the trenches. I mean, in constant terror of doing things that, I mean, forget about...
Bro's talking about Adolf he's on a first name basis. He said, you take a guy like Hitler, you know, good guy. You know, you take a guy like Hitler, right? He's just a guy. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. He's a good guy. He volunteered for the German He volunteered for the German military right away. He got the call to action. You know, the call of duty was in his heart. Real patriot, real misunderstood patriot. Fucking love the guy. Okay, Joe, let me tell you, I fucking love this guy. Okay,
just like the physical discomfort of living there. I mean, you're in the mud, you're covered with lice and fleas all the time. So is everybody else. You're especially later in the war, you're like living off of starvation rations if you're a German or an Austrian, and you're watching. I mean, you know, Dan Carlin's series on World War I is like probably my favorite piece of audio.
Incredible.
It's so good. And like, you know, one of the things he's so good at, way better than me at.
Didn't Dan Carlin call this guy a fucking Nazi? That's another classic Joe Rogan guest, but I guess Joe no longer has guys like that on as much. he mostly focuses on guys like this instead, if you know what I mean.
Is kind of capturing the scale of events, you know? And so when he talks about like the Battle of the Somme, when the British lost 60,000 guys on the first day, you're like, I don't even know what that even means. Like it's just so overwhelming, you know? And so you have this generation that's spent.
It's crazy because like famously no one else engaged in trench warfare, and famously no one else before or after ever experienced such traumatic events, famously. Because otherwise, how else are you going to do the Holocaust, right? Like if that's the primary reason why it happened, I feel like, you know, why is the mechanized death of the industrialized version of death during the Holocaust so singular for Europe? Because they had pogroms. They did a fuck ton of pogroms in Europe and in Russia, right? But this was a little different, you know?
Their formative years.
And there was also obviously plenty of other countries that didn't do that, despite the horrific nature of war that they also exhibited, that they also experienced.
In all of these countries, under those just circumstances that we really don't have any context for us to relate to, you know? I mean, think about like, you see these stories of like people sleeping in trenches, and over there in the corner is their dead friend who's been sitting there decomposing and being eaten by rats for 3 or 4 days because you can't go up top to bury him because you'll get shot. And you can't bury him in the trench, in the dirt under the trench anymore because there's already bodies just completely wall to wall down there. You've already taken up all the space, right? Just that kind of, I mean, if you think about somebody today, if you walk outside your door on the way to work, your average person today, and there's a dead body on your you know, steps, the average person today is going to be in therapy for years over that, you know? I mean, that is a traumatic experience.
Yes, bro, we know. We saw All Quiet on the Western Front. Some of us even read it, okay? We know it was bad. Come on, move on. I want to hear, like, God damn, dude. He's just, like, really fucking
difficult, unbelievable experience. And from Germany east.
Yes, World War I was particularly brutal. Yes.
Word after. You know, if you go back and think about what the map of Europe looked like in the year 1900, it didn't look anything like it looks now. It was basically like just a few big chunks. You know, you had France, you had Germany, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and then you had the Russian Empire. And there were a few like Spain and the Balkans and stuff, little things going on, but really it was just a few giant empires controlled everything from the Pacific Ocean in East Russia all the way over to the coast of France, right? And everything east of Germany
is this guy trying to sympathize with the Nazis? No, he is sympathizing with the Nazis. He's not trying to. He is actively. If he's trying real fucking hard, okay? And succeeding, as a matter of fact. He is succeeding. He's successfully sympathizing with the Nazis. Now, he might not come across as sympathetic if you know what he's saying, but he has succeeded so hard that I would maybe say he might be a Nazi. I don't know.
1917, 1918, those governments literally evaporated. They went away. And so, you know, you get to the immediate post-war period after these guys have just gone through this unbelievably harrowing experience. You know, their lives have been defined by violence for years, you know, at this point. And all of a sudden there's just state collapse everywhere from Germany to Siberia. And you literally have, you know, private militia.
You know what's crazy, by the way, about like talking about this from the perspective of Here, I'll tell you exactly why this is sympathetic to Hitler. Okay? World War I was a harrowing experience. Trench warfare, bodies decaying right next to you, children that you grew up with their fucking heads blown out, rats eating their carcasses. Yeah, dude. You know who else was also fighting in the German military? Fucking Jews. None of them became Hitler. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? The Jews were also in the German military in World War I. They were in the fucking trenches next to Hitler. What kind of stupid fucking statement is this? He's like, yo, but you don't understand. Hitler was really down bad, dude, because of World War I. Yeah, okay. So were the fucking German Jews that were also fighting alongside Adolf. What the fuck? And Frank's father, Otto, was famously a World War I veteran who was awarded the Iron Cross by the Kaiser. Like, yeah. You know why we know about Adolf? Because out of all of the fucking Germans that fought in World War I, there was one Adolf, dude. Like, the fuck? He's just the guy. Okay? Yeah, what did they get? 100,000 Jews served in the fucking German military in World War I. More than 10,000 of them were killed in the process. You know what Adolf did? He turned around and killed the fucking rest. That was his thank you to the homies that he fucking fought in the trenches with. What do you mean? What is this statement? What kind of fucking stupid shit is this? I don't understand how no one is going, wait a minute. Like, Joe, I know Joe has an ape brain, okay? I know he has an ape brain. But, like, in your ape brain, you have to be like, wait a minute. But the Jews were, there's some Jews in Germany at the time. Like, did they fight? Were they also fighting? Like, why didn't they also, why didn't they turn into Adolf Hitler? I don't understand. Why was this like, what is this?
Groups of veterans, communist militias, like they're running cities. They're running the streets, like running gun battles in the streets of Berlin and Munich. And this is
the other side of the story is, ironically enough, some of the first fucking Jews that Adolf Hitler sent to the concentration camps and killed were literally directly the people that didn't want Germany to join World War I to begin with. Like, those were the Jews he killed first. So every part of this story is stupid. Every part of his analysis is dumb. It was literally the revolutionary Jews that were like, yo, let's not fucking engage in like state warfare. This shit sucks. Like, international proletarian, rise up. You know what I mean? And then they kind of continued with that attitude as well, where they were like, look at what's going on in Russia. Maybe we should do that here. And then Hitler was like, fuck you. No. He thinks that's way worse. Oh.
This goes on for a few years, just total social and economic chaos. And
that makes sense,
so you're talking about like the 4-year war, but then a few more years after that. So you're 18 when you get in, and 1914. Now it's 1923 when things kind of start to stabilize, and you've been at this for like the first 9 years of your young adulthood, right? This is the world that you live in. And
Hitler's anti-Semitism came from previously entrenched anti-Semitic rhetoric, not World War I trauma. Hitler abused and exploited the trauma and state of Germany post-World War I to create national fascist sentiment. Yeah, I think that also is the other incredibly stupid part of the story that somewhat serves the purpose of like Hasbara propaganda too, in a weird way, but that's not surprising. Benjamin Netanyahu, top Hasbarist Benjamin Netanyahu, is also a fucking Holocaust revisionist, famously. But that kind of abdicates the responsibility of anti-Semitism, historic anti-Semitism, and centuries of fucking pogroms from the hands of Christians, okay? As though like it wasn't already a historically significant fall guy, as though Jews were not always singled out, okay? Since Jesus. Like Hitler was basically fucking plagiarizing a lot of the anti-Semitism shit. It's not like he invented it. I would say the Russians perfected it, really. I mean, holy shit. So the idea that he had a traumatic incident and then after World War I like became anti-Semitic because of just, I don't know. I don't even know what he's trying to say here. Maybe I'm just not understanding. But it is strange to act like nascent anti-Semitism had not existed, and also overt anti-Semitism had not existed in perpetuity, especially in Christian Europe. Like Yeah, he was a guy, just like most guys at the time, was fucking deeply suspicious and anti-Semitic.
It's when you try to think of, I talked about like Uday Hussein being brought to watch torture sessions or something. I mean, this is not exactly that, but it's an experience that like we really have no way to relate to. And if you grow up in that world, especially when, if you look at like what happened in Russia, 1917, the Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, and they won. They actually took over the Russian state and created the Soviet Union. It lasted past the...
I feel like he doesn't like that.
Long past the lives of anybody who had fought in World War I, for the most part. And so people saw that, and they took the lesson, both from World War I itself, but also from the aftermath and the revolutions that happened. The lesson they took is that violence can accomplish our goals, and whatever we do to accomplish those goals, as long as we survive, people accept it eventually. Roosevelt normalized relations with the Soviet Union in 1933 when Stalin was literally still clearing bodies from the millions of people he starved in the Ukrainian Holodomor, and in Kazakhstan, another million people. And like at that time is when, and we knew it was going on, obviously.
He's like, now that's a real genocide. Joe, let me tell you, Hitler misunderstood. Stalin, real genocide guy. This is past the point of double genocide theory, where you inevitably arrive at the logical conclusion that who was a worse guy? Well, maybe Stalin. He killed a lot more. You know what I mean?
And yet,
yeah, from double genocide theory to single genocide theory, but in the opposite direction. Yeah. That's the reason why double genocide theory is a form of Holocaust revisionism that inevitably leads to, well, look at the Black Book of Communism. Like, look at how many people Stalin killed. Look how many people Mao killed. Like, they killed a lot more. Maybe we were on the wrong side on World War II. That's like inevitably the conclusion that the reader is supposed to be left with.
Roosevelt normalized relations with Stalin, and people got over it. Just like with Turkey. Turkey does the Armenian genocide, and it's condemned at the time. They were on the other side of the war and everything. But a couple years later,
was it? Wait, what? No, I don't think it was. I'm pretty sure. Wait, what? No. Wait, what did? Let me see. Oh no, yeah. Here, I don't know if this is a real quote or not. This is from the ArmenianGenocide.org Hitler, but this is something I recently heard that I didn't even know Hitler had said. But who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians? Does Turkey not still deny that? Yes, of course. No, Turkey still denies it. Turkey pulled the Japanese mode and just basically were like, nah, that's not real. Shut up. The Ottoman Empire was dismantled. What the fuck does that dude mean? I know, but it doesn't. Yes, the Ottoman Empire was dismantled, but I don't think he's like factoring that in as like the crime of the Ottoman Empire in general. I think he's just simply saying like Turkey did the Armenian genocide, which is a strange. I understand why he would say it like that, but he has made a lot of erroneous. Claims thus far, and I'm surprised that like as a historian, he's not hitting. He's not actually using language very deliberately, especially when talking about genocides. Is crazy.
Like, look, Turkey's an important, strategically placed country, like in the world, and we kind of need them on our side. And so, sorry, Armenians, but get over it. And so people took that lesson: is that violence will accomplish our goals.
Bro, that's crazy. So Hitler learned that violence will accomplish his goals from the real genocide that Stalin did. Okay. And then he learned that people don't care about the genocide from the real genocide that the Turks did. Okay. But Hitler's genocide himself was like, I don't know, maybe it's not so real. Like, man, Hitler was learning a lot of lessons, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. He was just learning so many lessons around the world. It's wild. Just a misunderstood guy, I think.
And as long as we accomplish them and survive, people will get over it,
But again, I think this is what's really important about your work is that you do take into consideration all these aspects, which, again, with Jim Jones, that's fine.
Yeah.
But even what you're saying it's obviously very relevant to what when we're trying to understand how World War II happened, how did the Nazis rise to power? Like, what are we talking about? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about this horrific environment that's not considered. That doesn't make you a Nazi apologist.
Yeah, and it's important to know, too, that, it's not like Hitler was going and giving big speeches at City Square in Berlin, going on and on and on about how we're going to kill the Jews. And the German people said, right on, like.
No, he did do that. He definitely did that.
Damn, this guy's good.